Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy do współpracy.
ML System. We are changing the world for future generations. Nature is our treasure, so we care for the environment. By taking action so that future generations can enjoy planet Earth as we know it. The energy transformation is crucial, and we are proud to be a part of it. In our well-equipped Research and Development Centre, we create innovations on a global scale. Problem solving is our natural inspiration for designing and the creation of solutions which then find application in everyday life. Our factory produces silicon cells, photovoltaic modules, as well as mounting systems for photovoltaic installations. We invented quantum glass, a revolutionary transparent photovoltaic glass, with quantum layers with a broad spectrum of applications. With the use of lasers, we make engravings for luminescent glass. We pride ourselves at being probably the largest manufacturer in the world of aesthetical photovoltaic sunshades. Photovoltaic facades of various designs are at our specialization. Just like photovoltaic skylights. Or colored photovoltaic modules blending into their surroundings in the least invasive way. Our smart city solutions turn spaces into functional energy-generating pieces of modern small architecture tailored always to individual needs. We supply complete solutions of building integrated photovoltaic systems, as well as the innovative glass generating heat, the heating glass windowsill with a temperature controller and a built-in induction charger, modern glass bathroom heaters, or glass with switchable transparency. We also focus on protecting health, providing virucidal glass barriers or the item disinfecting UV box. But most importantly, COVID detector. We contribute to protecting the planet and limiting the effects of global warming. ML System. We are changing the world for future generations.
Ale mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc. U mnie się kręci, że hu. Tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE. Prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
who is a member of the European Parliament. We're connecting to him online.
Witam
I'd
serdecznie
like
pana
to
profesora Pawła
welcome
Kowala,
Professor
posła
Paweł
Sejmu.
Kowal, who is a member of the Polish Parliament, lower house.
Witam serdecznie pana Pawła Poncyliusza,
Paweł
posła na
Poncyliusz,
Sejm
who
RP.
is a member of the Polish Parliament, lower
Witam
house.
serdecznie pana Krzysztofa Michalskiego,
Krzysztof
wiceprezesa Agencji
Michalski,
Rozwoju
who is the
Przemysłu.
Deputy President of the Agency for Industrial Development.
Witam pana Radosława Kwietnia, członka
Mr.
zarządu
Radosław Kwiecień,
Banku
who is the
Gospodarstwa
member of
Krajowego.
the Management Board of the Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego.
Witam pana Jarosława Trybuchowicza, prezesa
Jarosław
zarządu
Trybuchowicz, who
Orlen
is the
Neptun.
President of the Board of Orlen Neptun.
Witam serdecznie pana Janusza Magonia,
Janusz
wiceprezesa
Magoń, who
Polskiej
is the
Grupy
Deputy
Energetycznej Optimum.
CEO of the Polish Energy Trading Company Obrót.
Witam serdecznie pana Jana Franię, wiceprezesa Polskiej
Mr.
Grupy
Jan
Energetycznej
Frania, who is
Dystrybucja.
the Deputy President of the PGE Distribution.
Witam serdecznie pana Grzegorza Wyseckiego,
Grzegorz Wysecki,
wiceprezesa zarządu
Deputy
Polskiej Grupy Energetycznej Baltika.
Deputy President of the Board of the Polish Baltica Energy
Witam
Group.
serdecznie pana Dawida Cyconia,
Dawid
prezesa
Cycoń,
MS System.
who is the President of MS System.
Witam serdecznie pana Piotra Tutaka, prezesa
Piotr Tutak, who
Europolgazu.
is the President of Europolgas.
Witam serdecznie pana Tymoteusza Pruchnika,
Tymoteusz
prezesa Gas
Pruchnik, who
Trading.
is the President of Gas Trading.
Witam serdecznie panią Beatę Zatwarnicką,
Beata
dziekanat Wydziału
Zatwarnicka,
Zarządzania
who is the
Politechniki Rzeszowskiej.
Dean of the Management
Drodzy państwo, nie jestem w
Faculty
stanie
of
wszystkich
the
państwa
Rzeszów
bezpośrednio przywitać.
University of Technology. I cannot welcome everyone by name, so I would like to very cordially
państwa, przedstawicieli środowiska
welcome
naukowego,
all
administracji,
unnamed so
zespołów
far
energetycznych, wszystkich
members
obecnych
of
na Auli,
the
a także
academia,
internautów,
administration,
zarówno w Polsce,
energy
jak i za granicą,
companies,
ponieważ
those
konferencja
present in
roku
person
jest
and online,
transmitowana
both in
w
Poland
dwóch
and abroad,
wersjach
because
językowych, po
this
polsku i po
conference is being
angielsku.
transmitted in two
Bardzo zapraszam
language
wszystkich
versions, in
państwa
Polish
na
and in
zeszłe
English.
witam.
So I would like to
I
welcome
wreszcie
everyone
chciałbym
very
serdecznie
cordially,
powitać
and
pana
finally I would like
profesora
to welcome
Jarosława Sempa,
Professor Jarosław
prorektora
Semp, who
Politechniki
is the
Rzeszowskiej,
Deputy
imienia
Rector
Ignacego
of
Łukasiewicza,
the Łukasiewicz Rzeszów
którego bardzo
University of
proszę o
Technology,
oficjalne
and I would like
rozpoczęcie
to ask
konferencji.
him to officially open this conference.
Szanowni Państwo, witam
Ladies and
wszystkich bardzo
gentlemen, I would
serdecznie
like to
na
welcome very
Politechnice
cordially
Rzeszowskiej.
everyone very
Bardzo
cordially to the
jesteśmy
Rzeszów
zadowoleni, bardzo
University of
cieszymy się,
Technology.
że ta
We're very
konferencja,
happy,
która, jak
and
Państwo widzicie, jest już 7. konferencją dotyczącą
we can
bezpieczeństwa
see that
energetycznego.
this conference, which is the
Stała
seventh
się
on energy
niezwykle
security,
aktualna
has
w świetle
become very
uwarunkowań,
topical
których wszyscy
in the
wiemy. Chciałbym
conditions that
Państwu
we're all
życzyć
aware
bardzo
of. So I
serdecznie
would like to very
udanych
cordially
obrad,
welcome
udanych
you
dyskusji
and wish you
panelowych,
very productive
udanych dyskusji w kuluarach
proceedings,
i
panel
wypracowywania
discussions,
wniosków,
discussions
bo wiele
offline,
przed nami w
and
aspekcie
the
szeroko
development
rozumianego
of
bezpieczeństwa
conclusions, because
energetycznego
many
do
of us who
zrobienia.
are involved
To jest
in
kwestia
broadly understood energy
zapewnienia
security have
bezpiecznych
very
dostaw
much to
energii,
do.
ale to
We
są
have to
również
ensure
kwestie
secure
związane z
deliveries
transformacją
of
energetyczną.
energy, but
Po
also
uczelniach
to ensure
Uniwersytetu
energy
Rzeszowska
transition.
bardzo
So
aktywnie
as the
włączamy
Rzeszów
się w te
University of Technology, we
zagadnienia,
get very
od
actively
lat
involved in
jesteśmy
these topics,
aktywnym
and for years we have been an
uczestnikiem
active
w tym zakresie.
participant of
Myślę,
the
że ta
transformation in this
konferencja
regard.
będzie
So I
ważnym
think that
etapem
this
budowania
conference will be an
bezpieczeństwa
important
energetycznego
stage in building
nie tylko
the
naszego
energy
kraju,
security of not only
że
our
dzisiejsza
country,
obecność
and this is proven by the fact that we have our neighbors, foreign
I to
neighbors
będzie
present
kolejny
here,
niezwykle,
and this
myślę,
will
istotny
be
aspekt.
another very
Musimy na
important
kwestię
aspect,
bezpieczeństwa
because the
energetycznego
energy
procesu
security
popatrzeć
topic
bardzo
must be
kompleksowo
seen in a very
i myślę, że
comprehensive
konferencja ta jest
way,
ważnym
and
etapem,
I
ważnym
think that this
ogniwem
conference is
tworzenia
an important
właśnie bezpieczeństwa w tym
stage and
Chciałbym
link
bardzo
in the
serdecznie
chain of
podziękować
building the energy security. In this regard, I would like to thank the entire organizing committee
podziękowania za
with
olbrzymią
the
pracę
professor who chairs it,
organizowania
because they have put lots of work into organizing this conference, and I would like to welcome you all. Productive conference proceedings, interesting discussions, interesting conclusions, and of course, so that the conclusions that we formulate here be put into practice. So I would like to declare the 7th Scientific Conference of the Energy Security Pillars and Development Perspectives open. I would like to wish you a very pleasant stay and very productive proceedings here in Rzeszów. Thank you very much, Rector, and I would like to ask Mr. Władysław Ortyl, who is the Marshal of the Podkarpacie region, to take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
panowie ministrowie,
distinguished guests, Mr. and Mrs. Ministers, members of Parliament, Professor, we are thankful that this important conference and event is taking place in the Podkarpacie Voivodeship region. So we know that energy has always been important, significant from the point of view of economic development, security, but today, as the previous speaker said, it's becoming even more important. And I want to thank you very much for this methodicity and for acting on this topic, working on this topic for many, many years. Of course, in Podkarpacie, we are short of major international events that would be economic in nature, that would promote the region. But as you know, there are reasons why we're mentioning this. We're not complaining, but the situation is rather exceptional. The international dimension of this conference, which is emphasized by the presence of the ministers from Ukraine and Lithuania, means that it gains special importance, especially as we are on the eve of the energy-intensive season of the year. And as usual, we always realize this, and we should be aware of this, and we should be thinking about this earlier. But the moment we get a little bit cooler, we start feeling that time flies, but it is going to be difficult. And of course, this topic continues previous conferences, and it proves that the energy industry is treated in a very serious way. Also, in terms of EU funds that Poland and Podkarpacie are applying for, in the context of the green dimension of energy, which is of course important and significant, but at least for me, I mean, it's out of any discussion, but the problem, and a significant problem, is the rate at which we are introducing these changes, because these changes bring both social and financial costs, and we should be aware of that. I am very happy that one of the panels is devoted to our great compatriot and the son of the Podkarpacie soil, Ignacy Łukasiewicz, whose 200th anniversary of his birth is celebrated this year. And so the Polish Parliament and the local government of the Podkarpacie region have declared this year the year of Łukasiewicz, and we're organizing a number of discussions, conferences to promote his great heritage. So I think that this conference also contributes to popularizing his person, his activity, and his innovative nature, which should be clearly specified, clearly said. So all these innovations and all his inventions, which from the point of view of today's life are extremely important, are an interesting topic of conversation. And of course, we're very happy that this conference has been very strongly supported by institutions, and we as the Podkarpacie region are trying to support it as well. And we find it very good that the patrons of this conference are many important people, including the Prime Minister, Mateusz Morawiecki. And so we would like to welcome all the guests who are present here and those who will be connecting remotely. But I think this time will allow you to share this interesting topic and develop certain solutions and talk about significant events and topics. And I also hope that you will have time to get to know our beautiful region, which we do hope will be very hospitable to you. So we would like to welcome you all very cordially, and I would like to congratulate you on this conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall, and I would like to ask Ms. Joanna Sawicka, who is the Deputy Voivod, or Provincial Governor of this region.
Szanowni Państwo,
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Szanowni Państwo parlamentarzyści, Panie Marszałku,
Mr. and Mrs. Ministers, parliamentarians, mayors, presidents, distinguished guests, professors, participants of this event. So it is my pleasure to read the letter from Ewa Leniart, who is the Voivod of Podkarpacie, addressed to the organizers and participants of this event. I would like to cordially thank you for being invited to the 7th Scientific Conference, Energy Security Pillars and the Development Perspective. And I am very happy that for the 7th year, Politechnika in Rzeszów, the University of Technology, will host representatives of the most important energy companies in Poland, scientific employees and experts. They are coming to talk about the energy policy, energy security, and broadly understood energy sector. These topics are extremely important because the international environment is changing very rapidly, and for this reason, ensuring that states are independent in terms of their energy security is a priority challenge that the governments have to face. It is particularly important now that we have war in Ukraine, which war is bringing about a number of changes occurring in the global energy policy, and it is the energy security and fuel security that have major impact on the stability and the policy of the state. So we need to find solutions that will allow us to create a source of competitive advantage for states and companies whilst undertaking challenges related to energy transformation and particularly its rate and shape. So this topic should be discussed, and we should discuss the current condition of the Polish economy and the perspectives that it has before it. I am convinced that the coming 2 days will be the time of very productive meetings during which we will have the opportunity to exchange views, share your experience and observations, and also present the result of your research. All of this will form a foundation for continued work on the development of the Polish energy sector and strengthening the national security of our country. So I would like to cordially greet you and wish you productive proceedings. With respect, Voivod of Podkarpacie, Ewa Leniart, and I of course support the words by the Voivod, and I would like to welcome you and wish you very productive proceedings, and thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy, Pani Wojewodo. Bardzo proszę o zabranie
Thank you,
głosu
Madam Voivod, and I would like to ask Dariusz Urbański, who is the Deputy Mayor of Rzeszów.
Szanowni goście, Panie Marszałku, Państwo.
Dear guests, Mr. Marshall, parliamentarians, Ms. Voivod, Director, I would like to welcome you to Rzeszów, which is a city of innovation, which contributes to this policy, which we are presenting at this 2-day conference, the
naszego państwa.
Energy security policy of our state. So Rzeszów has been supporting for a long time all initiatives related to developing secure energy. We are a green city. It's one of 100 European cities that are climate neutral. We are supporting both research, and we work with many research centers, but we also support young people who have great ideas concerning the best development of this industry. So we organize meetings and we support startups. So I would like to welcome you once again to the hospitable Rzeszów area and Podkarpacie, and I wish you very productive proceedings. I hope there will be many inspiring topics and ideas from which we will also benefit as residents of Rzeszów. Thank you very much.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy, panie
Thank you very
prezydencie.
much, Mr. Mayor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the seventh edition of the conference is taking place in very extraordinary and difficult conditions, because in 2016 we started this conference with 9 panels. This year, we have planned almost 30 plenary panels and topical panels. Over 6 years, we had the pleasure to listen to altogether 700 contributions, and we had some 100. At the first time, we had some 100 participants. Now we have 300, including many international ones, and tomorrow we will have over 160 speakers from 3 different research centers and from different companies, and this conference is being webcast, and the number of internet users exceeded several thousand people last year, and we're being supported by NATO's Public Policy Division, and we have been supported by 23 different institutions, the Ministry of Climate, Energy, state assets, education, security, research, and education, and also the head of National Security Bureau. So this is supported by 30 media patrons. We have 26 patrons whom we want to thank very much for the trust they have put in us. And we are particularly thanking the Public Diplomacy Division of NATO, which is supporting this year's edition. We want to thank the strategic partners like ML System, Polish Energy Group, PKN Orlen. We want to thank the main partners like Berg, PGNiG, the Podkarpacie Voivodeship, silver partners like the BGK Bank, the Evershit Sutherland law firm, Polish natural gas company, Polski Energetyczne, the grid operator and gas system. We want to thank bronze partners, gas trading Podkarpacie, municipal water sewage company, Olesińscy and partners, Polish ecology, the energy commodity exchange, technical supervision of this, and also ASECO, insect engineering, Rzeszów, Magneto, Robczyce, Łukasiewicz Foundation, and the Development Foundation of the Rzeszów Polytechnic. So I want to thank the institutional partners, that is the Energy Market Agency and the National Security Bureau for support in organizing these panels. And as the chairman of the organizing committee, I want to thank all the representatives of the university, and particularly the economics division of the management faculty of the Rzeszów University of Technology, and all the partners who will be working today and tomorrow here, so that this conference is as pleasant as possible to you. And I would like you to give us a big hand for the students who are helping us. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference also has many friends or supporters, and I want to thank all of them very warmly. This edition is taking place in 2022, which, as the Marshal said, is the 200th anniversary of Ignacy Łukasiewicz's birth, and he was the founder of the petroleum industry. For 6 years we have been inspiring with ideas through discussions. We have become an important place to present concepts and a forum for discussing energy energy, and let's have the courage to formulate interesting theses that will inspire our thinking and
Życzę wszystkim Państwu owocnych obrad, ciekawych dyskusji,
of the same
naukowych i
stature
eksperckich,
as the
a także
patron
czerpania
of our
inspiracji do dalszej
university,
pracy i dalszego
Łukasiewicz.
rozwoju.
So I
Dziękuję
wish you
bardzo.
all inspiration and the strength to support further development, further research. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and
konferencja ma
gentlemen, this
pewną
conference
tradycję,
has
która
a
została
tradition which
zapoczątkowana 4 lata
was
temu. W
initiated
tym
some
roku po
4
raz
years
czwarty
ago,
zostanie
and
przyznana
for the fourth
nagroda
time this year
imienia
we will
Ignacego Łukasiewicza w
award
kategorii
the
Bezpieczeństwo
Łukasiewicz
energetyczne.
Prize for Energy
W tym roku, podobnie
Security.
jak w roku
And
poprzednim,
this year,
przyznane
like
będą dwie
the
nagrody.
previous year, we will
Laureatami
award 2
poprzednich
prizes.
edycji byli
In previous
m.in.
editions, we awarded Piotr Mański, who is the representative of the government for strategic power infrastructure, Lars Idehol, who was the Minister of Energy in Denmark, President of PGNiG, Piotr Czekalisz, a politician from the US, and Kamiński from Emir Systems, that is the CEO. Now I would like to ask Rector, Professor Jarosław Semp, and he is the chairman of the chamber of this prize. The chamber of the prize actually includes all rectors and deputy rectors of the Rzeszów University of Technology and all the previous rectors from previous terms of office, and also the dean of the management faculty.
Decyzją kapituły
Ladies and gentlemen, the chapter
Filary i
of
Perspektywa
the
Rozwoju
seventh
nagrodę imienia Ignacego
edition of
Łukasiewicza
the
w kategorii
conference
Bezpieczeństwo energetyczne
in
za
the
dywersyfikację źródeł dostaw
security
gazu oraz
in the
wzmacnianie
energy
niezależności
security
energetycznej
field
Europy
for
otrzymał pan
diversifying gas
Danius
sources
Krebis, minister energii
and strengthening the
Republiki
infrastructure
Litewskiej.
of Europe is given to Danius Krebis, who is the minister of the
Zapraszamy po
Republic of
odbiór nagrody
Lithuania. So
oraz
please join
zapraszamy
us
do
to
zabrania
collect
głosu.
your prize and please take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to receive this award. Poland is Lithuania's closest ally and strategic partner in all areas, and our joint work in the energy sector is strong as ever. This award would not have been possible without the warm personal relations with Polish ministers Anna Moskwa, Michał Kurtyka, Piotr Naimski. Also, I thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference in Rzeszów, city that has today a major hub for military aid to Ukraine. The results of Lithuanian-Poland energy cooperations are more than obvious. The completion of the GIPL gas interconnection project, the extension of Litpoliink electricity interconnection, this interconnector become synchronous one, as well as PKN Orlen long and successful management of Mažeikiai refinery. I would like to highlight in particular the importance of GIPL for the energy security of our entire region. GIPL has given Poland direct access to Klaipėda LNG terminal, which has strengthened the security of gas supply to Polish consumers. With the opening of GIPL, the Baltic countries have ended an era of gas isolation and joined the vast European market. Among other things, with GIPL, all countries have bolstered their resilience in the context of gas crisis resulting from Russia's energy war against Europe. In terms of electricity security, Poland will be a gateway for Lithuania and all three Baltic nations to connect to the continental European grid. I thank Poland for smooth work on the synchronization project, but the main work is still ahead of us. We are doing our homework and we want to accelerate the synchronization project as much as possible. This month we will carry out an independent operation test. There is an unanimous agreement among Lithuania's political elite that synchronization must be implemented as soon as possible. I sincerely look forward to further fruitful work between Lithuania and Poland at the level of ministers and system operators. Today, as Russia wages energy war against Europe, many masks have fallen. Lithuania has always supported Poland's position on the Nord Stream 2 and participated in the arbitration proceedings initiated by Poland. As time has shown, our stance to Russia energy blackmail has proven correct. And nowadays, Lithuania and Poland's approach to the energy crisis and the solutions are the same. We are strengthening our energy security, ensuring reliable energy sources at the same time, investing in zero-emission resources. I'm honored to accept the award in the name of Ignacy Lukashevich, a man of great innovation, an entrepreneur, engineer, and philanthropist. A man who had many innovative ideas, but at the same time, he always remained a politically active person. He consistently endorsed Polish independence and openly supported 1863 January uprising against Russian Empire. Today, Ukraine is attacked by our internal enemy of Lithuania, Polish Commonwealth. And it is today that we see that the tradition of the Commonwealth is alive. Poland and Lithuania are showing the greatest solidarity with Ukraine in words and deeds. I'm sure that Ukraine, with the help of the free world, will win this war. Thank you once again for the honor to receive this award, and I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Panie ministrze, raz jeszcze bardzo
Minister,
serdecznie
once again,
gratulujemy.
congratulations.
Szanowni Państwo, ponadto
Ladies and
decyzją
gentlemen,
kapituły 7 Konferencji Naukowej
The
Bezpieczeństwo Energetyczne,
chapter
Filary
of
i
the
Perspektywa
seventh
Rozwoju
scientific
została
conference,
przyznana dodatkowa
Pillars
nagroda
and
imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza w kategorii
prospects for
Bezpieczeństwo
development.
Energetyczne
Another
za
award has
realizację
been
strategicznych
granted for
inwestycji na rzecz
implementation of
dywersyfikacji
strategic
źródeł dostaw
investment
gazu
in
do Europy.
diversification of
Nagroda
gas
została
sources to
przyznana
Europe,
dla pana
and the
prezesa
award
Tomasza
goes
Stępnia,
to
prezesa
Tomasz
Gaz System.
Stępień,
Bardzo
Gas
serdecznie
System
gratulujemy.
CEO. Congratulations.
Pan prezes połączył się z nami przez
Mr.
internet. Panie
Stępień
prezesie,
is
oddajemy
connecting
głos.
with us online, so over to you. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I do apologize for not being there in person. Unfortunately, The situation in the energy market is highly dynamic, and I could not actually arrive in person, but I do feel grateful. Many thanks for the award. It's been 6 years of very intense investment. The Polish doctrine on energy security in natural gas has stated that for our security, we need to have a gas system, and contracting system should reach the level where no cubic meter of natural gas will influence the total balance of gas supplies to Poland, no cubic meter of Russian gas. So we had to carry out investments in infrastructure, in gas pipelines, in gas pumping stations. It is more than 2,000 kilometers of gas pipelines and pumping stations, and this whole enterprise was connected with 3 international projects. So, two-way interconnectors, Denmark, Baltic pipe, gas pipeline with Slovakia, two-way as well, and Lithuanian gas pipeline. It was the longest individual section of gas pipeline, more than 500 kilometers. It was carried out by a Polish and a Lithuanian company. We've been successful in all these investments. We were even ahead of our timeline because we were thinking that it must be launched or might be launched in January 2023 because certain things went much faster than expected. So thanks to fast implementation of these investments, smooth supply of gas to all Polish recipients were possible, and the furthest points where we needed the infrastructure, paradoxically, was the Podkarpacie region, and now we are meeting in the capital city of the Podkarpacie region. It is the place where we have gas storage places, and previously it was Jamal contract gas flowing through Ukraine. It was withdrawn by the end of April, and the infrastructure from LNG terminal in Świnoujście and through Baltic pipe makes it possible to fill storage places in the Podkarpacie region with gas. Baltic pipe will also be ready on time. It is gasified, full of gas on the Polish side. It is actually ready. There are last preparations for the launch, and since the 1st of October, gas supplies will be initiated. It is a symbolic investment because it is the crowning achievement of Polish struggles in the diversification of gas supplies. The capacity of the gas pipeline will make it possible to replace gas supplies that we had so far from the Russian Federation. And for gas system, this award means that you have noticed our efforts, our investments. That is why I'd like to say that for me, it is actually an award for the whole team, and it means that it is several hundred people. Congratulations to Minister Kravis for his award. Once again, many thanks for the chapter for appreciating our work. I hope you have a very fruitful conference in Rzeszów. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the main topic of this conference is energy security and energy transformation. We are discussing important topics, but the transformation is happening in municipalities as well. So we organized a competition once again for the most energy innovative local government. So Mr. Stec, coordinator of the project, will join me on stage together with Sonia Sobczak-Grigiel, and they will be moderators actually awarding prizes for the municipalities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin the finale of the competition for local authorities for the most innovative local governments edition 2022. This year's edition of the competition was held thanks to sponsors and partners. The main sponsor and the strategic partner and is the Agency of Development of the Industry, but there are also Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego and BGE Trading SA. So now I would like to invite, and there are also Dr. Mariusz Ruszel, professor of the University of Technology, initiator of the competition, and Dr. Sławomir Stec, coordinator of the competition. So, the aim of the competition was finding and awarding Polish municipalities very heavily involved in modernization of the energy sector. So we focused on initiatives completed in 2021 and their consequences and results in 3 areas: the investment of the year, transportation and construction, social action of the year, raising awareness in the society as to energy effectiveness and efficiency. And now there is a new category added in cooperation with the Agency for Development. It is called Aspiring Innovator of the Year in the heating sector for self-governments. So many thanks for sponsors of the competition, members of the chapter of the competition, and members of the organizational committee, because without them it wouldn't be possible to organize the competition. And now it's time for Krzysztof Michalski, Deputy CEO from the Agency of Development of the Industry, the main partner and the sponsor of the competition. And Radosław Kwiecień, member of the board of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, supporting sponsor of the competition. And Janusz Magoń, Deputy CEO, PGE Trading SA. And Professor Jarosław Sęp, President of the Board of the Advice Director for Development and Business Cooperation from the Rzeszów University of Technology. And within this competition, activities of Polish self-government were assessed in implementation of energy and climate policies in various areas. So the chapter decided to grant the following awards: in innovativeness in construction and transport, Przywice municipality from the Pomeranian Voivodeship.
Gmina Przywic otrzymuje tytuł Energetyczny Inwestor Roku z zakresu budownictwa.
So the municipality of Przywic receives the award of the Innovator of the Year in Transport and Construction, and all the winners are requested to remain on stage.
W obszarze inwestycji energetycznych z zakresu transportu.
In the area of transportation and energy investor of the year, here the winner is Poisk from the Mazowian region, and the municipality of Poisk, yes, and the head of the municipality will join me here on stage.
Gmina Poisk otrzymuje tytuł
receives the
energetyczny
title of
innowator roku z zakresu
the
transportu.
Investor of the Year in the energy sector, transportation.
W obszarze prowadzenia wzorcowych akcji społecznych z zakresu polityki klimatyczno-energetycznej
Social campaigns raising awareness. In this category, the municipality of Gdynia is the winner, so they receive the title of the promoter of knowledge on energy of year 2022. Deputy Mayor of Gdynia for Life Quality is joining me on stage.
Teraz pora poznać naszych laureatów
Now it's
w zakresie
time
drugiego
for
ogólnopolskiego
the
konkursu na
winners
najbardziej innowacyjny samorząd, energetycznie innowacyjny samorząd.
in the competition for the most innovative local authority. So let me start from place number 10, Dzierżgoń, Pomeranian Voivodeship. Unfortunately, we don't have any representatives of the municipality, and we will send the statuette to the municipality via a courier. Number 9, Michałowice, Mazowian Voivodeship. We don't have any representatives here in place, but they are joining us online. Number 8 is Besko from the Podkarpacie region, so head of the municipality will be joining me on stage. Number 7 goes to the municipality of Krosno. The mayor of the city of Krosno is joining me on stage.
Na 6. miejscu znalazła się gmina
Number 6, Tychy, Bożena Nowak, the head of the Department for the City Development and EU Funds in the City Council of the City of Tychy, will join me on stage. And now place number 5, the municipality of Rzeszów, Dariusz Urbanik, deputy mayor of the city of Rzeszów, is joining me on stage.
Na miejscu czwartym
Place number 4 goes to Potęgowo, last year's second place. Unfortunately, there is no representatives of the municipality of Potęgowo, so now the 3 first places in this year's edition. So number 3 is the Municipality of Poisk. So it is the third place in the competition for the most innovative local governments in terms of energy solutions. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure. So, on behalf of the head of the municipality, I'm receiving the award in this prestigious competition. In Poisk, we have started our energy revolution in 2005, when the boards of the municipal company and the city authorities made a decision to modernize the heating power plant and decided to transform it into biomass-fired plant. So now we have 100% green electrical energy and 75% of heating energy, and ecological result that we have achieved allows us to meet all the requirements which will be actually in place as obligatory in Poland in 2025. Last year, to follow sustainable policies, we completed the biggest investments in our town, building cycling lanes, and it was part of our activities to limit air pollution and increase city mobility. We have public transportation, which is fully ecological, and we also have a network of cycling lanes, which, as we hope, will allow us to decrease car traffic or perhaps eliminate it from the city center and take it to the roads around the city. And we hope to convince our inhabitants that it is more ecological to use a bicycle. Many thanks for this award. Many thanks to the chapter, to all of you. Thank you very much indeed.
Drugie miejsce w tegorocznej edycji przypadło gminie Przywic, która w ubiegłym roku była zwycięzcą konkursu. Teraz poproszę pana Marka Zimawskiego, wójta Przywica, o wypowiedź.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Zacznę od podziękowań dla organizatorów, za uznanie. Drugie miejsce, tak jak drużyna polska w siatkówce, jest bardzo ważnym wydarzeniem. Dalej jesteśmy na podium. Jeszcze poprawić, ale nawet gdyby było za rok trzecie miejsce, to przyjedziemy,
location next year, but even if we were to be third next year, it will still come because it's worth meeting and exchanging experience. I frequently meet Minister Zyska when we talk about renewable resources and Perspektywa Benda. Recently we received Amber of Polish energy industry, so I'm thankful for that prize as well. And I would thank the founder of the prize last year, MS System, and the smart bus stop canopy is already in operation, and anyone who starts in this competition, I hope you will get such a bus stop shelter. We started from the very beginning with renewable resources because obviously the energy is a cost item on our budget, so it's always worth reducing energy consumption or using new solutions. So solar thermal panels, photovoltaic panels, thermal
mam nadzieję,
retrofits, and now a
wszystkim
project which I
samorządom,
hope will
wspólnotom.
contribute to will
Projekt
be
Sereny,
useful
jedyny w
for all
Europie projekt z udziałem
local
samorządu
government.
wiejskiego. My
So
jesteśmy
Seren,
obiektem
which is
badawczym.
the only
Efekt
place
za
with
2
a
lata
rural
powinien być
local
taki, że
authority that
będzie
we
można
are
łączyć się
involved in as a
pewne
research
systemy
object.
zamknięte, chodzi o
In 2 years'
wspólnoty
time, you will be able to
mieszkaniowe,
combine your system into a closed
firmy,
island
które
system. So
mogą samodzielnie działać
housing
w obszarze
communities
energii.
or condominia,
Także jest
companies
jeszcze
that can be
tematów do
independent in terms
zorganizowania,
of
do
energy. So
wyjaśnienia.
there are many
Też
topics to be
również w kwestiach
organized and
prawa.
clarified.
Jeszcze raz dziękuję
Also
za
with
to
regards to
wyróżnienie.
how such islands will
Dziękuję
operate. So I
wszystkim
want
za
to thank
uwagę.
everyone for their
Dziękuję bardzo. I polecam energię odnawialną
participation
jako
and interest. And
coś
I
ważnego w
recommend the
naszym
renewable
życiu
energy
dla
as something that's
zdrowia i
important
dla
in your life,
finansów. Dziękuję.
both for your health and your finance. So thank you.
Decyzją kapitułu konkursu w tegorocznej edycji tytuł
The
lidera
chapter of
najbardziej
the competition
innowacyjnego
of this
energetycznie
year
samorządu zdobywa gmina
gives the
Gdynia.
title of the leader of the most energy
Zapraszam
friendly
serdecznie
and
pana
environmentally
prezydenta
friendly energy local government is the
do
Gdynia
zabrania
municipality. I would like to ask the to take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies
jeśli
and
będzie wolno
gentlemen,
w imieniu własnym prezydenta
I hope that on my own behalf, of the mayor, Professor Szczurek, and all the young residents of the Gdynia municipality, I want to thank the chapter for this prize and this title, because among many projects that we are implementing in Gdynia, there is also one where we try to encourage the students of rural schools to pay attention to energy by involving them in investment projects, and we're telling them how important a pillar of taking care of the quality of life in our city is to take care of the environment. I want to use this opportunity to thank my colleagues, all local governments in the country, for the gigantic work we're doing in this regard. And I want to say that I have the pleasure to be working with a very creative team. We sometimes get various prizes and awards, but this award is particularly important to us because I can assure the chapter, thanking you for this distinguishing title, that we will try to reach everyone in our city how important it is to save energy and how much we have to do also as grassroots initiatives to ensure that we take really good care of our city. So I want to thank you very much once again.
Teraz chwila dla fotoreporterów. Wszystkim laureatom serdecznie
So all the winners, we would like to congratulate you and thank you for your efforts. And now the decision of the second additional category of the competition proposed in this year's edition. So we will announce the winner of the category of Aspiring Innovator of the Year in Heating Management. Heat Engineering.
Tytuł aspirującego innowatora.
Aspiring Innovator of the Year in Heat Engineering, and thus an invitation to implement an investment project for a heating plant using ELENA tools is given to Ms. Mazowiecki. And Ms. Mazowiecki is represented online by Marcin Jagłowski, who is the mayor of Ms. Mazowiecki, and I would like to ask him to take the floor, and I would like to congratulate you very much. Pozdrawiam wszystkich uczestników konferencji w pięknym mieście Rzeszowie, z samego centrum Mazowsza, z Mińska Mazowieckiego. Chciałbym bardzo serdecznie podziękować za dostrzeżenie naszych aspiracji zielonej energii dla naszej spółki ciepłowniczej, szczególnie w tych bardzo trudnych dla ciepłownictwa czasach, kiedy pod koniec 2020 roku nasza spółka oddała do użytku nową elektrociepłownię kogeneracyjną na gaz ziemny. Miałem wtedy wielką nadzieję, że z naszego miasta powoli będą znikać hałdy węgla, bo dotychczas ciepłownictwo oparte było na węglu. No jednak dzisiejsze ceny gazu, 10-krotnie, w zasadzie większa cena gazu niż to, co mamy zakontraktowane, powoduje, że niestety, ale trzeba do tego węgla wracać. To jest bardzo niepokojące dla miasta takiego jak nasze, które każdej zimy zmaga się z dużym smogiem. Trochę optymizmem powiało dzisiaj, kiedy pan prezes Gaz-Systemu poinformował nas o oddaniu tej wielkiej inwestycji, która ma zapewnić nam zdywersyfikowaną dostawę gazu i miejmy nadzieję niższe ceny. Miejmy nadzieję, że to pozwoli naszym ciepłowniom na oddech i odstąpienie od tego brudnego węgla w naszym ciepłownictwie. W każdym bądź razie widzimy, że przyszłością są oczywiście odnawialne źródła energii. Plany, które ma ciepłownia w Mińsku Mazowieckim, to nie tylko odejście od węgla na rzecz gazu, ale też ta dywersyfikacja ciepła poprzez właśnie produkcję w odnawialnych źródłach. Układy solarne, to są pompy ciepła, to oczywiście fotowoltaika. Samorządy bardzo chcą przystępować do tego rodzaju inwestycji. Jesteśmy gotowi, mamy bardzo dużo zaangażowania właśnie w tą stronę. Potrzebujemy dobrego prawa, pieniędzy na inwestycje. Tego wszystkim samorządom życzę, aby takie warunki były dla nas stworzone, abyśmy mogli inwestować w zieloną energię. To będzie wtedy naprawdę dla wszystkich z ogromną korzyścią, przede wszystkim dla naszego zdrowia, naszych mieszkańców. Jeszcze raz bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za tą nagrodę i mam nadzieję, że te środki, które udało nam się pozyskać na przygotowanie inwestycji w zieloną energię, już niebawem zaprocentują czystszym powietrzem w Mińsku Mazowieckim. Cleaner air in Minsk Mazowiecki and its environs.
Bardzo dziękuję panie burmistrzu. Jeszcze raz serdecznie gratulujemy.
So, Mr. Mayor, we would like to thank you very much for this, and I want to thank the mayors and the rector for presenting those awards and for congratulating the participants. I want to thank the organizers of the course. So the Institute of Energy Policy of Mr. Łukasiewicz would like to thank all the sponsors. The main sponsor is the Agency of Industrial Development SA for financial contribution and topical contribution. So this is to the president, and he is receiving a commemorative statuette of Ignacy Łukasiewicz, and the supporting sponsor, that is BGK Bank, for their financial contribution and content contribution is a commemorative drop of oil, of petroleum, is presented by the And similarly, thank you for the financial and content contribution, a drop of oil to Mr. Rachoń, who is the president of PGE Trading. I want to thank the CEOs and the rector and the professor for presenting these awards, and I would like you to remain on stage, and I would like to ask the president of the Agency for Industrial Development, Krzysztof Michalski, to take the floor. He is the strategic partner of the competition, and he's initiated the category of Aspiring Innovator of the Year in Heat Engineering. So, in this case, we want to add a category to this competition, the category of aspiring innovator, and just like the Bank Gospodarstwa, the National Energy Saving Energy Foundation and the SBP Energy, we want to award Municipality for this inspiring project to supplement cogeneration with renewable energy sources, so heat from thermal solar panels, PV panels, and heat pumps. But we also wanted to recognize 3 innovators. Those are municipal plants from Krosno. Krosno is going to be building a power unit that uses the energy from waste, that is residual waste after waste has been sorted. Local authority of Koło, which is building a unit that will be fed with, actually building a heating system with geothermal energy source, and the Miastko municipal company that will take the local coal-fired unit into a cogeneration unit with heat pumps and natural gas, so turbines. So all these projects reduce our energy dependence on fossil fuel, and makes it more efficient so that the residents get savings in their heating bills. So I want to congratulate all the nominees. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. I would like to thank all the local authorities that applied to participate in this competition this year, and I would like to invite you to join us next year in the competition for local authorities for the most energy efficient local government 2023, and we will soon have the first plenary panel of the conference this year, and I would therefore like to ask Mr. Dainius Praises, the Minister of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Herman Hauszczenko, Minister of Ukraine, who is online with us, Minister Irena Łużycka, who is the Deputy Minister for Climate and Environment and Government Representative for Renewable Energy Sources, and also Mr. Kwiecik, who is the President of the Board of BGK, and I will ask Mr. Wojciech Jakubik, who is the Editor-in-Chief of the Business Alert PL portal, to chair this panel.
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Widzimy się po raz
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 7th time that we are meeting at a conference in Rzeszów, and we are opening with a panel on energy security and energy transformation in special circumstances of a war and Russia's invasion on Ukraine, and in the midst of a gas crisis evoked by Russia, and we are actually facing this crisis throughout our continent, and we'll discuss it with Herman Hauszczenko. We hope he's listening to us online, so I guess I will start speaking English in order to talk to our panelists in English. So I have information that we'll have Jarosław Demczenkow, Deputy Minister dealing with European integration at the Ministry of Energy in Ukraine. I hope we'll hear him in a second.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can see you actually right now. So first of all, big applause for you and the United Armed Forces of Ukraine. We are keeping fingers crossed for your counter-offensive near Kharkiv. All the best to you and your soldiers, sir.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, thank you for the possibility to address you today. Our greetings and from Ministry of Energy of Ukraine, from Minister German Galushenko. Unfortunately, Minister now has some emergency meetings because of this situation in energy sector, because of night's shelters attack, and this is really very difficult time and tough time for our country. Every had been a battlefield between the democratic Europe and authoritarian Russian metropolis long before the full-scale invasion on February 24. Sowing divides, manipulating markets, breeding politicians, and other problems with Russia has been Russian tactics for many years. With only goal, they have just only one goal: to strengthen Europe's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. And Russian best friends are fear and mistrust. We saw fear in 2009 and 2014, as well as in 2019, before the trilateral transit contract was concluded. When there are no other arguments, Russia resorts to weaponizing of energy supply. And this is really big problem and big threat of our modern history of our Europe and whole world, that Russia weaponize of energy supply and energy sector. The recent story with Nord Stream 1 turbine, oil leakage, and indefinite maintenance are all attest as how far the Russia can go in testing our limits. However, weaponization of energy by Putin is reaching now unprecedented levels. Our energy front, energy infrastructure has been under regular attack of Russia. Occupation of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant and its disconnection from Ukrainian power grid, seizure of gas pumping station, destruction of electricity infrastructure, sudden increase of pressure in transmission pipes, dismantling and drilling wind and solar farms. This list of everything can go on. Nevertheless, I would like to mention that yesterday, following a devastating defeat at the battlefield, the Russians decided to attack the critical objects of the energy infrastructure. It completely switched off Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. It launched 11 rockets that target transmission system and substations. Only 2 of them reached the target, but nevertheless left without electricity around 10 million people in Kharkivska, Sumska, Poltavska, Dnipropetrovska Oblast of our country. It also severely damaged one of the biggest thermal power plant in Ukraine, Kharkiv CHP 5, thus making the next heating season is in this big city, in one of the largest cities in Ukraine, even more challenging. These objects are a purely civilian nature. Any else has doubt that Russia is a terroristic state. Recently, we were shocked by information that Russia Railways received an order to draft 10,000 mercenaries, but the report by Bulgarian journalist Mr. Grozov says that Putin ordered each government, corporation, and oligarchs are told to set up their own PMC for new stage in October. Gazprom, Rosneft has private military companies. This is beyond any imagination. Dear colleagues, the Russian narrative had been simple. Left the sanctions, let Nord Stream 2 operate, prices will fall, and we will continue business as usual. The efficient European reaction to the current challenge includes two ingredients: reinforce solidarity and unity. I believe there is no more illusion as regards reliability of Russia and its companies as regard reliability of supply. The high price we pay now are not because of shortage of supply or of sanctions against the aggressor state. We all pay for the year of deaf earth, blind eyes, and letting Russian bride blackmail and manipulate. There is only one state to blame. There is only one person responsible for all of this. Sanctions must stay until Russia withdraws its troops, pays reparations, and dispose of its nuclear weapons. We cannot afford terrorists to continue threatening democratic nations with nuclear war. Indeed, the next winter will be the most difficult in decades, and maybe the winter next year too. But as friend of Ukraine, Joseph Sikela, and Commissioner Kadri Simpson said during the Extraordinary Council meeting on February, we are on the right track and we made right decisions. Ukraine is ready to further continue to the common case. In the past, when Nord Stream 1 was put to maintenance, Ukrainian gas transmission system operator transported a yearly equivalent of 110 BCM of gas, which is more than the current transit through Ukraine and the average capacity of Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 combined. Ukraine utilized its underground gas storages by approximately 60%, and the rest could be used by neighboring countries. In view of the common challenges, we are ready to consider flexible pricing option. Ukraine potential for inexpensive electricity import to the EU are underutilized. We have implemented almost all technical measures which were required by ENSOE technicians. We feel strong demand and will be ready to supply, indeed, if the situation at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant allows. Dear colleagues, EU energy ministers also supported the increase of electricity imports at their extraordinary meeting on Friday. This is indeed a mutual beneficial process. Finally, we would like to thank for international assistance to energy sector. The first batches of specialized equipment reached Ukraine within days after the invasion. Poland and Lithuania were the first. The help keeps coming. So far, we managed to reconnect almost 6 million households. We all here in Ukraine grateful for all your support and solidarity. Stand with Ukraine, and thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, big applause for our friend from Ukraine, for his country. We prepare for the worst, but of course we hope for the best as soon as possible, as soon as you will fight back this barbaric aggression from the east. So thank you once again, and we'll switch to our audience, to our stage. We'll speak with different minister, but from the same part of the world, the same part of discussion on energy security when it comes to the mindset. Mr. Kreivys, I'd like to ask you about the opportunities connected with the energy crunch, because we all agree that we should counter Russian blackmail, that what is happening on the energy market is a Russian blackmail. We all know that, we agree on that. Since 7 years of this conference, every year, we agree on that. So let's move forward and let's speak about the possibilities of cooperation between Poland, Lithuania, to wider extent between Central and Eastern countries when it comes to natural gas, and of course your FSRU in Klaipėda. What are the prospects of development, of further cooperation? And on the other hand, when it comes to renewables, because we are all Baltic states, Poland is also a Baltic state, and we could make those wind farms spin really quick on the Baltic Sea, and we could actually do it together. So those two perspectives, sir, could you share it with us?
Thank you very much for the question. I'm very glad that we together managed to build faster, as was planned initially, our connector Gipel between Lithuania and Poland. And now we see the results that from Klaipėda, gas is flowing to Poland. Each day I'm checking the flow. It's around 40 gigawatt hours, usually flows to Poland since the opening. And it's busy since very, very opening. This is encouraging, and this shows that the connector was built on time, that our region is, let's say, quite wise when you compare to other nations. And Poland has Naukowa, Baltic pipe is at the end, and the Slovakian connector. That means somehow we managed to build infrastructure on time, and that's why we are on the safe side. Looking to perspective, what we see in Baltic region, until the end of the year, we are going to have second terminal in Finland. This means that the security of the region is complete, and we could transfer on yearly basis around 2 BCM gas to Poland and to Europe. Looking towards perspective, we are planning, and now we are doing study on expansion of Klaipėda's LNG terminal from 3.7 to 6 BCM. It means we could, after a couple of years, we could transfer a higher amount of gas to Europe.
How many years?
2 to 3 years.
So in 2025 you could...
25, 26.
Yeah, you could
it depends. Like export even higher capacities up to 5 BCM from Baltic region to other regions of Europe, to Poland, and via Poland to Slovakia, Ukraine, and other countries. This means this huge expansion, what is going now in Baltics, will, let's say, increase the security of supply in the region, diversification of supply, and I'm happy that Lithuania could and other Baltic nations could help Europe to, let's say, to go through this current circumstances but what we face. On renewables, Lithuania, concerning renewables, not renewables, just in the beginning I would like to talk about electricity.
Where synchronization, which was mentioned.
In Lithuania. So we still are in Brel ring. Brel ring means Russia, Belarus, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And we would like, as I mentioned in my speech, we would like to desynchronize as fast as we can. At the beginning of 2024, we are almost be complete, looking from energy security perspective. We are working hard with all TCOs, and I'm very glad and very thankful for PCA for working with us hard and supporting at all levels, including NSOE level. But let's say connectivity, synchronization is one issue. What we've done together with our Litpolin connector, now we have this connector working in synchronous mode. Could work in synchronous mode. It was tested. So at any time, if Russians decide to disconnect us from Brel ring, we could easily in a very short time to connect via Poland to European network to NSOE. That means we are completely on the safe side now. What is needed? We need until 2024 just implement to finish a couple of projects to be in line with the NSOE requirements which was given to us. Concerning renewables, Lithuania needs generation. And our only way, what we see us, is a way to develop renewables. Our final target is 2030. We say Lithuania becomes electricity exporting country, or ammonia, or hydrogen, maybe hydrogen a bit later. And everything will come from renewables, only from renewables. So we are planning to have around 9 gigawatts of electricity generated from renewables, from offshore wind, onshore wind, and solar. 2025, 60% of our consumption will come from renewables. We are planning to have somewhere 2 gigawatts of solar, and almost 2 gigawatts of onshore wind. So this is our targets, and we are moving fast. Just in the spring parliamentary session, we passed refurbished law on. It's not amendment because so many amendments we put in. It almost new law on renewables. This opened the gates so widely that we are now have big boom of renewables. Everybody trying to build solar, wind powers, and I hope that this trajectory will keep climbing up. And we have state support for prosumers. We are planning to support heavily our business with loans for renewables. Our target that every household, every business could produce electricity by themselves. Mm-hmm. This is our target, and this is not vision, because we are laying very concrete programs to achieve that target, and I'm pretty sure that in 2025 in 2050 we'll achieve those targets which I named in my speech.
What are the prospects of cooperation between Polish and Lithuanian companies when it comes to offshore wind in Lithuania?
Yeah, I think that it is very, very bright perspective, I would say, particularly between, I'm talking about cooperation between our companies Ignitis and Orlen. So actually our offshore potential not very big. It's we could build around 3 gigawatt of offshore.
So 2 wind farms, 3 wind farms.
Yeah,
like
but we should have in mind that just nearby we have very big potential of Estonia and Latvia. And Lithuania is let's say, stationed at the end of this chain, and most of electricity or could be our potential investments as well in Estonia and Latvia offshore flow by Lithuania and Poland towards Germany to look how the energy systems and grid is going to look after 10 years. Most of grid and electricity will flow to, or hydrogen and ammonia will flow to Germany. So we could cooperate and first of all in ensuring our energy security, our electricity needs, and afterwards to be huge exporters of energy towards Germany and other Central European countries.
I hope it will happen. We are cooperating for so many years, so we just need to follow this path, and we do, and we will. Thank you very much for this voice from Lithuania, not only about the threat that we are speaking about all day, but also about the prospects in spite of this threat. And I'll switch to Polish to speak to our minister. Panie ministrze, z nami jest pan Ireneusz Zyska, który poza tym, że jest wiceministrem klimatu i środowiska, jest również pełnomocnikiem do spraw odnawialnych źródeł energii. Dlatego też poprosiłbym pana ministra o jedną krótką wypowiedź generalną na temat sytuacji, o której mówili ministrowie z Ukrainy, z Litwy, o kryzysie energetycznym, jak będziemy odpowiadać wspólnie na to.
How we are going to jointly respond to this challenge, and second, more specific contribution on your topic, that is renewable energy sources and the regional cooperation in this regard for the benefit of energy security, but also lower energy prices. So, Minister, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference, and here at the Rzeszów University of Technology, energy security, which is the main topic this year related to the Russian policy of an energy blackmail aimed at Central European states, but actually the entire world. So the war in Ukraine, the war fought in Ukraine is a direct military clash, but we must call a spade a spade. We are also fighting in this war, but we're fighting it on the energy field, an economic field. So the war and Russian view that Russia deserves some extraordinary imperial position in Europe and in the world implies a number of problems which are experienced by citizens of European states. And I want to use this opportunity to tell you directly and thank the Minister of Lithuania and the Minister of Energy in the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Danius Kreivis, for the great cooperation in building the interconnector between Poland, the Gibel interconnector between Poland and Lithuania, and the possibility to send gas from Lithuania to Poland. It's two-way. So I want to greet the Minister and everyone who is present at this conference. I want to share the greetings of Anna Moskva, who is the Minister of Climate and Environment, and she was supposed to participate in this debate today, but unfortunately, she had very important duties related to securing and ensuring the energy security for Polish citizens did not allow her to be present here today in Rzeszów. But all the more am I happy, and I find this a great honor that I can participate in this discussion. As European states, we have to cooperate and we have to break the Russian monopoly, precisely built and planned over several decades, last decades, and that was a monopoly for the supply of not only natural gas but also oil and coal to European states, because the actual function of those supplies, deliveries, were to make Europe dependent on Russia, in fact. And today, as the minister has noticed, the masks are off and nobody has any doubt anymore. Even if anybody claims that this is not so, if people are saying that Russia was provoked or that it ever had any good intentions, they don't believe them what they're saying themselves. So to break the Russian monopoly, we have to cooperate also with Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Baltic Sea states, and this is done as part of a large economic and energy project, but this project is of civilizational importance, and that is building offshore wind farms in the Baltic. On the 30th of September 2020, we signed the Baltic Declaration in Szczecin, and that was initiated by the then Minister of Climate, Michał Kurtyka, and that declaration was signed by all Baltic states, apart from Russia, and the European Commission. And this year, this cooperation was expanded, strengthened by signing the Marienborg Declaration in Copenhagen. Mateusz Morawiecki was present there, and Minister of Environment Michał Czetwertyński was there as a signatory, and we intend to cooperate even closer, because in extraordinary times of extraordinary threats, you have to take extraordinary decisions. And maybe we cannot prejudge this today. Maybe this cooperation will lead us to create a joint energy project of the Baltic Sea states, where all the states will use the energy generated offshore. Of course, there is always some reservation, there is always some concern related to the fact that every state along the Baltic Sea coast would like to use this institutional effort of adopting the law, building the entire chain of supply, building installation and service harbors, the fleet of ships that will service these wind farms. So these states would like to use this energy for their own purposes first. And this is obvious because we need to diversify the supply of energy and fuels from other directions, but energy security is also about the fact that we should produce as much energy as possible in the country, and that it should include renewable energy sources to the extent it's possible in the existing conditions, and in the context of ensuring that the energy system, the grid, works in a stable fashion. And Poland has a huge potential. We all know that from the beginning of 2021, when in February 2021 the Council of Ministers adopted the energy policy of Poland until 2040, we said it should include at least 11 gigawatts of capacity in offshore, but we know that the potential is much greater. Right now, research is ongoing about this potential, and that includes all elements related to maritime economy, that is transport, shipping, both high seas shipping and cabotage shipping, nearshore shipping, fishing, and national defense, but we have potential that is at least several times greater. And this shows that Okay, the minister said Lithuania can generate the maximum of 3.5 gigawatts in offshore. If Poland were to produce more than 22 gigawatts, that would be a lot of capacity, and that capacity would be useful not only for Poland, but we could share this energy between the partners as part of this Baltic ring that possibly will be established. This is a very large project, and obviously, when we're talking about energy security, we must add to this, talking about the diversification of the sources of supply of natural gas. So, of course, Baltic pipe, but also interconnectors with Lithuania, with Slovakia, that were recently built or expanded, or expanding the regasification terminal of LNG in Świnoujście, building a floating LNG terminal in the Gdańsk Bay. This all will be built, and as states that are friendly, that know the price of freedom and price of security, also energy security of our citizens, we are not only declaring that we want to, but that we will be strictly cooperating in order to defend ourselves from the blackmail or the pressure by a state that we can consider to be an aggressor, a global aggressor, that is Russia, and that we can defend ourselves from their blackmail by strict cooperation, strict understanding, and implementing joint energy projects. So thank you, Minister, and those are not empty words, because we're doing this as part of accelerated diversification and strengthening cooperation between our countries. We have heard about the possibility of cooperating with Ukraine that has been discussed by Deputy Minister of that state, and apart from the fact that we know that Ukraine is paying the highest price for our freedom, we're also paying it in the prices of energy and gas. That's also a price of freedom, and there is also market valuation necessary. And BGK, the bank, is collecting funds that we need to have this. And so I would like you to give me a brief contribution about how we'll finance this energy transition, amended to improve security, which policy we will be implementing between our countries. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to speak on this panel, because what the ministers have been saying, the very important investment projects, well, obviously, they discover what the war showed, that in order to develop economically, we have to be independent in energy terms, not only from the energy, the sources from which the energy is obtained, but also, and it's important that I can say this here at the Rzeszów University of Technology, that we must be independent in terms of technology. We have to have this national content and domestic content that is important, and that gives us this security of energy generation. So you have focused me so much on how to focus it all, how to finance it all, because the sources of finance are always the dash of the T and the dot of the I. And of course, BGK is a bank different from every other bank, because this is a Polish development bank. And our approach to such projects is very much part of the mission of this bank, which is a sustainable development, social and economic of Poland, but it also contributes to our business model, in which one of the main programs is the strategic security, and there energy engineering plays first fiddle. And like President Zyska said, and what Deputy Minister Zyska said about the renewable energy sources, so we're looking at everything from photovoltaics through wind turbines, the main offshore wind farms, which is to be a very important engine for not only producing energy, but also storing it, producing hydrogen, and many other very important elements. And here, just talking about offshore, by 2040, our investment outlays are to amount to 154 million zlotys and billion zlotys, that is, I'm sorry, and the beginning is 34 billion zlotys. That's just for the start. And when? Those are the projects that are being prepared right now. We've got PKN, Orlen, and PG, which are really closing the finance of those projects. They are very far advanced in those negotiations. And when we look at the Polish banking system, both the level of outlays and the rest are a major challenge for the sector, and it's very important here to cooperate with international institutions, because the model says you can only have 60% of bank debt, the rest must be equity and state programs and support. So here we need very strong cooperation in order for this financial assembly to work out. And let me just ask about the regional dimension. So Poland and Lithuania want to build such projects jointly. Will the BGK work more broadly as it used to work as part of the 3Cs initiative? So yes, we're working very closely with Lithuania as part of the 3Cs. But also we have regional contacts with Lithuanian Development Bank, and yes, we have those contacts. And let me just add, an important element for energy security is solidarity. It has been said here by the ministers, but to summarize and to combine this with one bracket, in fighting this aggressor, we have to be solidary, and this is why the interconnectors and the joint management and the policy of action concerning gas and offshore, because we have a huge field of cooperation there. But I wanted to touch upon yet another element, because we're talking about local authorities. We're talking about large-scale utility power generation, which is very important to stabilize RES, which are unstable, and let's be honest about it. But at the same time, they are struggling with the price curve, because they could stabilize the prices because the prices are very attractive, but the local authorities have a major role to play because they have heat engineering, they have local energy generation, which is extremely needed, especially all processes of energy saving. Now that we have been told that we may have to cause blackouts, that we are to lower temperatures indoors, those are very important elements, and BGK is working very closely with local authorities on this, because we have thermal retrofit systems, we have support for the heating engineering system, which has had poor results after last season, so we have special guarantee and financial products that will allow the thermal plants to contract coal and get financing, so that Poles are not short of heat. We will not be short of heat, I hope, and everybody's working on this at the national and European level. But before we move the debate to the corridors, before a short coffee break, I know that the organizers have prepared something extra for us, and the organizers are coming with some information for us, information about a very important topic.
Szanowni Państwo,
I've had it all written on paper for me, so it is now my honor to say that after every panel here in Rzeszów, we award a prize to the most interesting speaker, and this time it was given to Mr. Jarosław Temczenko, who is connecting with us online. So this prize will be forwarded to him, and so Poland and Lithuania, I'm sure, are expressing our solidarity with our friends from Ukraine. I want to thank our great panelists, be they online, be they live here. A big hand for them, a brief coffee break, and then we're coming back to the next panel.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców uczelni wyższych, ale także z praktyków, którzy realizowali wiele projektów krajowych oraz międzynarodowych. Przygotowujemy analizy, raporty, jesteśmy w stanie przygotować studium wykonalności, a także analizę legislacyjną na potrzeby klienta. Jesteśmy w stanie również przygotować szkolenia dotyczące aspektów energetycznych oraz prognozy ekonomiczne. Serdecznie zapraszamy.
Przepraszam, przerwa kawowa będzie trwała 20 minut.
ML System. We are changing the world for future generations. Nature is our treasure, so we care for the environment. By taking action so that future generations can enjoy planet Earth as we know it. The energy transformation is crucial, and we are proud to be a part of it. In our well-equipped Research and Development Center, we create innovations on a global scale. Problem-solving is our natural inspiration for designing and the creation of solutions which then find application in everyday life. Our factory produces silicon cells, photovoltaic modules, as well as mounting systems for photovoltaic installations. We invented quantum glass, a revolutionary transparent photovoltaic glass, with quantum layers with a broad spectrum of applications. With the use of lasers, we make engravings for luminescent glass. We pride ourselves at being probably the largest manufacturer in the world of aesthetical photovoltaic sunshades. Photovoltaic facades of various designs are at our specialization. Just like photovoltaic skylights, or colored photovoltaic modules blending into their surroundings in the least invasive way. Our smart city solutions turn spaces into functional energy-generating pieces of modern small architecture tailored always to individual needs. We supply complete solutions of building integrated photovoltaic systems, as well as the innovative glass generating heat, the heating glass windowsill with a temperature controller and a built-in induction charger, modern glass bathroom heaters, or glass with switchable transparency. We also focus on protecting health, providing virucidal glass barriers or the item disinfecting UV box. But most importantly, COVID detector. We contribute to protecting the planet and limiting the effects of global warming. ML System. We are changing the world for future generations.
Ale mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE. Prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Życie to energia. Być może nie zastanawiałeś się, skąd się bierze, jaką drogę musi przebyć. Ale dzięki nam masz pewność, że zawsze będzie tam, gdzie jej potrzebujesz. Już od ponad 15 lat Gaz System zarządza siecią przesyłową w Polsce. Zapewniamy bezpieczeństwo i ciągłość dostaw. Co roku przesyłamy miliardy metrów sześciennych gazu. Stale rozwijamy się, budując tysiące kilometrów nowych gazociągów. Współtworzymy zintegrowane systemy przesyłowe w Europie, dzięki takim projektom jak dwukierunkowy gazociąg łączący Polskę i Danię, korytarz północ-południe czy interkonektory. Będąc filarem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego kraju i regionu, rozwijamy inwestycje umożliwiające dostawy gazu z nowych źródeł i kierunków. Rozbudowujemy terminal LNG w Świnoujściu. Jesteśmy też odpowiedzialni za powstanie terminalu pływającego w Zatoce Gdańskiej. Zatrudniamy ponad 3000 pracowników, których łączy pasja i profesjonalizm w dostarczaniu czystej, konkurencyjnej cenowo i stabilnej energii. Dążymy do zrównoważonego rozwoju, wspierając lokalne społeczności i chroniąc środowisko. A ponad wszystko zmieniamy oblicze polskiego gazownictwa oraz integrujemy rynek gazu w Europie. Gaz System. System, który łączy.
mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że hu. Tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Jeden, dwa, trzy.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego waga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo prosimy już o zajmowanie miejsc.
Przedstawiamy wpływ działalności polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych na rozwój kraju oraz redukcję własnego śladu węglowego. Sektor elektroenergetyczny nieustannie się zmienia. Pojawiają się nowe technologie wytwarzania energii, zmieniają się regulacje prawne, rośnie znaczenie prosumentów. Wśród tych dynamicznych przekształceń nasza rola pozostaje niezmienna. Zarządzamy pracą krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego. Dbamy, żeby w każdym momencie dostępne było tyle energii elektrycznej, ile jest potrzebne. Aktywnie uczestniczymy również w przygotowaniu nowych rozwiązań rynkowych mających zapewnić integrację europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. W codziennej...
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc. Szanowni Państwo, drodzy internauci, witamy Państwa ponownie. Przechodzimy do dalszej części.
Welcome again, welcome after the break. Now it's time for Maciej Kołaczkowski from World Economy Forum about the global trends in the energy sector. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo. Czy słyszą mnie Państwo?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Świetnie.
Great.
Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Thank you so much.
Bardzo się cieszę móc być
I'd like to say it is a great pleasure to be here in person. Last year I participated online, but I'm so glad to be back and participate in the conference, which is getting bigger, better every year actually. So it is my great honor to be here. When we look at the energy trends, obviously the war in Ukraine is among the biggest factors shaping the markets, and in a way we can say that the war in Ukraine might be a local conflict, but it has a global impact on the energy market. So obviously it actually caused the prices going up, actually soaring. And the same goes for oil prices. Coal is also quite expensive. So there is transfer of wealth from countries importing energy resources to countries exporting energy resources. And obviously, it creates challenges for importing countries, consuming countries, just like Poland, among other states. Obviously, these challenges are connected with high prices and lack of certainty whether physically energy resources will be available. So, responding to these challenges, consuming countries undertake various activities in order to optimize demand or consumption, and they also want to minimize the demand. So they are trying to withhold certain activities like production of fertilizers. It may be one of the examples. Importantly, also consumers, individual consumers, undertake activities aiming at limitation of their consumption. I would say it is a new phenomenon which is actually positive. And then governments go in the other direction in a way, so they subsidize energy consumption to individual users as well as industrial users and energy companies, so that it is possible to maintain them on the market so they can continuously function. As a result of these processes, energy security and costs of obtaining energy are very interesting to all of us. If we met last year, we were talking mostly about climate. It was our focus. Now the priorities shifted in many places in the world, so we moved more towards energy security and energy consumption. But what about the climate? There is a big question whether we can see reversing these trends in energy transition. From my perspective, at the moment, we can see actually a certain step back because we use more coal or other energy carriers which are simply available because we have to live through the winter. But in the longer run, I believe that current events will cause accelerated pace of energy transformation. I would say that motivation may have changed, so why we want to have this energy transformation? Last year it was only climate, and now we want to have secure energy, affordable energy. But actually the answer or the response and various activities undertaken are the same. The point is that countries, governments, and industrial entities will invest significantly in renewable energy sources, in new nuclear sources, hydrogen, new technologies of energy storing, or demand management. It is very beneficial from the perspective of energy security. So these technologies make us more independent of constant importation of fuels. Secondly, high prices of traditional energy carriers minimize or eliminate the green premium. The green premium is the difference between, the green bonus is the difference between the state-of-the-art clean solution and traditional solution based on coal or another energy carrier, which is usually cheaper. But at the moment when gas is 10-20 times more expensive than last year, the green bonus in many sectors disappeared. Or other solutions may be even more competitive. Well, so bigger competitiveness will cause bigger attractiveness in terms of investment, bigger attractiveness of modern solutions and state-of-the-art solutions. And I guess many funds will appear in these sectors. And the third item, why acceleration? It is connected with demand. It is a new phenomenon. The demand was usually neglected. In the debate, it was slightly neglected by politicians or by companies, and the energy sector is mostly focused on supply-oriented thinking. Now everyone is looking for a better solution to manage demand, to limit consumption, or they are looking for alternatives. And I would say it is the third argument for which energy transformation has accelerated. So let me sum it up. The climate is now in the background when we think about priorities at the moment. Now energy security and energy costs are our focal points, or are the focus actually of various activities of governments and companies. But this change does not cause reversing the trends of energy transformation. From my perspective, it actually has accelerated the process, and we are going to observe higher usage of hydrogen, nuclear power, and other technologies of energy storage or other methods of managing the demand. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It was a global overview on the energy sector. Now let us move on to the plenary panel on development of hydrogen economy in Poland. So I would like to invite Ireneusz Zyska, Deputy Minister of Climate and Environment, representative of the Government for Renewable Energy Sources. Minister, please join us on stage. And then Tymoteusz Pruchnik, Gas Trading Management Board, Dawid Cycoń, Chairman of ML System, Krzysztof Michalski, the Industrial Development Agency, Grzegorz Tochorek, the University of Warsaw, Maciej Kołaczkowski, World Economic Forum, Dr. Anna Mikulska, Baker Institute for Public Policy, Professor Jarosław Sęp, Deputy Rector of the Technical University of Technology of Rzeszów, as well as President of the Board of the Subcarpathian Hydrogen Valley, Dr. Mirosław Kurtyka, Minister of Climate and Environment 2019-2021, Jakub Kupecki, Head of the Center for Hydrogen Technologies, Institute of Power Engineering. So please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to turn to Ireneusz Zyska, the Minister of Climate and Environment. Could you introduce us to our panel discussion? Over to you, Minister.
Szanowny panie profesorze,
Professor, all the distinguished panelists,
szanowni państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, all the participants of this important conference at the University of Technology in Rzeszów. I am deeply honored to be able to play this function as the person who initiates this discussion about directions of development of hydrogen economy in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, we began, well, it was at the Ministry of Climate, because back then it was the name, now we are the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and we started work to start foundations for this new sector of the economy. It was my great honor and pleasure to cooperate with Michał Kurtyka, who is also present here. He used to be the Minister of Climate, and Minister created initial conditions for us to boldly and bravely to outline directions and framework for development of hydrogen economy in Poland. He also made it possible to launch activities which led to some strategic achievements. We can boast a little bit about them at the moment. Poland is not a lone island. We have taken advantage of the best examples in Europe and in the world. In 2020, the European Commission announced the European Hydrogen Strategy, but I don't want to say we were faster, but in one individual activity we were faster by one day, because the strategy was announced on the 8th of July, if I remember correctly, in 2020, but on the 7th of July at the Ministry of Climate we signed a letter of intent aiming at establishing of partnership and starting agreement, which will be intersectoral agreement, which would support development of hydrogen economy in Poland. At first, it was a group of several people, and a year later, after a lot of work of several dozens of people, we actually organized a ceremony to sign the intersectoral agreement for development of hydrogen economy in Poland. It was on the 14th of October 2021. And it was an important moment which actually focuses on various activities of all the shareholders in this sector, the biggest entities from the industry, but also the best Polish universities, research centers, and various organizations from business surroundings, smaller entities cooperating with bigger institutions or economic entities, Grupa Azoty, PKN Orlen, Polish Oil and Gas, Polish Copper, KGHM. They are going together to create an ecosystem connected with value chain. And we also have governmental administration, local government administration. And at the moment, under this sectoral agreement, we have more than 230 entities from Poland, from abroad, from Europe, from other continents, because we have companies from Japan, from the United States, Canada, Western Europe, obviously. And I am very happy to see that we have released so much energy and so much involvement of people who create the sectoral agreement, and they work pro publico bono, free of charge, to build a new sector of the Polish economy. So I need to mention the Industrial Development Agency, and we have here Krzysztof Michalski, Deputy Chairman of the agency, but since the very beginning the agency was very much present in all these activities connected with the sectoral agreement, but also in executive activities, namely in implementation of the Polish hydrogen strategy, because it is also an important matter. For 1 year we worked on the assumptions for the Polish hydrogen strategy. It was adopted by the Council of Ministers on the 2nd of November 2021. And we could say that the sectoral agreement is a certain executive activity to the Polish hydrogen strategy. The Polish hydrogen strategy, we assumed a development of the architecture of the market based on hydrogen valleys. In Europe and globally, there are valleys created like that, and they have their specific features based on the local value chain, on achievements of domestic industries, of individual states. Then there is cooperation between the industry and the science. In Poland, we have our own path. And here I would like to say that we appreciate activities of the Podkarpacie Hydrogen Valley, situated in Rzeszów, with the leader being Professor Jarosław Semp, Deputy Chairman of the board, and Professor Semp is also one of the distinguished members of the panel now. I know that other European countries in Central Europe are slightly envious of that, and they want to follow in our footsteps, because we received information like that, because we've had diplomatic bilateral talks, and we talked to our foreign partners, also in the business context. And people may say that it is a song of the future, that at the moment you cannot see the hydrogen economy organized in a highly institutionalized way, that we don't see activities which would aim at the moment at executing various projects and implementing them. But actually at this year's Economic Forum in Karpacz, we presented a Polish hydrogen-fueled bus, and it is ZT-PAK work, so the Polish hydrogen bus. Actually, there are orders for that sent from Poznań, from Konin, because it is quite close to the headquarters of this particular company. But here in the Podkarpacie region, there are many ambitions. An Autosan project in Sanok, and the municipality of Sanok is highly involved in these activities. There is a municipal company established for hydrogen economy, and actually it has many plans and many tasks to be implemented. I had a conversation with the mayor of Sanok, and we talked in the Karpacz Economic Forum. So these projects are highly advanced, so we very much support them. We also keep our fingers crossed so that business partnership can be supported. Can be supported by research institutes, R&D institutes, by Polish universities. There is the Institute of Energy also present. We have Professor Jakub Kupecki. There is the institute in Boguchwała in the Podkarpacie region. It is also very much involved in building the Polish hydrogen valley. We are not going to obtain hydrogen, even though it is possible, but we are not going to do that on the basis of fossil fuels. But it is our ambition to move into hydrogen being generated from RES. So I am very glad that David Cycoń from ML System is present here, because it is the company developing very dynamically, and technological solutions of ML System and other companies producing sources for generation of RES in photovoltaics, biomethane, biomass, photovoltaics, and they are going to cooperate in generating hydrogen through water hydrolysis using RES. So let me also say that if we obtain and achieve all the goals of hydrogen economy, we may have savings because we'll replace importation of liquid fuels. So it will be between 36-38 billion euro savings. For electricity sector, it can be to 40 million euro on an annual scale. Industry between 234 to 280 million euro savings annually. So if we add it up, it is between 314-332 million euro saved. So obviously these are just estimates, and it is very likely that it is underestimated because these savings will be even higher, especially because if you look at the scale of the whole decade, after 2030, we may expect savings at the level of, it depends on the scenario, but between 3.5 billion euro, even up to 7 billion euro. So generally speaking, hydrogen is like a bridge to the new civilization, new economy based on low or zero emission sources. We may use fossil fuels, using CO2 sequestration, liquefied CO2, using it for a production of synthetic fuels. Hydrogen is not only a fuel, it is more of an energy carrier or energy storage device. So in the previous panel, we talked with the Minister of Energy from Lithuania about offshore wind farms. And due to availability of water, wind farms will be the biggest source of production of green hydrogen. But for the hydrogen to be able to store, in order to harness hydrogen and manage it for the needs of the economy, we have to learn how to store it and how to transport it. I'm sure that hydrogen generated locally in small sources in a distributed system will require small energy storage facilities. Hydrogen is an element which is reactive and reacts with other substances very easily. That is why we need durable storage facilities of basalts, of carbon fiber, and many technologies like that are being prepared now by Polish institutes. I am deeply convinced they will be successful, and it will be possible to use and manage hydrogen safely. But on a large scale, we are thinking about cavern storage facilities being built, and Poland has a lot of potential there. So we need billions of investments to build storage facilities like that, like salt caverns in Kosaków or Mogilno. In the future, they might be used to store hydrogen, and these storage facilities would become an element of the electrical energy sector, connected with balancing and stabilizing the energy system through using energy, transforming it from hydrogen into another form of energy. And if we imagine that transportation should be also connected with hydrogen, so maritime river transportation, like other countries have it in their strategies, hydrogen may be bound in green methanol, ammonia, and these substances can be applied in the energy sector, professional energy sector, heat engineering, and we are looking hopefully ahead. So it will be a journey with hydrogen, and we are so curious what will happen, whether we as Poland, as the civilization, whether we will be able to use hydrogen to build zero-emission economy. We'll see about that in the future. Now we are doing whatever we can and everything we can. We also prepare various laws, the package called Constitution for Hydrogen, to amend the hydrogen-related regulations, a new law about support for generation of hydrogen, which is law of zero emission, executive orders connected with like storage stations, transmission stations, transmission facilities, because they need to be secure, security first. But there are a lot of temptations here. If green hydrogen in the future will be generated cheaply or more cheaply than hydrogen from fossil fuels or conventional fuels, I believe that the choice will be very simple. In transportation, in the energy sector, in the heat engineering sector, and especially in the industry, there will be many applications, many industrial technologies in the metallurgy sector, in the mining sector, refineries, but also in fertilizers production. So ways of application are really numerous, practically limitless, so I believe that these processes will be accelerated due to the pressure from the aggressor, Russia. So we need to look for solutions thanks to which our economies, especially the Polish economy, because it is our duty to serve Poland, Polish citizens, Polish industry, Polish economy. We want to prepare the best possible conditions to become independent of fossil fuels, not only from the east, but from fossil fuels in general, and we want to move towards the new dimension of the energy sector and economy based on the fuel of the future, which is hydrogen, using also nuclear energy, and in the energy mix we want to have a large portion of renewable energy sources, focusing on distributed energy and stabilizing the energy system in the country with stable sources, which will allow us to provide secure gas supplies and secure energy supplies to all the users, individual and industrial users, to every Polish family. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, for inviting me here. I know it was a general introduction, yet it was the introduction to the important discussion we are going to have in a moment, directions of development of hydrogen economy. So let us begin the panel discussion. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy, panie ministrze.
Thank you very much, Minister, and please take your seat. I will have the pleasure to moderate this panel. We've been discussing hydrogen at Rzeszów University of Technology for 3 years, and we have many great speakers. So I would suggest that you have this time discipline, so contributions of about 3 minutes, and those of you in the audience and on the web, please consider questions, because you will have the time to ask a question. Minister Energetyczne actually called up some notions during his contribution to this panel, and so President Dawid Cycoń from MR Systems is the next person I would like to ask. What way will Polish companies look for their position in the hydrogen economy, and where does MR Systems see its route to supporting the hydrogen economy? Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the beginning of a great path to change the technology based on hydrogen. The directions of hydrogen use, Minister Zyska has listed them from industry through fueling vehicles and up to detached houses, individual buyers. Will we use hydrogen for heating, or will we use it as a store of energy, or will we use it as a source of energy? Is not an alternative. All of these functions will be used. So the way we have gone, that is the energy industry based on hydrogen valleys, dispersed energy generation, is a great idea for this technology, because the problems of storing hydrogen, the problems with holding hydrogen in gas form over a long period of time mean that this distributed model is better, but it does require us to overcome a number of challenges along the way. And it's not just research centers, but also companies have started a technological arms race in this regard. We as a company have created 5 prototype hydrogen electrolyzers. The first commercial one will be available at the turn of the year. We have seen that there is a market, and we have used the competence we have gained when we learned how to create nano layers and thin layers. We have the equipment, we have the people, we employ specialists strictly in hydrogen, and we want them to do PhD, implementable PhDs, also in cooperation with the Rzeszów University of Technology. So we have lots of activities, but it's good that we have a strategy. It's good that we have some ideas. However, this is not followed by a broadly available and broadly planned financing. My company that started in the PV industry, we have used the PV boom caused by Mój Prąd program. Now we have another boom due to the soaring energy prices, but what we're short of is an impulse for hydrogen, like Mój Prąd was for PV, which started huge interest in the industry, but on the other hand, people getting to know this industry and getting some faith in it, because we, as a Central European nation that has huge traditions, especially in construction. We like technology, we like materials that we know, and we're very distrustful of new technologies, and you need an impulse like Mój Prąd in the case of PV. And Mój Prąd for PV, well, meant that people stopped confusing PVs with solar thermal panels. People got to know this technology, trusted in it, and very quickly, much faster than the government has thought, this technology became widespread, and the same could happen for hydrogen if an impulse like Mój Prąd program would appear. Of course, it would make sense to make this impulse wiser, so that it would support Polish technology and not only importers or main importers of PV. And as a Polish entrepreneur, I would very much like this, because the boom for the energy transformation should lead to creating 2 or 3 huge technology companies in Poland, global scale companies in Poland, and I do believe that we have potential for that. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. When we are looking for this potential, when we're thinking about where we could draw our lessons from, I would like to ask President Mateusz Puchnik from gas trading, because when we look at the experience from the energy industry, is there anything that we could learn from the LNG sector? Because at the beginning the minister has emphasized that for transport, for the kind of savings that we can generate, so of about 36 million euros, so apart from these instruments, what else can we learn from this industry? What could this industry teach us? So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor. The minister at the beginning has mentioned the huge savings, and of course the savings will be there, but first there will be huge outlays. And sure enough, like the previous speaker said, the business is expecting an impulse, a financial impulse, an injection of money, so that the technologies that are in the heads of our business people, our researchers, our specialists, can be actually used in practice. So my company, Gas Trading, deals with transporting and distributing LNG, but also helium, CNG, LPG. So we have experience in this market, and I think that we should definitely use this experience in hydrogen. How well we transport it over shorter or longer distances, how or in what state of matter we will be transporting it are questions we still have to answer, but we definitely are facing major challenges. From my point of view, it seems that LNG, we have done our homework very well for LNG, but we haven't consumed the things that we have managed over the last several years to develop. I'm talking about certain solutions, some methods of logistics, and I can now see that this market has stalled, and like the minister has said, talking about the utilization of gas storage, the storage facilities where we store natural gas now, we could use them in the future for hydrogen. And of course we can dig deeper, we can expand the storage facilities we have, but we need to avoid a situation in which this gas will be overlooked or will be skipped, and we will not be using our logistics facilities like the terminal in Świnoujście and terminal in Klaipėda that we're using. We have a distribution network for LNG throughout Poland. Of course, right now it's expensive. Possibly right now it's not profitable, not cost effective, but we have the infrastructure and it will make sense to make full use of it and really consume the benefits from several years of our work recently. With regards to hydrogen, the technologies that are being used for gas, they can be used for hydrogen, so we can use the technology. Hydrogen can be liquefied and it can be transported over long distances by ship, by rail, by road tanker in various configurations. Compressed hydrogen also can go through the same logistics chain. What we are all waiting for are all kinds of legal regulations, which, if we're talking about hydrogen activities, are stopping us very much. And what has already been said at the very beginning, of course we need a lot of funds, but there are funds available that should be used, and I wish Polish companies used this hydrogen boom so that we wouldn't have to, like we did in the case of LNG tankers, we have to buy them from Germany or Turkey or Spain. It would be nice if we could get hydrogen tankers or hydrogen cylinder trucks to be built in Poland so that Polish companies would benefit from hydrogen, because then all of us would benefit from it. Thank you. So we're aiming at building some competitive advantage, but with regards to transport, like the minister mentioned, it is logistically connected to storage. And now the question to Professor Grzegorz Orek from the Warsaw University: how can you create the optimum logistics for hydrogen, considering its storage as well? Good morning, good afternoon actually. You are asking me difficult questions, but we'll try to manage that. So let me say that at the current stage of thinking of the hydrogen economy, and it's not just Polish, that we don't need to feel any complexes about this, but we look at Western European countries that are further afield but more advanced, and people are thinking about it in the context of the value chain. So if anybody's thinking about producing electrolyzers, storing and transporting hydrogen, they have to think about organizing this process along the entire chain. So they have to worry about whether the hydrogen will be available, whether it will be supplied, whether they will have deliveries of that fuel, and that only confirms that we are at the very beginning of the road. Because in mature markets, they have already developed specialization, and as part of the specialization, everybody deals with their chain in their link in their value chain. So With regards to organizing the fragment-related transport, considering how the development phase of the market is very early, we will rather follow the path that was charted in the more mature markets. So first, we will be transporting compressed hydrogen, because at the beginning, we will be using relatively little hydrogen. I'm talking about distributed usage, because if we're talking about large-scale chemical or metals industry that needs huge industrial quantities of hydrogen, they will follow an alternative path of producing it for their own purposes on site. They will be producing a lot of hydrogen, best if it were made using renewable energy sources, and that hydrogen will not be transported because if you don't have to transport hydrogen, then you should avoid that, because hydrogen is such a small molecule that it will run out through any material, and in order to not allow it to escape, you have to invest a lot in the materials of which you are building the transport and storage means. So it is now estimated that the cost of storing 1 kilogram of hydrogen is about $1,000 to $1,300 or euros. Right now, the two currencies are almost equal. When you look at the learning curve, where you have both the experience and the benefit of scale from a large scale of production, you can expect those prices to drop by about 30 to 50% in the next 50 years. But all of this depends on certain assumptions we have to adopt, which is a fast growth of the market. Today, the only company that produces hydrogen tanks, several dozen thousand, is Toyota, because it produces for its own cars and for many other means of mobility, and they are getting economies of scale there and competitive advantage. So first, compressed hydrogen, then liquefied hydrogen, which is somewhat similar to LNG, but it will pose different requirements, and that's a strategic decision, because a company like Gas Trading is not going to independently take the decision that it will be transporting liquefied hydrogen until a large supplier of that hydrogen appears, like a terminal, because without a terminal, the system to transport it will not be built, because you need a lot of energy to liquefy that gas. And when you have more weight of it, so when the market develops, we will have hydrogen in ammonia, so are organically bound, but we're talking about large reloading terminals, and those are technologies we're using, which is the high pressure technologies we have, except we don't have contractors who can produce this kind of equipment. So thinking along this value chain model and considering the aspects you have mentioned about how to finance this, my question is to Krzysztof Michalski, CEO. What role in all of that will be played by the Industrial Development Agency? Well, thank you for this question. So the strategy, the hydrogen strategy, adopts the logic of hydrogen valleys for the very reason that transporting hydrogen over long distances is not economical. So it's best to consume it locally or within a closed system over a small territory. The agency supports hydrogen valleys. It's member of 4 associations that have already established the valleys out of 6 of them in total. And we're helping to develop the strategy, because what you are expecting our Polish hydrogen valleys during their construction to do is you are expecting more advancement, looking for strategies, finding reasons that are not just climatic, but local government and business so that this business plan would achieve the numbers. But, Mr. CEO, we have heard that there are expectations concerning financial instruments. Well, yes, and the first stage that we have to go through is the advancement of this plan. And here I want to thank the Minister for organizing workshops in April that dealt with searching for this logic that would be more business-oriented in the strategies of hydrogen valleys. And for that purpose, you can use an instrument, namely this hydrogen partnership. This is a European initiative. And there you can push that plan into more advancement. So there will be about €1 billion for creating hydrogen valleys in CEE, and this is project development assistance, so that the projects can become more reasonable, more logical, better arranged, so we can look for more local synergy. Because the more transparent this plan is, the more specific it is, the more jobs it shows, the more saved emissions it shows, how much green hydrogen is produced, what industrial emission will be replaced. So how will we green it? Green kerosene, green process steam. What proportion of local government will be supplied with hydrogen? How much heat will be produced using this hydrogen? What proportion of renewable energy sources will produce hydrogen, green hydrogen? So the more detailed the plan, the more interested parties, the more entities join this initiative. And the more blocks you have, or the more pieces you have in the puzzle, the more the plan becomes profitable, or at least it will show a smaller financial gap that will have to be covered with EU or government funds. And you will soon be able to source such funds, among other things, because of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, the European initiative, or the Connecting Europe instrument, or the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And the more advanced the program, the easier it will be to get the funds, close the financing gap, and start this local hydrogen economy. So, Mr. CEO, we're thinking about the logic of establishing those hydrogen valleys, and we have a representative of one of the hydrogen valleys, President Jarosław Semp from the Podkarpacie Hydrogen Valley. And is that the expectation of this specific hydrogen valley? Because we have heard here about the financial expectations, but we have also heard before from David Cycoń, CEO, that there are also concepts of cooperating closer with the research sector. So you, as a representative of a higher learning institution, you could say something about this. Well, thank you for this interesting question. And listening to what has been said, and we had the opportunity to hear them a moment ago, I would say that we have very similar expectations formulated by the members of the Podkarpacie Hydrogen Union, and I would say that a major part of what has been said I could just repeat. So we're talking about sources of finance that would be clear, legible, and available, accessible at this preliminary stage of development of various technologies, because we have a lot of examples of such projects on a pilot scale, and David has been talking about electrolyzers. So we have very interesting projects related to using hydrogen, so co-firing it with natural gas in energy generation. So the Nowa Sarzyna cogeneration plant is using this technology, and it's already gaining the first projects. We have a prototype gas hydrogen-driven bus from Sanok. This has been mentioned, and we as the university are also active, and we are preparing for advanced research and development work on the use, primarily the use of hydrogen as aviation fuel. For this purpose, we are building a special research bench that will allow us to burn the hydrogen in a sector representing the fire combustion, the combustion chamber in an aviation engine, and we'll be able to do advanced thermal research. So there are concepts, there are ideas that I have also mentioned. I've mentioned the bus from Sanok, but this financial support is very much awaited also by the Podkarpacie Hydrogen Valley, and our first contacts after those workshops at the ministry at which we were present as part of that project of the Green Hydrogen Partnership were rather difficult because we expected some faster, quicker way to telling us what sources of finance there are, and it turned out that we as the valley, we have to build strategies that go very far into the future to 2040 of how to develop local hydrogen economy, because it seems to be a very important element to source this finance. So maybe we should do this, but this will extend the problem, prolong the process very much. And I would like to mention issues that were mentioned by Mr. Tyson, which is the problem of how to educate the staff, both at the level of PhDs, so implementable PhDs, but we're also starting MSc studies, second cycle of hydrogen technology here at the university. So we have a broad range of technologies, a lot of activities. What we can do for our own money, we do, but it would accelerate our activities if there were financial programs available. Maybe, like for other sectors, it will be possible to develop a sectoral program for this sector as well. So such were started for other sectors, and they did produce very good results. So I think the issues of finance could make certain plans more concrete, because the plans are being formulated, but they're not concrete enough. So let's stop for a moment and let's think about what do we produce the hydrogen of at all. And here I want to ask Maciej Paczkowski, what should we produce hydrogen of? And the second thing, because during this discussion so far, there was this very strong pressure or focus on finance. And what's this like in the world from the Geneva perspective? How do you arrange such instruments? Public-private partnership, or are there any other models that will be interesting for Poland?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to participate in this fascinating discussion panel. It is the basic question of what kind of hydrogen, as the minister was saying. Basically, we are talking about gray, blue, and green hydrogen. Gray of gas, of fossil fuels. Blue is hydrogen when we capture CO2. Green is hydrogen that we generate on the basis of RES, of electricity. So at the moment, globally, the hydrogen market is now valued at $100 billion. It is gray hydrogen mostly, all of it. It is produced on site of gas in refineries, but where we see the future and growth, we can talk about green hydrogen. Now it is just a fraction of the total amount, but there are forecasts that in the next 10 years, another $150 billion it will be growth of value of this market. It will be connected with attempts to attain climate goals, and we also search for alternatives for fossil fuels. Now, for green hydrogen, I would say that macroeconomic or political situation is favorable because gas is very expensive. So using renewable energy sources for that purpose is quite competitive. There is also this possibility to store energy. Well, it's been mentioned in our panel discussion already. While listening to the discussion, I wanted to say that a race has started for who is going to produce hydrogen, who will provide the technology, who will provide facilities for hydrogen production. And obviously, China are a very important player in this game. Last year, it was more than 50 hydrogen projects for China, but there is one thing I wanted to say, that in recent months, India, as I see it, are becoming a key player. In India, there is a governmental policy, it needs to be in place, but the biggest tycoons of the business, like Reliance, Adani Group, so the companies or belonging to the richest people in Asia announced their investment plans into new energy sources where green hydrogen is of big significance at the level of dozens of billions of dollars. I wanted to throw it in the mix. These numbers, that's the scale they are thinking about. So this strategy back there is based on access to cheap electricity. So if we assume that everyone will use a similar technology, the one who has access to cheap electricity, renewable electricity, will have a huge competitive advantage. They have an integrated idea to have huge photovoltaic farms, next to them some technologies for energy management, and they want to generate hydrogen, which is green hydrogen for export, not necessarily for their own usage. One more thing about the scale. In the United States, there is Plug Power, $300 million. So in the sector, it is not the biggest, but they deal with hydrogen, and the market capitalization has $35 billion. So if you compare it with the most valuable company in Poland, well, that's 10 times more. If we have global ambitions, if we want to be a global player, we have to think about the scale. We have to think about the speed of various actions. If we talk about financing, from my perspective, there is a lot of money for projects like that, globally, for the projects with a big vision, with a big potential and support from the government. Thank you. So there are funds available in the global market. We have a global context here. So perhaps I would like to turn to Dr. Michał Kurtyka. Could you comment on that? And could you tell us about the role in attaining energy policies, climate policies? What is the role of hydrogen there? You have had some ministerial experiences, you attended COP conferences, other issues on a global scale, or things that could be implemented actually in Poland, or solutions that could be implemented in Poland. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for this invitation. Many thanks. Well, global scale, I feel provoked a little bit. So I guess it won't be a conventional story of hydrogen. Let me start from 1453, when the Turkish army conquered Constantinople. And this event had certain effects, measurable effects. It cut off the then European powers, Venice, Genoa, were cut off from their access to China. China was identified back then with a story like we are discussing now, $100 billion, $200 billion, huge sums of money, huge wealth. And in the minds of Europeans, there was a lot of frustration, there was a need to gain access to all this Chinese wealth. Hence, they financed, as Mr. Cycoń was saying, and as the rector Professor Semb was saying, someone needs to finance that. Someone needs to finance this project of attempted access to wealth and riches. Well, let me remind you that Columbus trips were financed by states, not necessarily by the private sector. So the first impulse must begin with the state. Search for hydrogen is like a shortcut, mine's shortcuts, in which we actually disguise Actually, when we say hydrogen search, we talk about various civilizational challenges. Hydrogen is one of the forms for energy storage. In our public discourse, we repeat hydrogen, hydrogen, but it is, well, hydrogen fuel, it is like talking battery fuel. Is it easy to store batteries? Is it easy to transport batteries? You can take it on train, in the pocket. You can do the same with hydrogen, but it is not the same kind of fuel, like coal or gas. No, it is an energy carrier. So you need to transform it somehow. And in hydrogen, this way of transforming hydrogen is quite costly in energy terms. It is a physical challenge that we have to tackle. But in my opinion, if you want to rebuild the European trade with Asia and discover America, well, it is a very similar story, but well, hydrogen will not solve all our problems. We need this awareness. So what we are looking for is a way to store energy, first of all. Secondly, it is a way of substituting hydrocarbons. And thirdly, it is a method for zero-emission economy. And hydrogen is like in an anecdote. A wise man is pointing at the moon and a stupid man is looking at the finger. Yes, we are looking at the general direction, but we have to take a broader view. If we want to be involved as Poland in the hydrogen economy, we have to stand next to the Americans, the Germans. Maybe we will discover America on the way to China. It is not about a very specific solution at the end of the day. It is a broader story. Obviously, these generating solutions, these production solutions are very important. I know that. But we need broader horizons. We need a broader approach. Professor, so I do apologize because you asked me about a global approach, so I could not help myself. So perhaps this perspective, starting with the 15th century, well, this parallel may not be very clear, but I hope in some way it illustrates our way of thinking that we should adopt. Thank you very much. But thinking here now in a geopolitical context, there is a war in Ukraine, and recently there was a conflict in Taiwan. So we are talking about a certain production chain, but we are thinking about the current geopolitical situation. What about availability of rare metals? Because they are very significant for hydrogen economy. Anna Mikulska, Dr. Anna Mikulska. Let me just say, I love being in Polish conferences because I always go back to history. I talked about this history, I learned about this history in secondary school, and I love that. I love remembering that here. It doesn't happen that often in other international conferences. It happens only in Poland. All right, so hydrogen may play various roles, provide clean energy. And here I'm talking clean, not necessarily low emission, because it is connected with rare earth metals. It will provide us with energy security and it will help us to have economic growth. I guess in Poland we can use it politically, but politically in such a way that may solve certain political problems, namely mining sector. That's what I have in mind, because the mining sector faces various problems. So the first thing is that metals, rare metals, are dominated by China. It is not only about production, it is also about processing of these metals on a bigger scale. And here, green issues that we are discussing, because if we want to have clean energy, we need to have a look at every stage of this value chain. And processing and production of rare earth metals, it is not pure, it is not clean, especially not in China. Geopolitical issues, we know very well that China, together with Russia,
części świata, w którym my zazwyczaj jesteśmy sojusznikami, są przyjazne.
They are not always friendly for us. If there is dominant position of China, we may expect that there will be lack of supplies of some resources that we will need for electrolysis. So there is economic growth. How can we take advantage of that? What potentials do we deal with? I believe it is quite important because, well, especially in Poland, there is such potential because we have mines, so there is a sector with similar experiences. We may use that for production or for processing in such a way that domestically we may have rare earth metals. Then there is a process using a lot of manpower. And in Eastern European countries, Central European countries, the labor force is a bit cheaper than in Western Europe. So it is positive again. Then, how can we transform post-mining areas, mining areas, how can we create jobs? So there is a way to do that, and there is a possibility to redirect our economy to what will be happening, what will be important in the future. But with looking back a little bit and being rooted in the past and using what we have around us right here, right now. Thank you. So it is thinking that hydrogen is like an integrated energy system. So here I'm turning to Professor Jakub Kubecki, because if hydrogen is an integrated energy system, green hydrogen should not be transported by trucks, generating a lot of CO2. So are we moving towards synthetic fuels? Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the question. It is very good because it refers to our responsibility. Let us not use the phrase green molecules don't have colors. Let us talk about the carbon footprint. Let us think about the following situation. There was electrolyzer situated next to the Baltic Sea, and it uses wind turbines. Then hydrogen is compressed using compressors, propelled by diesel engines, and there is a truck with a diesel engine. It is taken to Silesia. Is it green hydrogen, zero emission? No, not necessarily. So I'm thinking about this responsible approach so that we think about the whole value chain. That's very important to us because it is not only about this technological part, it is also about this part of how we could talk about emission value of various fuels, compression, liquidifying. 50% of energy included actually in this fuel, and there is decompression then, and so on. We know that from traditional fuel markets. Minister Zyska was talking about synthetic fuels. It is an alternative. Obviously, hydrogen is a tool to attain certain goals. When we look at the European strategy, decarbonization, climate neutrality, using hydrogen and synthetic fuels make some suggestions and ideas. We don't need to compress them, we don't need to convert them and keep them in complicated storage facilities like for classical hydromobility that we heard in the context of Toyota. We can use existing solutions. So have a look at the fact that many containers or many ships that transport fuels are adjusted to transporting ammonia or other carriers, methanol. We can use the existing infrastructure, small modifications of the technology, maybe some bigger modifications of regulations. Here, hydrogen is a substrate to produce synthetic fuel that can be transported because it has a good energy density. Then we can use the hydrogen from this fuel if it is necessary, because the biggest volumes of hydrogen that we produce is not hydrogen produced to become gas to be burned. No, in the vast majority of cases, it's a substrate for production of synthetic fuels. Let's do it here on the site. And I guess that is the best idea. All right, there are plenty of people in the room. Maybe someone has a question. Any questions from the audience? Or a short comment, perhaps? There is a question in the room. Could you give the mic to the participant from the audience? Yes. You may take this particular mic.
Pytanie krótkie.
Please be brief.
Też ewentualną odpowiedź.
And could you please introduce yourself? It was to the left.
Było zgłoszenie w pierwszym rzędzie. Bardzo proszę.
Jarosław Grys, the Academy of Martial Arts. I have a question to all of you, but mostly to Minister Kurtyka. Would you say that the model applied by the Japanese from 2011 of using hydrogen, they did it after the Fukushima disaster, can be copied in the Polish context or not? Minister Kurtyka, could you be the first person to answer, and others, could you comment on that as well? Any other question here? Would you have any other question? All right, there is some other question at the back. So one more. I guess the first question, Professor, will be only for Minister Kurtyka. Unfortunately, our time is limited, so there is no time for all the speakers to respond. Heating sector, I have a question about the general policy of Poland. What's the direction? What about hydrogen global production in the future? Because our Western neighbors, like Germany, defined the potential for hydrogen production at the level of 30%, and they are planning to have the remaining amount from abroad. What is our plan? I guess that's a question to all the panelists. Thank you very much indeed. So we have all the questions. So the last question in the first row, that is the third question.
Dziękuję bardzo, Piotr Mącarz.
Piotr Mącarz, thank you very much. Trains come and go. I've been observing that for the last 30 years. I'm talking about technological trains. I'm not going to talk about electrical cars. I should not do that because I'm one of the proponents of this concept in Poland. What original technologies are being developed at the moment in Poland on hydrogen? Original technologies, because in every country globally, I believe, even in far Africa, there is a company claiming that it is now or very soon it will provide people with green, blue, whatever color of hydrogen. Thank you. That's a question to Professor, to all the speakers. Any speaker who will dare to answer my question. All right, Professor Kubecki. And there were two previous questions, actually to all the panelists. So my suggestion now is as follows. I also have a question. Remembering that we are running out of time, I guess we are going to prolong the panel by 5 or 10 minutes, but I have a question to all the panelists. Let me start from Dr. Anna Mikulska, and then one by one from my left. And the minister will be the last one, I guess. You were the first speaker, so will be the last to comment on our panel, perhaps. So, one question. If you had to enumerate, or no, if you had to choose one, the most important thing, in the perspective of 2030, it is feasible to be done, it is feasible to be attained, because you've talked about challenges. So what is the most important now? One, the most important thing attainable by 2030. And you remember, two questions. Please be brief. 1 minute per person. Very fast. I believe we have to be down to earth. As Minister Kurtyka was saying, we have to have this broader approach. Not just right here, right now. We have to be courageous enough to change our way of thinking. We have to change our strategy. So I can't talk about the most important thing by 2030. Well, we don't know what will be the most important thing in 2030, the strategy that we have a certain direction. But the reaching point, the end point may be different. It may be the same, but it may be totally different. But we have to be able to adjust financing technologies, our paths to reaching the goal. so that it is beneficial for the society, the global climate, and Poland's situation globally. Thank you. I guess I will have a similar answer. The key thing for being successful here is, well, let me put it like that. What are our ambitions? Do we want to replace part of the gas, or do we want to be a global player? So, where do we want to be? If we want to be a global player, I like the idea, maybe 2 or 3 technological companies could do that. Polish companies could be global players, perhaps. Then speed and the scale of the vision are important. I'm not saying it should be impractical. It is not about wishful thinking at all, but we need a certain scale of activities. And the fact that scientific institutions, companies face financial problems, grants, EU programs, these are good things, but taking a lot of time. And refocusing our perspective, how to develop technology, how to commercialize it, how to build business, filling in applications, forms, it is a message of small steps. Globally, key players are obliging themselves to invest tens of billions of dollars in the next 10 years. If we want to participate in the race, we have to think in the similar categories like them. From the perspective of business, I would wish to have the cheapest production of hydrogen, the cheapest transportation of hydrogen, or the cheapest transmission of hydrogen. As for challenges, many projects in Poland pertain to electrolysis production, but I guess no one thinks about producing Polish electrolyzer bus or Polish station, charging vehicles with hydrogen. So perhaps we should think about similar or such projects. I will try to be brief. To Professor Moncarz, I guess there are several technologies like that, high-pressure vehicles and containers. We have some achievements there. I guess Jakub will tell you more about high-temperature cells. There is a race there as well. Maybe it is not as fast like in low-temperature cells. I guess cryogenics, where we talk about liquefaction of hydrogen. The whole world is thinking how the energy, LNG, placed in LNG can be recovered and retrieved. So a lot of research is there, and there is a race there because in hydrogen liquefaction, we embed like 30% of hydrogen and we transport a lot of energy embedded there. 2030, if you ask me about that, let me be general, 30 big international projects connected with hydrogen. If we do that, we'll be the leader in hydrogen economy. If it is happening in big consortia, international, national consortia, it will be great there. As for efficiency, well, combustion engine wasn't that impressive here, and still it is the king, and it will be for some time now. In the evening, tonight, if you sit with a glass of wine, think about energy expenditure that was absolutely needed to start with a grape and make it into wine, into a glass of wine. Plenty of energy and efficiency is much lower than with hydrogen technologies. Thank you very much indeed. I am not sure whether my next reflection, Professor, with a glass of wine will be about cost effectiveness of that process. Well, then it would be quite gloomy, I would say, for my household budget. But still, I think that let me take a step further now and let me answer the question from you, Professor. It was a very good question. Well, let me put it like that. The project of hydrogen society, because that's how Prime Minister Abe called that, it was, I guess, 2015, Well, this project, because, well, I want to understand this logic standing behind it. Let us not look at the solution only. The logic is as follows. Japan is the second state after Luxembourg, depending on importation of energy in OECD, and the Japanese are obsessed about it. You could see it in the history of Japan, actually. The previous century, Japan did everything they could, including military expansion, to secure access to energy sources. So, in peacetime conditions, high technology conditions, hydrogen society with the Japanese project is happening actually to break away from this dependence on hydrocarbons. I don't think it is very successful. What do I mean by that? I was talking with my Japanese colleagues, and their basic idea is to buy lignite with Australians, transform it into hydrogen and transport it with huge ships to Japan, or in the Sultanate of Brunei to transform it from gas. So it is not what we would call, or Professor Kupecki was talking about, responsibility. No, it is not about the global responsibility. It is like an egoistic approach. A little bit. Egoistic approach of the contemporary climate policy, unfortunately, I would say here. Namely, in Japan, we do not produce emissions. Why? Because we exported that. So that's the only reason why emission is not happening in Japan. So an idea might be interesting, but it is to be improved. When I talk to my Japanese colleagues now, they talk about ammonia, not hydrogen, precisely for that reason. As Professor Kupecki was saying, the infrastructure is cheaper, it is easier to be transported. And if I look for a solution for us, I would say, let us look for a niche. These niches have been identified, because what Minister Zyska has done, it is a breakthrough for us, because hydrogen agreement has been signed last year under the auspices of Minister Zyska, and hydrogen strategy is our equivalent of hydrogen economy or hydrogen society. Is the broadest possible coalition of partners to do something. There are 50 goals, 50 megawatts hydrogen cogeneration, 800 up to 1,000 coaches, buses, correct me if I'm wrong. Solutions connected with ships. We are actually a power in ships construction, methane ships. So perhaps we should do the same with ships for transporting ammonia. So certain goals have already been defined there, and after Russia's aggression against Ukraine, now the most problematic sector from the perspective of technological solutions is heat engineering. So I would dream that by 2030 we have a heat power plant independent of oil, gas and coal.
Let's go to the next speaker, Mr. CEO. Well, I would like to go down to the lower level of building the hydrogen economy from bottom up, and I'm talking about valleys here. And I will be repeating what has been said, that the next years we have to spend looking for as many stakeholders as we can, so that as many local government units and their companies, municipal companies for transport, for heating, would wear hydrogen caps and look at their near future for using hydrogen, so that this local hydrogen chain would have as many participants as possible, and so that we can get the highest possible profitability of those plans. And to prepare those plans, it would be as detailed as possible, and thus make them bankable, so that we can get outside money, and when arranging those plans, so that we would use as much local value, local content, local producers of hydrogen and the technology, not necessarily to build local global champions of hydrogen industry, but just reliable local business that can be involved in this value chain of hydrogen. Thank you very much. Well, I think that problems are defined by two ways. One is reinventing the wheel, and the second is building a rocket to Mars. So to avoid the limits of absurd, we have local hydrogen valleys. We need to structure them for the needs of the companies and the market. That is the backbone of those valleys. So we should go evolutionary steps. So we have small plants, small systems, and then we increase build bigger plants, build bigger networks. And the Institute of Energy has started investing in electrolyzers. We have 36 international patent applications that have been commercialized in 7 different ways. So you could say that now there is a little peril that we're trying to develop. We have contracts signed with the majority of state-owned companies, which will soon become a single company. And in October, we will start implementing a project which has 100 billion, and we want 50 megawatt units. We used to start with 5 kilowatts, 10 kilowatts, 400 kilowatts, and this scale is increasing. This is a lengthy process. It's cost-intensive process, but this is based on what we have been able to create here in Podkarpacie, using both Polish and international participants. So we have high temperature, but we also have low temperature applications. Now moving on to the low temperature applications. Well, I would say briefly that what I think will be very significant here will be uniting entities around the hydrogen topic, looking for synergies between teams that will undertake activities so that we can cooperate, because there is already some rivalry between hydrogen valleys, and they should be looking for synergies instead. They should be uniting. And there are professional groups, there are working groups, and we should get to know one another, meet, and start working together. Thank you very much. We have a lot to do until 2030, but we have to develop a new huge ecosystem. That's a technological ecosystem, an ecosystem of thought, of relations, dependencies, supplies, the access to materials, like the professor mentioned here. So when you are creating a prototype today, you are hitting one major obstacle after another. Step by step, we're overcoming those barriers, obstacles, but it really is very difficult, because from the access to information to the access to materials, and finally to the method of using hydrogen by equipment that we don't have yet, or we have it in theory, but we don't have it in practice. So there's a lot to be done here. It's a huge opportunity for many companies. I don't have dreams of cogeneration plants burning hydrogen, but I would like hydrogen to be considered as a source of heat or energy. It could be either way for detached houses, possibly small heating plants or small supply elements of small units, maybe a row of terraced houses, because today that we have electrolyzers, okay, we have some hydrogens. Now, it would be nice to have a boiler that we could burn it in the winter, but we don't have a boiler, we don't have access to it. We're talking to global brands. We have been for 6 months and we haven't still bought it. So we don't have any realistic offering of a boilerless. We're talking to Italian, American, Swiss, Japanese, German companies, and as we were stuck in March, we're still exactly as stuck today. We need to create a whole ecosystem. Tanks, valves, the system for transport, the system for compression. All of this has to be built anew, and that's a huge opportunity for Polish companies, but we just need financial impulse and we can run it, because we as Poles like to be independent also energetically. Mr. Minister, when we're starting activities to start building a hydrogen economy, we wanted this to be non-accidental, organized, yes, giving freedom to act to different stakeholders of the sector that would lead to their creativity, that would imply cooperation between the best Polish universities, research institutes, and the best Polish entrepreneurs. I could call them, because I'm really impressed by ML System, which is a very innovative company. It's a 100% Polish company that grew from a small family-owned company to something way bigger. It's a hallmark of Podkarpacie and of Rzeszów. I'm extremely happy to hear that the CEO is really involved in innovative projects like electrolyzers for hydrogen. There's a lot of money in the world. The European Investment Bank, for example, or other financial institutions will definitely be interested in financing the best projects that would offer a perspective of profitability on the one hand, and that enter new areas of technology. We, as the Ministry of Climate and Environment, together with the Ministry of Development and Technology, when still headed by Minister Kurtyka, initiated the establishment of the IPCEI project. Those are international projects, and this is being followed. In Poland, we selected 9 best projects in a competition. Those were projects that were notified to the European Commission. 7 of them remain. They will be implemented, but those are from the biggest Polish entities, including state-owned ones and private companies that are involved. And we have an opportunity to build a market, but, well, the professor asked what is the most important thing. 2 things. One is local content, and this has been mentioned here. We want to put emphasis on the Polish content, Polish contribution. So building the entire value chain from the technology concept through building startup projects, through implementations, deployments, through mass development, commercialization, marketing. We need to have state support for that, and we are going to ensure it. In terms of the hydrogen valleys, we are working on establishing an entity that will coordinate the innovation in those valleys. It will be a state administration body that will actually coordinate their activities, because it has been mentioned that the valleys are beginning to compete, and they should actually be cooperating in terms of information flow and sharing experience, but every valley should choose its smart specialization in which it will be leading in the country. And 2 things appear here, because the professor mentioned the aviation drive using hydrogen. President Sitson mentioned Polish electrolyzer and other initiatives in other valleys, which sometimes overlap, but they have slightly different specifics, for example, for transport. So I can see a huge role of the Institute of Energy Engineering together with the Institute of Oil and Gas in Kraków, which has the largest hydrogen lab in Poland, and the Institute of Chemical Coal Processing from Zabrze. They signed officially an agreement which sets out their intention to establish a National Center of Hydrogen Technology. I believe that this center will be formed. We want to have this umbrella over this initiative as the ministry, and I fully agree with you that all these initiatives require support from the government administration, because we are at the beginning of the road. But this is already happening, and there is a large program called Green Public Transport. As an example, I'm not trying to start another lecture, but green public transport is a program that has a budget of over 2 billion zlotys. It's dedicated to public transport operators, especially with regards to electric buses. But as part of that program, we also have the hydrogen component. We were able to contract 117 hydrogen-driven buses and hydrogen refueling stations, and we are now signing contracts through the National Environmental Protection Fund, with the Upper Silesia urban area, and last week we signed a contract with Rybnik for 20 hydrogen buses. Next week there will be ones in Lower Silesia, in Wałbrzych, another 20 buses, hydrogen buses, and subsequent towns and cities in Poland want to develop this area. And this may be a start, because it seems that it's easiest and fastest to develop transport technology in hydrogen. So we have made this assumption in the Polish hydrogen strategy, 2 gigawatts of capacity of hydrogen electrolyzers by 2030. And it's better to assume less than not achieve the goal at all. And 1,000 hydrogen buses, and we want to stress that they should be produced in Poland, and at least 32 refueling or bunkering stations for hydrogen, and at least 5 hydrogen valleys. We have already 6 that have been established in Poland, and they're growing very fast. So this is not yet so very public in the media and so on, but we organize a conference of all hydrogen valleys, and as part of the sector agreement, we are also obliged to have a conference of the parties. And I think that just like last year, the Minister Kurtyka announced the hydrogen fall of hydrogen autumn of Poland, so we'll be repeating it, and I think we will finish by summarizing the year. We will have a large hydrogen conference at which we will be able to discuss all these aspects in depth, and this does not change the fact that Poland has a huge potential. Not as Europe, but as the civilization, we are at the beginning of the path to develop a hydrogen economy. Those solutions are not widespread and are not used widely. Poland has a huge intellectual research, but also industrial potential that would allow it to be among the leader states on a global scale in hydrogen. So I strongly believe that this will happen, because what we have heard of here is huge, and the Polish state, through the operation of its government, is paying a lot of attention to developing this area of the economy. So I am convinced that we are doomed to succeed. Minister, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers of this panel. I apologize for the delay. The delays of this panel. We started delayed and we could not recoup that time. And it is a tradition of this conference that the jury decides which speaker was the best, or which the jury decided to be the best. And I was given a text message a moment ago that this person is Professor Jakub Kupecki. So, Professor, you are congratulated. And I will just say, Professor, that we are at the Rzeszów University of Technology that commemorates Ignacy Łukasiewicz, and this glass holds a drop of oil from Bóbrka, where Ignacy Łukasiewicz started drilling for this, or producing this oil. So remember about this drop of oil and think about how to phase it out. Because we have decided today that transport had the greatest chance of using hydrogen. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, our guests online and live. Thank you very much. Let's have a big hand for the speakers. And now we have the lunch break.
Ale mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że hu. Tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Przedstawiamy wpływ działalności polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych na rozwój kraju oraz redukcję własnego śladu węglowego. Sektor elektroenergetyczny nieustannie się zmienia. Pojawiają się nowe technologie wytwarzania energii, zmieniają się regulacje prawne, rośnie znaczenie prosumentów. Wśród tych dynamicznych przekształceń nasza rola pozostaje niezmienna. Zarządzamy pracą krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego. Dbamy, żeby w każdym momencie dostępne było tyle energii elektrycznej, ile jest potrzebne. Aktywnie uczestniczymy również w przygotowaniu nowych rozwiązań rynkowych mających zapewnić integrację europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. W codziennej działalności wywieramy znaczący wpływ na funkcjonowanie polskich firm i gospodarstw domowych. Nasze działania w 2020 roku przyniosły polskiej gospodarce ponad 6 miliardów wartości dodanej. W ubiegłym roku zrealizowaliśmy inwestycje infrastrukturalne za ponad 1 miliard złotych. W najbliższych latach planujemy przeznaczyć na rozwój sieci przesyłowej ponad 14 miliardów złotych. Wszystkie inwestycje konsultujemy z otoczeniem społecznym. Aby pogodzić różnorodne oczekiwania, uważnie wsłuchujemy się w opinie mieszkańców i przedstawicieli samorządów. To pozwala sprawnie przejść przez cały proces. Rozwijając infrastrukturę sieciową, dbamy o zachowanie bioróżnorodności. Nasze linie prowadzimy tak, aby w jak najmniejszym stopniu kolidowały z obszarami występowania cennych gatunków roślin oraz zwierząt. W ramach prowadzonych inwestycji wykorzystujemy najnowsze technologie oraz stosujemy najwyższe standardy techniczne bezpieczeństwa i ochrony środowiska. Projektujemy, budujemy i działamy w taki sposób, aby zwiększyć efektywność energetyczną i redukować ślad węglowy. Odpowiadamy w ten sposób na coraz istotniejsze wyzwania klimatyczne. Jako nowoczesna organizacja kształtujemy innowacyjne środowisko pracy. Stale wzmacniamy unikalny zasób wiedzy oraz eksperckość kadry PSE odpowiedzialnej za bezpieczeństwo pracy systemu elektroenergetycznego. Doskonalimy wymagania w zakresie zarządzania zdrowiem, bezpieczeństwem, środowiskiem i jakością realizacji zadań. Nasza działalność przyczyniła się do zatrudnienia w Polsce blisko 18 tysięcy osób. Koszt świadczonej przez nas usługi przesyłania jest przedstawiony na rachunku konsumenckim. Stanowi on jedynie 5% całej opłaty za energię elektryczną. Dzięki uruchomieniu w niedalekiej przyszłości Centralnego Systemu Informacji Rynku Energii odbiorcy będą mogli lepiej kontrolować swoje zużycie energii i w efekcie obniżyć związane z nim koszty. Będąc sąsiadami wielu społeczności lokalnych, czujemy też odpowiedzialność za ich rozwój i poprawę jakości życia. Prowadząc program grantowy Wzmocnij swoje otoczenie, finansujemy realizację projektów społecznych, głównie w obszarach środowiska, zdrowia i edukacji. Świat wokół nas ciągle się zmienia. Rozpoczął się proces transformacji energetycznej i środowiskowej. Prowadzenie działalności w takich warunkach jest dużym wyzwaniem. Mierzymy się z nim każdego dnia. Już dziś budujemy bezpieczną przyszłość z myślą o energii dla przyszłych pokoleń. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Napełniamy Polskę mocą.
Dzień dobry. Jeszcze raz po przerwie.
Good afternoon once again. After the break, as I've mentioned, we are beginning a plenary panel about the position and the role of large and small nuclear power opportunities and threats to development. And among our panelists will be Dr. Tomasz Nowacki, Director of Nuclear Energy Department, Ministry of Climate and Environment, Professor Leszek Jesień, Director of International Cooperation Department at the Polskie Sieci Elektroenergetyczne, Electrical Energy Grid, Paweł Turowski, Energy Security Specialist at the National Security Bureau, Maciej Lipka, Head of Reactor Analysis and Measurements Department at the National Center for Nuclear Research, and with Dr. Engineer Paweł Gajda, the University of Science and Technology in Kraków, and Justyna Korycka, Oleśnicki and Wspólnicki Legal Practice.
Zmiana mikrofonu.
So please take your seats.
I panowie, mam już tu mikrofon, panią też zapraszam. Dyskutujemy o energetyce jądrowej dużej.
So nuclear energy big and small, so let us begin from the status quo. So if we want to talk about status quo or progresses that have made so far, will be discussed the best by Director Nowacki, who is head of the department dealing with nuclear energy and creates conditions for development of this kind of energy in Poland. We've been talking for 30 years about nuclear energy. You've been operating for several years to select a partner for this technology. So what's the current situation? All right. It's already working. Yes, the mic is on. Well, actually, certain things are well known because the mass media cover this topic quite widely. So we have a company that has prepared a report, like impact on environment report. It's been prepared now, and the company believes that, well, there are two locations which are compared. One of them is preferred, so we can say that it was chosen by the company, but obviously the report needs to be accepted now. We have regulations, or actually there is a draft amendment of the law on special principles for preparation of nuclear investments, but we have amendments to the nuclear law, and it will be proceeded in the Polish parliament this week, actually. That's the current situation, and we are now waiting for the stage of choosing a technology. All right, so choosing a technology may happen without obstacles now. So if we want to, can we choose the technology tomorrow from this basket of technologies? Are you saying that? Well, I have to say all the premises have been met, so it is up to decision makers, our bosses. All right, so let us keep our fingers crossed. So, Director, an additional question about the timeline or a schedule for the future. Let us say that we have Korea, the US, and France, and let's say we select a partner, 1 out of 3, and we decide, okay, offer A is the best. What happens next? For administration, what is binding is what is in the schedules accepted by the government. So 2030 is selected as the date of connection to the grid. It is a very ambitious date. It is usually like that. You have mega projects, if it is a nuclear power plants or a bridge or I don't know, at some crucial place or an airport. It is feasible if we start doing things fast, if we start doing that fast. If we are talking about the law, the amendments which is being prepared, these amendments are not fundamental because actually the major body of regulations for nuclear power plants has been in place since 2011. Yes, so it's already been in place. Precisely, and we facilitated certain things because we removed certain barriers of entry, and we know there are some risks. which are significant for new technologies. And smaller reactors are based on new technologies because it is very difficult to treat it equally, to treat it, well, if it is from several megawatts up to several hundred megawatts SMRs, well, small reactors are different than big reactors or big units above 1,000. But the regulations are neutral towards technologies. They remove various barriers, but they are also good for smaller reactors. And thanks to new amendments, well, we didn't want to have a cascade system, which is typical in Polish proceedings, that there is one decision. Only afterwards we can apply for the second decision. Yes, you can do certain things in parallel at the same time, and I would say it is possible to save between 12 up to 18 months of time if we begin right now. So let us begin. That's my appeal, that's my opinion, that's not a fact. You may agree or disagree. And now over to Professor Leszek Jesień. Could you tell us a bit about small and larger nuclear plants? Because if you look at the whole grid, you are thinking about generation capacities, because they are thinking how to develop the grid. There must be a connection between the north and the south. So from the perspective of a domestic system and its stability, how can you compare large and small nuclear power? Is it the same story, or are these two topics, like separate topics? Well, there are many similarities, so we can say that's the same topic, because nuclear energy, be it from smaller reactors or bigger reactors, we can use it anyway. It is usable, so to say. If we want to use it, or people want to use it, it is simply used, it is operating, it is working, it is independent of the weather, of the sun, of the wind. It simply works whenever we need it, because people need, I don't know, electricity in their households or industries or, I don't know, companies and so on. And then it doesn't really matter whether it is big or small. From the perspective of an operator of a transmission system, it is a source which is useful, because it maintains the whole system. So from this perspective, the difference, as you have mentioned, is as follows: where it is placed and how much of nuclear energy. If it is 10 SMRs, it may be like equivalent to 1 unit connected to the grid. So they may be an equivalent of 1 big reactor. Development of the grid is absolutely necessary. Development of some additional connection points, it is always absolutely necessary, regardless of the size of the units and regardless of the selection of technologies that we apply. So, Polish electrical power grid, we are preparing ourselves for whatever will be offered by the market. So, where? As to locations, we do not make any decisions about that, but we can connect everything wherever it is. We have our motto: we will connect whatever is safe for the system in the long run. Old units will be removed. The old units will be very necessary to all of us. So the more the better, would you say that? Big or smaller? Well, it makes a difference, operationally speaking, later on. It makes a difference while constructing it, but from the perspective of connecting it, no problem. Big nuclear power was presented as a system-wide solution. Why is that so? Why do we need a big nuclear power plant? Big nuclear power? So could you tell us more about that? Why isn't it an equivalent to 10 smaller ones? I guess the whole point here is that there is electrical power system which is stable. I don't think it's about the size at the end of the day. There is a certain feature of our Polish system that needs to be taken into account while making decisions. decisions what to build, where to build, how to build. Polish power engineering system is actually focused around units of 1,000 megawatts. The easiest thing would be to add units of a similar magnitude, but obviously we can have bigger, because power engineering globally is based on bigger units, on smaller units. It depends on an individual situation, because sometimes classical units are like 471 megawatt, like twice SMR perhaps. So it is up to a technology that we are discussing, at which location, what is the timeline. All right, so we understand what nuclear power is from your perspective. We need it, big or small. They might be useful. PSC has a forecast of a growing demand for electrical energy, so there is space for it. Yes, definitely so. There is place for it resulting from growing demand, but we also have to remember that all of us want for our economy to be developed, but we want to make economy to be more energy efficient, so that net consumption resulting from growing economy based on bigger efficiency is also connected with differences between minimum demand, maximum demand. What we know for certain about Polish power engineering, that is based on the units in the technology which is not favored by the climate policy, so coal-fired units, but these are old units, and they will exit the system quite soon in the near future. So, as the system, everyone, all of us, inhabitants, producers, users, we need power, and we need quite a lot of power. The decision of the government is the decision, well, we'll look forward to some decisions being made by the government. Yes, we've been talking about that for 7 years, so I hope it will happen very soon. Let's hope so. A broader perspective, a question to Paweł Durowski, who looks very closely at what is happening at the international arena, climate policy, war of regulations in Brussels, energy policy. So in this context, could you comment on a debate about nuclear power in Europe? Germany are switching off the last units. Perhaps during the heating season, 2 nuclear power plants will be still used, but they don't want to go back to the nuclear power plants. They are against the nuclear power, but Poland, France, and more Central European countries are certain that nuclear power is the solution, and the energy crisis is confirming their thesis. So, what about this debate? And could you discuss it in the context of our common security policy? Energy transition planned by the EU by 2050. Well, it will be the most expensive industrial policy carried out within the EU community. So there is no bigger tool, there is no bigger leverage than energy transition. That's one thing. And another, every technology generating current and generating electricity every one of them requires support. You need to add money to it, flush it from the top, from the bottom, from the side. So each technology which is to generate electricity requires a diverse system of support. So here, what is of key importance are decisions at the level of the European Commission, because administrative decisions lead to the situation when individual technologies are becoming beneficiaries. So they will develop more dynamically and others will be eliminated. And what is of secondary importance is that they meet a zero-emission criterion, because the nuclear power meets the same criterion, just like RES. But if we decrypt all these elements, we'll see the players, the actors behind individual technologies. Whatever is happening with RES is actually connected with an economy of Germany and actually the impact on the European Commission in order to create a system of regulations supporting renewable energy sources. I believe there is no more to that. That's the whole of the story. Well, obviously, there are various stories added to that, but it is like an informational tool, encouraging people to apply certain solutions. As for nuclear power, well, its position is weaker here because an entity at the European Union level is the Republic of France. So from this perspective, we have a certain kind of fight or game. So different interests of different countries. One of them, which has a traditionally built technology, nuclear power, and the other is based on RES. So Poland is very pragmatic and very diplomatic in the energy sector. So 3Cs initiative, V4 initiative, cooperation with Baltic states, supported by the Republic of France. It is about one economic tool, which is taxonomy. If it is not entered into a system of regulation of the European Union, it will lead to elimination of nuclear power and obtaining huge competitive advantage by RES. What we have managed to do at a diplomatic level, a certain efficiency in building the whole structure together with the French, who are the leaders of the project, it actually made an impact, and the European Commission accepted this technology. But as you know very well, there are additional time limits. They are supposed to eliminate this technology at the end of the day, but if you look at Polish plans, if you look at plans for development of individual new technologies, no one in their sane mind is not going to no one is going to block development of nuclear power by 2040. Taxonomy, we'll talk about it later on, but would you say it is working? That energy transformation ideas, is it working without nuclear power? Well, I would say moderately in the context of the energy crisis, it is moderately successful. But what was the most important tool, most important factor will be who is the biggest beneficiary, because there is support for a certain pool of technologies and there is lack of support and pushing out of certain technologies. If we use this parameter to observe this game of interests, we'll jump to the right conclusions, actually. We have the right conclusions to see the power and influence of individual players, actually. So that's the second layer of certain games and games of interest. So you can't talk about nuclear energy without that aspect of foreign policy, without the policy of security, because if you think about a civilian nuclear technology, well, that is that. But I'd like to talk about technology a bit more. So, Dr. Paweł Gajda, could you comment the following thesis? It was discussed in the mass media that it is the renaissance of nuclear power. The International Energy Agency says that there will be no transformation without nuclear power. Is this true? Or maybe it's not like that. Well, let me put it like that. This motto of nuclear renaissance appeared like 20 years ago.
Well, and that was a bit of a renaissance that, on the one hand, did not materialize. On the other hand, that wasn't so complete. Because when you look at the Far East, the Chinese, the Korean, and the Russian, to some extent, programs, where there was actual political will, then it turned out that it was quite important to build the program. And when we looked at this renaissance, it turned out that we saw this, except that in Poland it never worked. Well, it hasn't worked for 30 years, hasn't it? Yeah, but even if you look at countries like France, for example, they were supposed to start something, and apart from building the third Flamanville block unit, it turned out that they were unable to do this, and both the AIA and the International Energy Agency said that if you are to actually transform into low-emission sources, then we have to have nuclear, because nuclear is an absolutely indispensable part of this mix. And then there is the question, of course, so what approach should we have? And when we look at the mix, what we have to look at is another important aspect, which is that we were lacking the political will, but actually it turned out that we were hurt by some optimism, excessive optimism, because it turned out that within the next two technologies, we will have some other ones. So let's wait for the future technologies. And that was a very convenient excuse to postpone things. And you have to actually build using the existing technologies. Yeah, so there are many different technologies that are somewhere on designer desks, but they're not connected to the grid anywhere in the world. Yeah, it's important because the documents of the International Atomic Energy Agency, they identified proposals, not projects, not designs yet, at least several dozen SMR reactors, but the problem is the majority of them never left the stage of a few visualizations you can show on PowerPoint slides, whereas the ones that actually were able to materialize, you can count them on the fingers of one hand. So they have perspectives. They may get implemented, they may get deployed sometime in 2030s, but you have to be rather careful because, you know, the energy industry has a long tendency to shoot itself in the foot by proposing new technologies which never materialize. So I would ask the politicians about those fears, because they may be afraid that they will spend several dozen billion zlotys, and then it will turn out that their project will be implemented in 10 or 20 years, and the budget will double or triple. And this is what the opponents of nuclear show as this is the final signal that it makes no sense to invest in nuclear because we'll overpay, we'll be waiting for years, it will it will exceed the budget, and you could build wind farms within a year or two. Well, but those do not exclude one another. If you look at the Polish perspective, in the short term, by 2030, we need significant investment in renewable sources, and we will absolutely have no nuclear within that time. But power industry requires long-term planning and take into account very long-term perspective. And even if delays may happen, and they are more or less obvious in large projects, be it whether it's a nuclear power plant or even a coal power plant or an airport, any large-scale infrastructure project has this risk that it's difficult to predict its cost and time. And you have to take a look into the long term, and there nuclear is absolutely necessary. Now, to defend those small units, I will be asking so KGHM and Orlen applied to the Polish Nuclear Agency for approval of the technology because they say by the end of 2020s they will have small reactors. It is good for them because they will have emission-free generation on site. And so is there any likelihood that this technology can develop if the industry wants it so much? Let me just add that the applications to the state nuclear agency are not applications for permits. They are applications in a procedure of pre-licensing. So that's something that was adopted in Polish rules, that you can limit the investment risk before the whole process starts. So it's a very preliminary assessment and opinion, non-binding, which can be give something to the applicant or nothing. And every applicant who wants to build any nuclear unit, I would ask them, please start with this low-cost, low-budget application, because it allows you to clear the field a lot in the very beginning, but let's not create a new fable, a new story. Those are not applications for building a specific power plant. They are just applications for an abstract assessment of some solution, and depending on the scope of the application, which is determined by the applicant, they can ask about a single bolt or the whole reactor or anything really. And that's one thing. As a rule, this is very good information for the sector and for the board and for the society, that private entrepreneurs and not only state-owned companies believe that it will be profitable for them to build nuclear reactors, big or small. Well, it's great. If they want to risk paying some private money for it, this means we're also mentally in a different place than we were 10 years ago. And that's a very positive signal. And like the director said, it makes no difference how big or small the unit is. They can operate in the system freely, just like they do now, because we have units of various capacities. Now, the paradigm of the fuel will change. So we're moving from high emission to low emission fuel. That's not significant, really. Large projects and small ones can supplement one another because, the first applications to nuclear supervision authorities will definitely stimulate this authority. We will gain experience, which can then be used at a later stage for other projects. So I am very happy. I'm supporting this, and I'm a big fan. Okay, so we're waiting for further applications and other proposals that I hope will appear and materialize. Other arguments that are appearing in the debate on nuclear power, it's the endless debate whether Chernobyl or Fukushima can occur in Poland. And then we've got this discussion about how we had a problem to even protect the other rivers, so we cannot possibly safeguard nuclear power plant if we can't even protect the river from pollution. So Mr. Maciejewska can either convince us that this is so or not. So from the point of view of the environment, can nuclear power develop in a safe way? Are we in Poland at all able to maintain the standards so we don't run into problems like we had with the river? We can, and we could. Nuclear power plant saves the environment. It's not my position, it's the position of the European Economic Commission. It's also in the EU taxonomy. There was a very long report issued analyzing all possible impact of the nuclear on the environment, and actually the impact is always positive because it's a source of energy that is neutral in terms of climate and neutral in terms of biodiversity, because it's focused on several hundred hectares. You can build like 70% of the current dispatchable capacity, and you don't have to use an environmentally sensitive area, but you have to build everything according to environmental standards. And do we have a lot of standards? Because I can imagine that for nuclear you would have several thick books of it, but it's the nuclear law, the energy law, the water law, because you need water to cool it. But it's important to follow everything, go through the whole environmental impact assessment, get the condition on environmental or the environmental permit, and it's not allowed what some entities say that our SMR reactors don't actually have to fulfill all those conditions. Well, yeah, in the consultations, in the public inquiry about the new regulation, somebody said we should drop those requirements, and one of the operators said we don't need any environmental impact assessment. No, you do need the assessment in order to show that it doesn't have any impact, or almost no impact. And our impact from the report, report of the environmental assessment for Żarnowiec Kopalino, I don't know why it was filed with a specific technology, because there are 3 bidders, not a single one has been selected yet, but the scope of impact will be very similar because the units are of a similar capacity, regardless of which bidder will finally be chosen. And that report has been written, and I have gone through it. It's got several thousand pages, so I haven't read it letter by letter, but it has been prepared well. Well, the question of nuclear waste is a bit of a problem, because people are saying, some countries in the EU are saying, if you have nuclear, you have to have a nuclear waste depository. And the question is it absolutely necessary for us to actually have a storage like this? I would say that the nuclear waste, is the simplest type of waste to be managed, because it's always sealed in jackets, then this is sealed in special tanks or vessels. Vessels are small. Those vessels, after a dozen years or 20 years, they take up as much waste as a bin of food waste that you see in every street in Poland. So that's not a problem, but whereas fossil fuel energy generation generates tips of ash and lots of particulate matter and lots and lots of CO2 and everything, whereas nuclear power plant is waste that we have been managing for decades, and we know how to do it. And yes, we have to convince people, but so we could actually build a depository in Poland. Yes, and we will have to, but remember about the time horizon. The first unit might be online in 2033, the third in 2043. The first fuel that would be stored in those dry temporary storage will be by 2040. So the need to build a target long-term storage will be the end of this century. Yes, you have to go and look for locations. You have to talk to the residents of the municipality where such a deposit would be located, but we have tons of time to prepare that. Yeah, well, we have the time to prepare the waste storage, but not decisions about nuclear. No, this decision has to be taken this year, because Polish country, industry, and citizens cannot survive in the long term without building some nuclear power plant. But there are arguments that this will come online only in 2030. So what's the point of building nuclear when we can build other generation capacity, because we have to build it anyway, because nuclear will come online so late. We have to build everything, but nuclear has the benefit that it runs regardless of weather, and it can support all other sources like offshore, onshore, solar, and so on. But you cannot use existing in the contemporary energy mix. You cannot base on renewable only, unless you are in Norway, some part of Sweden, and some part of Albania, where you have a lot of hydropower. In the short term, we have to build a lot of renewable resources, which we have to securely integrate with the Polish transmission grid. But in the perspective of several dozen years, we need like 15 or so gigawatts of nuclear. Yeah, but only 6 or 9 is planned, so what? Well, we should be revising this, because the Polish energy policy until 2040 is being lively discussed, and it's the result of internal news. This is according to internal news and not news from Moscow. And based on the offshore wind, it will depend that the components of this policy will be expanded or not. So we need more capacity. We need more capacity. This is emphasized, but in order to build the capacity, we need money. And I wanted to talk to Justyna Korytka about the financing and how this debate, Justyna Korytka, so how this debate and what Mr. Trotsky has been talking about, how does it impact the financing? Because you've got the Euro-item, you've got negotiations, you've got the common energy policy. This is becoming a part of our policy, joint EU policy, but there are countries that disagree and they oppose it, and there was lively discussion about the so-called taxonomy. The discussion on taxonomy actually led to some concessions to the nuclear, if somebody, this allows the EU to find, if somebody finds the right model. But let's say that this week the decision will be made to choose one of the partners, and the question is, will we be able to create the financial model in a week, or how? Well, financing such large investment applies to not only nuclear, but every topic we have been discussing, because whether you're talking about hydrogen, batteries, or anything, but the question is who is going to finance this and using what money. So in terms of the power plant, nuclear power plant, we don't have any good news about this at the level of the EU. This technology is not accepted as broadly as the ones that I have talked before. We can finance those investments as part of the public aid regime and also from funds that are directly managed by the European Commission or the agencies subordinate to it, but the regulations have not been simplified for it. Hydrogen can be simplified in this, can be financed in the simplified mode. Or other RES, but the nuclear power plant is not that advanced. Doesn't mean that you cannot finance it from public funds, because we know decisions of the European Commission that actually approved public aid for directly and openly for financed investments in nuclear, like in the UK, Hinterpoint, or in the Czech Republic, who are notifying public aid for a nuclear power plant. So everything is still ahead of us. And I think that like a year ago, we were meeting and talking about financing hydrogen investment projects, and we were very cautious and we were thinking about the formula in which they can be financed. Now we can boast of having at least one decision that approves aid for a large hydrogen investment project in Poland, and soon there may be another one. And so far, based on European regulations, the rules on financing as part of the power and environment programs say that financing nuclear is prohibited, but SMR can be financed, and that's about it. So what can we do to create such a financial model in Poland? Let's say that we have this direction decision. There is a technology that meets the requirements of Poland. So how does this model of financing it form? How do you create it, and what document describes it? And maybe you need to notify the document. There are lots of mechanisms, and we know that all these projects have a huge financial gap. Without public aid, we will not be able to finance them. Just like in the UK and Czech models, we can try to notify this public aid to the European Commission, showing the joint goal. And the joint goal, according to EU regulations, recommendations, is, for example, energy transition. So you can definitely try to notify individual public aid for one project, so a project of this type. So if we took this decision, we could start creating this model, and we could notify the potential aid to the European Commission. But as time flows, why do the regulations at the EU level not allow a simpler way of getting public aid for this project? Well, the more this technology is recognized, the more widespread it is, then I think that, like for other technologies needed for the climate transition, we will get regulations for nuclear. I think this will start from the European level, because it has to be equal in Europe, and then we can transpose it into the Polish legal regime. Is that all correct, or have we omitted something in terms of finance? In terms of, because do you have a model? There are several concepts of how you can build large or small nuclear units And you could say that everything depends on how you perceive the nuclear power plant. Is it a goal in itself, or is it a tool for a different goal? So, if the goal is a long-term arrangement of the economy, ensuring power for the industry, economy, and the community, society, well, if we follow the second model, then we should be keen on both the cost of generation at that power plant and the final price for the end user should be low. For example, CFDs. And here we're entering the dilemma of is it most important to have a model that will allow us to repay for this power plant, but we will be left with a bigger bill, or do we try to go a bit higher in sophistication and build or adopt one of the existing models that will try to reconcile the opposing interests? And here the Ministry of Climate and Central School of Economics, Warsaw School of Economics, they created a model called SAHO. It's been discussed in literature and in expert panels throughout the world, because my colleague who wrote this report, a part of it is within top 15 of the World Nuclear Association that is discussing the aspects of financing nuclear in the world. And so a lot will depend on our discussions with the selected partner and directional political decisions. But things that I'm talking about, we want to put it on the table for the decision makers, and what decision they will take is a different story. But the US Embassy is supposed to put something on the table today. That's a different story, though. But maybe there is one more thing that is worth saying, what the lawyer said here. Let's remember, because we're talking a lot about taxonomy. Now, it's nice that you mentioned those decisions of the European Commission that approved Heater Point and the Czech and POX in Hungary has been approved. Not only are there decisions of the Commission, but there are also judgments by the Court of Justice. Please remember that primarily in Europe we have not only one EU treaty, we have the other treaty, which is Euratom, and that one remains in power, in force. So in the Lisbon Treaty there is Protocol 2 about Euratom, where every party says that this treaty must still remain in full force. And this says that what is the purpose of Euratom? Euratom is separate from the EU because it's a completely separate legal person, but it has the same members, the same institutions. So the European Commission is works in both, and the member states work in both. The purpose of Euratom is simply to build nuclear power plants and to ensure good conditions for the development of the nuclear industry, and those are treaty regulations of Europe. This is not a directive, this is a much higher status document, so we can only express hope that both the European Commission and the European institutions will ensure rule of law fully, and that there will be action to implement the treaty which the institutions have actually adopted, and I am sure that they will need to follow it. And this is the argument that the Court of Justice cited in its decisions. So every decision, maybe after some modification, was fully approved in the end by both the Commission and the Court of Justice. And of course, the biggest beneficiary of loans from Euratom came to what country in history? You would think France? No, Germany. Germany. Once they have taken all the money they could, they started opposing this, and they're closing down their nuclear power plants. And of course, I expect your question is rhetorical. Now look, every megawatt hour, regardless of the source, is really worth its weight in gold, or worth its weight in natural gas, extremely expensive now. Look at the level of craziness we have reached on the example of the power plant, 1.4 or 1.5 gigawatt power. It used to produce per year as much as all the wind turbines in Denmark. It was closed early according to a changed schedule because technically it could have worked for several years. What do? They quickly exploded the cooling towers so that nobody could quickly switch this one on. And now Germans are debating whether they should be keeping the 3 remaining plants until April. This is the policy of our neighbor and it's crazy.
The last question. Which technology should be chosen? You may answer the question, you may not. Korea, France, the United States. Any arguments that you have for one of the technologies? Would you prefer one of them? Volunteers first among the panelists. If you have a strong opinion on that, well, at every meeting like that, there must be the first volunteer. Well, in terms of technology, there are many similarities. If I don't know the financial parts, if I don't know anything about the offset offer, I don't know who would be the best partner. Potentially, everyone has advantages, disadvantages. France is a potential support by the European Commission. Korea is a potential direction of supplies of other things like the United States. And obviously, we have alliances with all these states. So at the end of the day, whichever technology we use, I have my personal preferences, but I will not discuss it here. But it's very important that a potential offerer has a share or has participation in construction. So number one does automatic systems, number two does or is manufacturing something else, number three is manufacturing yet something else. Well, I don't know why Polish nuclear power plants did not decide for a certain competitive process. Well, such an approach would allow for an efficient construction of the nuclear power plant. I guess Prime Minister Morawiecki was talking about the following, whether one partner is sufficient. Whether it is sufficient, maybe it would be better to have 2 partners to do different things. It would be done for a simple reason. We see it in France, in PP4 and EN4. There was a small error, small problem, and anyway, they had to shut down the reactors due to security regulations, and 50% of the capacity had to be switched off. Perhaps it will be turned on in the winter, but we'll see about that. If we had 2 participants, 2 partners, it will be an additional safeguard against problems. Dr. Gajda, your opinion, Director Turowski. Let me just add one thing to that. If you look at 2 offers, well, maybe I should comment on that. Whichever technology we choose, all these tenderers will participate somehow in the whole process. If you look at the previous statement, if you know who can produce what, well, actually that's very clear that tenderer A can do this, tenderer B can do that, and tenderer C can do something else. Obviously, there are some open questions yet. What kind of participation, to what extent, but in the long run, because sometimes we talk about 6 up to 9 gigawatts, but when we look at 2050, we would need several gigawatts. So there is additional space. Well, it is a decision not to be made today, but we need to choose the offerer for the first nuclear power plant or the first 2. Because if you have a longer series, it is better to learn, you are more efficient in carrying out another investment, but then the second half, so to say, the other 50% will have to be built. And then perhaps some SMR project can participate in the next competition. Or there will be a space for another offerer, of another tenderer, connected with big power plants, big nuclear power plants. So maybe that's an option. BBN, one thing, it is not like buying potatoes. It is nuclear power. You have an element of energy sector, you have an element of politics. If you think about it only in terms of technologies, like in RES, well, no, it will lead you to wrong conclusions. It is selecting a partner for several decades, so the political aspect is significant here. Otherwise, it doesn't work as it should. The situation is different if you buy turbines and you put it as an offshore farm. It is different for a nuclear power plant. There is always, yes, policy first. That's the approach. And Professor Jesień, I would like to support the previous speaker. I fully agree. Let me add one thing to that. It is not like buying potatoes, that's one thing, but it is not only about politics, it is also about, let me rephrase it. It is entering a certain pathway of technological and economic development, because it is a huge project, dragging behind not simple jobs, but development of engineers, of science. It is not, it simply matters whom you will choose. And over to you, madam. Do you have the preferred offer? No, not really. If you had to choose, I did not think much about that from that perspective, but regardless of the final decision about that, these decisions should be simply launched. It should start, yes. And that's our wish at our conference. That's the nice summary. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. It was a complicated topic. We can talk about it further informally, but in a moment, there will be a conversation about distribution networks. It's a very important thing. So it will happen in a moment here on stage. Thank you very much indeed. I guess there is an award for the best speaker. Do we know who the best speaker in this panel discussion was? I guess we'll get the news very soon. I guess it was very difficult to choose from among the panelists. Yes, so we don't have this decision yet. Thank you very much indeed.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów Instytutu Polityki Energetycznej imienia Ignacego Łukasiewicza składa się z naukowców.
We would like to invite you to cooperate because our Łukasiewicz Institute Energy Policy includes scientists, practitioners. We prepare analyses, reports. We can prepare a feasibility study as well as legislative analysis for the customer. We can prepare training sessions on various aspects of energy sector and economic prognosis. So you are invited to cooperate with us. Thank you.
ML System. We are changing the world for future generations. Nature is our treasure, so we care for the environment. By taking action so that future generations can enjoy planet Earth as we know it. The energy transformation is crucial, and we are proud to be a part of it. In our well-equipped Research and Development Center, we create innovations on a global scale. Problem-solving is our natural inspiration for designing and the creation of solutions which then find application in everyday life. Our factory produces silicon cells, photovoltaic modules, as well as mounting systems for photovoltaic installations. We invented quantum glass, a revolutionary transparent photovoltaic glass, with quantum layers with a broad spectrum of applications. With the use of lasers, we make engravings for luminescent glass. We pride ourselves at being probably the largest manufacturer in the world of aesthetical photovoltaic sunshades. Photovoltaic facades of various designs are at our specialization. Just like photovoltaic skylights. All colored photovoltaic modules blending into their surroundings in the least invasive way. Our smart city solutions turn spaces into functional energy-generating pieces of modern small architecture tailored always to individual needs. We supply complete solutions of building integrated photovoltaic systems as well as the innovative glass generating heat, the heating glass windowsill with a temperature controller and a built-in induction charger, modern glass bathroom heaters, or glass with switchable transparency. We also focus on protecting health, providing biocidal glass barriers or the item disinfecting UV box. But most importantly, COVID detector. We contribute to protecting the planet and limiting the effects of global warming. ML System. We are changing the world for future generations.
Ale mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że hu. Tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa. Nazywam się Mariusz Marszałkowski, jestem redaktorem portalu Business Alert i będę prowadził rozmowę z naszym gościem, kolejnym punktem programu konferencji. Serdecznie zapraszam
So I'd like to welcome to listen to the conversation with Roberto Zangredi, who is the Secretary General at European Distribution System Operators.
Witam serdecznie.
So welcome.
So good afternoon to you. Thank you, Mariusz.
Dziękuję serdecznie za przyjęcie zaproszenia.
Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, for your arrival here at Rzeszów and for this possibility to talk to you. The first question
pytanie dotyczące
is the question as follows. What is your organization? Whom you bring together in the organization? What do you do there? What kind of companies do you bring together? Why this association is important from the perspective of distribution system operators?
So very easy. EDSO was born 10 years ago, 11 as a matter of fact, and was constituted by the largest European distribution system for electricity. So low tension companies, the big low tension companies, those bringing the ordinary electricity to your socket in your home, for instance. And it was constituted because the grid operators knew that they had to associate and they had to develop together the smartization, the modernization, and accelerated modernization of their grids. So from that moment on, the cooperation among the big European characters in the distribution system operation started working really together, participating into the EU projects plan, developing demonstration, and achieving new technological solutions that are today everyday choice of our operators, not only, but also every day's added benefit for the consumers in Europe.
A ilu operatorów zrzeszacie w stowarzyszeniu?
How many operators do you have?
So we have got some 40 larger companies. Among these companies also 3 major Polish companies, which I particularly thank. PGE Distribution, for instance, is one of our best reputed members. They are all very active in setting up a good reasoning for the policy of energy and a good reasoning for the technological solutions that we must adopt.
No właśnie, to wiemy już, czym jest wasza organizacja, czym się zajmujecie
your organization deals with, what kind of companies you bring together.
Mamy największy kryzys energetyczny w współczesnym
the biggest energy crisis actually in the contemporary history of Europe, and it affects distribution system operators as well. In this context, my question, from your perspective, what are the biggest threats connected with the energy crisis?
Well, could be a really a major disturbance in the evolution of the grids themselves. The grids were and still are in a gigantic effort to invest money. We are talking about something like 70 billion euro per year altogether to become a more modern, more digitalized, more reliable, and more suitable to incorporate the amount of renewable energy that is gradually increasing throughout Europe. So these investments are basic to not only develop the grid, but to ensure the security of the operations of the grid also in the future. So if you consider these figures, you grosso modo reach an amount of over 400 billion that are necessary to improve the grids until 2030, so within this decade. An energy crisis of this magnitude and dimension can slow down this process and can provoke some rethinking and some serious delay in the planning of the companies. Obviously, seeing that cynically, if you wish, we were chatting about this, waiting to come live. Any major crisis can also induce dramatic innovation, and this dramatic innovation is certainly there, ready to be deployed.
Jakie z tych innowacji ty
What about
widzisz
these innovations?
największą szansę,
I mean,
jeżeli chodzi
which
o
of these innovations is, in your perspective, the biggest opportunity for development of distribution networks? Which may come the fastest and which may help to overcome the crisis?
Well, a revision of the network codes to render them fit to suit the progress of the grid is underway. We have the notion of interoperability that is being developed. We have got a crucial path of innovation that tackles cybersecurity in order to guarantee the grids, the level of reliability that the grids must have in order to deliver security. So first of all, reliability, then security, and cybersecurity is of paramount importance in here. Then flexibility, distributed flexibility. It means gradually being able not only to estimate, but to preview and manage the amount of renewable energy coming from, as many say, the bottom of the line, so from the private household, and have it injected into a larger, more functional grids.
What are the forecasts from your perspective, from the perspective of EDSO? What are your perspectives for the near future? Would you say that the energy crisis will have influence for the next several years, or would you say that there is any opportunity that we will exit this crisis quite faster or much faster? Perhaps we will become stronger after the crisis?
Well, if I had the elements to answer your question, I would be happy. But the elements that we gathered during this conference, for instance, this morning and this early afternoon, are pretty clear. So we shall have a tough 2023 winter, tough 2024 year, probably. But this is inevitable. So it is inevitable, and to many extent, maybe not negotiable, because it's there, it will be there, and the evolution of this crisis has already set this scenario for the next couple of years. This said, it is probably at the moment really for the institution to seek unified solution on unified approaches and guidelines to manage this crisis. We had last week a ministerial meeting. We shall have multiple meetings over the next weeks. There are obviously many interests and many elements in the energy security that must be delivered, that come into the game. We have been listening everything here, from reviving all the vectors of energy up to the most innovative nuclear approaches. All comes into the game. Certainly it's not just the gas, it's not just press on the renewables, it's not just save energy, it's not just limit the peak consumption by 5%, asking the households to choose between a washing machine and hair dryer. So it is the complexity that will drive the institution to seek a unified approach to this. Certainly for the consumer, it will be necessary to resettle and to change some habits. This is going to be inevitable beyond any rhetoric around that. It will be probably temporary. Temporary doesn't mean necessarily short in time, but it will be inevitable.
When we talk about distribution grids, I have to ask, and we are in Poland as well, so I have to ask about our conditions, because you have mentioned that your association includes 3 distribution operators from Poland, so I'm sure you know Polish conditions as well. And in this context, the following question. The energy crisis is one thing. Then in Poland, for some time now, we have another crisis. It is already here. Distribution operators crisis, namely PV grid. Extreme boom of photovoltaics, which led to problems of distribution grids. So I have a question here. From the European perspective, or from the perspective of European partners, do you have similar challenges elsewhere, like with photovoltaics in Poland, and how to prevent it, how to counteract it, because companies spend €1 billion for investment every year anyway, and we don't see the results of that?
Well, you're slightly dramatic in putting this question. So, but let me try. Let me try to answer you. Yes, Poland is not alone. Poland is not alone. If you want, we go to the other side of Europe, and we go to a much smaller nation, the Netherlands. They are exactly in the same situation. Then we go a little bit down, farther down, southwards, and we have got France that has also strong symptoms of such distress. And I must say that it is a situation that more or less is common in all European markets. So it is not a question of connecting these with the lack of results. So the grid needs the investments that I have described before, giving a rough framework in terms of figures and amount. This over 400 billion euro by the end of the decade. But the execution and the physical possibility to connect and accommodate is made of a lot of elements, and once and above all, the permitting processes that differ from country to country, and that should be extremely accelerated in order to allow the grid operators to invest rapidly into the grids. And then there are the physical limitation of the grid that are also managed by the national regulatory authority that are not always directed in the towards the same target, can also bring some extra difficulty in this. But I'm very optimistic in this. I believe that we, the industry, and when I say we, the industry, we, the companies that express the entrepreneurial and the industrial values in the electricity distribution, because do not forget that electricity distribution is an industry before being a service. It is an industry made of investments, made of copper, made of wires, made of transformers, made of men and women that are delivering a service. So this said, you have the machine that is set to progress, and that will deliver the availability of these, provided that there is a cooperation from the policy side and from the regulatory side. In the preceding debate, there has been used an expression which is very much accurate, and it was a policy is everything. And in a status of crisis like this one, policy is the most important choice to make.
I szanowni Państwo, w tym w zasadzie stwierdzeniem, co jest najważniejsze, musimy zakończyć naszą rozmowę. Dziękuję
is what we have to finish our conversation with. Roberto, I want to thank you for this brief conversation, for the introduction and the talk about the European distribution networks. And it was Roberto Zangrandi, who is the Secretary General of the European Distribution System Operators Association. And now our plan calls for distributing prizes for best conference posters. So I see that this is really happening. So
thank you, Maros.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to thank the guys over there translating. They have been doing a wonderful job all the morning and in this start of the afternoon. Thank you very much. Very professional, also in the nuances of your translation.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów.
We would now like to invite the team of experts from the Institute of Energy Policy of commemorating Łukasiewicz, composed of both scientists but also practitioners who have implemented a number of international and national projects. We can do analysis reports, we can do a feasibility study and a legislative study for the customer. We can also prepare training about the power industry aspects and economic forecasts. So we would like to invite you to use our services.
ML System. We are changing the world for future generations. Nature is our treasure, so we care for the environment. By taking action so that future generations can enjoy planet Earth as we know it. The energy transformation is crucial, and we are proud to be a part of it. In our well-equipped Research and Development Center, we create innovations on a global scale. Problem solving is our natural inspiration for designing and the creation of solutions which then find application in everyday life. Our factory produces silicon cells, photovoltaic modules, as well as mounting systems for photovoltaic installations. We invented quantum glass, a revolutionary transparent photovoltaic glass, with quantum layers with a broad spectrum of applications. With the use of lasers, we make engravings for luminescent glass. We pride ourselves at being probably the largest manufacturer in the world of aesthetical photovoltaic sunshades. Photovoltaic facades of various designs are at our specialization. Just like photovoltaic skylights. Or colored photovoltaic modules blending into their surroundings in the least invasive way.
Witam Państwa serdecznie na kolejnym punkcie konferencji.
Let me welcome you to the next item on the agenda, which is to present the awards for the best poster at the 7th Conference of Energy Security, and the jury met several times. My name is Paweł Borkowski, and I'm professor at the Warszawskiego University, Professor Agnieszka Stec, Professor Hanna Thomer, and Secretary Julia Delong. And this year there were relatively few posters, only 12, and I do remember as the chairman of the jury that there was a time when we had 37. But the jury could very closely review those posters and do some hearings, especially major hearings of the authors of the posters, and the jury decided to award altogether 4 prizes, first, second, and 2/3. I wanted to start with the first award because from the very beginning, and here all members of the jury were in agreement that that poster was the favorite, and the Zoom online hearing only reinforced this feeling, and that was poster number 11, authored by Łukasz Korzeniowski, MSc, Wądrzyk, PhD, Marek Lewandowski, PhD, and waste from fruit and vegetables as a prospective source of polysaccharides for chemical feedstock. We have one author of that poster, so we're inviting him onto stage.
I zapraszam tutaj. Druga nagroda.
Second prize, I have the pleasure to present it to Magister Angelique Radowski from the Warsaw Polytechnic, who designed a new energy store, and she is online as far as I can see you very well now. So this was also something that was really pleasant to hear someone who was so deeply involved in the project and who was aware of the multi-aspect nature of such a significant and innovative project. I understand the organizers will send the prize by courier. I want to congratulate you. I want to thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this conference. It was a pleasure for me to share my work. I congratulate the conference of such a high level in terms of the organization and all the accompanying aspects. And I also congratulate the first poster, which I also found to be extremely good, and I encourage everyone to learn more about energy stores, and I hope that next year I will be able to be here in person. So thank you very much and have a very pleasant conference. Well, we're holding you by your word. We do hope that you will have a final ready energy store that we can touch and see. The jury assigned 2 third places. The difference was so small that we decided there was no point in trying to determine which of those posters was actually better, and that goes to Ms. Klaudia Ligenza from AGH University in Kraków for the poster Perspectives of Producing Green Hydrogen from Offshore Power Plants in Baltic Sea until 2050. As I understand, the organizers will send the prize to you by courier, so congratulations to you, madam. Thank you very much, and I also want to congratulate the remaining participants of the competition. Thank you very much. And the third place goes to the poster of Marek Plata, PhD, Mr. Wądrzyk and Mr. Lewandowski, both PhDs. liquefaction of waste, food waste, as a feedstock for advanced chemical production in Poland. So fruit and vegetable seems to be a major feedstock in Poland. It seems we're beginning to finally start thinking seriously about circular economy. I remember when we were trying to educate the society about how important this is. Without that, we would not be able to have circular economy put into life. So. And so please come forward, show yourself to everyone. So I'm inviting the jury to stand so that the web or online guests can see us all.
Dziękuję wszystkim za...
So, I would like to thank everyone for their participation. And please give us more posters next year. This jury is hungry for more posters. We're insatiable.
mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Przedstawiamy wpływ działalności polskich sieci elektroenergetycznych na rozwój kraju oraz redukcję własnego śladu węglowego. Sektor elektroenergetyczny nieustannie się zmienia. Pojawiają się nowe technologie wytwarzania energii, zmieniają się regulacje prawne, rośnie znaczenie prosumentów. Wśród tych dynamicznych przekształceń nasza rola pozostaje niezmienna. Zarządzamy pracą krajowego systemu elektroenergetycznego. Dbamy, żeby w każdym momencie dostępne było tyle energii elektrycznej, ile jest potrzebne. Aktywnie uczestniczymy również w przygotowaniu nowych rozwiązań rynkowych mających zapewnić integrację europejskiego rynku energii elektrycznej. W codziennej działalności wywieramy znaczący wpływ na funkcjonowanie polskich firm i gospodarstw domowych. Nasze działania w 2020 roku przyniosły polskiej gospodarce ponad 6 miliardów wartości dodanej. W ubiegłym roku zrealizowaliśmy inwestycje infrastrukturalne za ponad 1 miliard złotych. W najbliższych latach planujemy przeznaczyć na rozwój sieci przesyłowej ponad 14 miliardów złotych. Wszystkie inwestycje konsultujemy z otoczeniem społecznym. Aby pogodzić różnorodne oczekiwania, uważnie wsłuchujemy się w opinie mieszkańców i przedstawicieli samorządów. To pozwala sprawnie przejść przez cały proces. Rozwijając infrastrukturę sieciową, dbamy o zachowanie bioróżnorodności. Nasze linie prowadzimy tak, aby w jak najmniejszym stopniu kolidowały z obszarami występowania cennych gatunków roślin oraz zwierząt. W ramach prowadzonych inwestycji wykorzystujemy najnowsze technologie oraz stosujemy najwyższe standardy techniczne bezpieczeństwa i ochrony środowiska. Projektujemy, budujemy i działamy w taki sposób, aby zwiększyć efektywność energetyczną i redukować ślad węglowy. Odpowiadamy w ten sposób na coraz istotniejsze wyzwania klimatyczne. Jako nowoczesna organizacja kształtujemy innowacyjne środowisko pracy. Stale wzmacniamy unikalny zasób wiedzy oraz eksperckość kadry PSE odpowiedzialnej za bezpieczeństwo pracy systemu elektroenergetycznego. Doskonalimy wymagania w zakresie zarządzania zdrowiem, bezpieczeństwem, środowiskiem i jakością realizacji zadań. Nasza działalność przyczyniła się do zatrudnienia w Polsce blisko 18 000 osób. Koszt świadczonej przez nas usługi przesyłania jest przedstawiony na rachunku konsumenckim. Stanowi on jedynie 5% całej opłaty za energię elektryczną. Dzięki uruchomieniu w niedalekiej przyszłości Centralnego Systemu Informacji Rynku Energii, odbiorcy będą mogli lepiej kontrolować swoje zużycie energii i w efekcie obniżyć związane z nim koszty. Będąc sąsiadami wielu społeczności lokalnych, czujemy też odpowiedzialność za ich rozwój i poprawę jakości życia. Prowadząc program grantowy Wzmocnij swoje otoczenie, finansujemy realizację projektów społecznych, głównie w obszarach środowiska, zdrowia i edukacji. Świat wokół nas ciągle się zmienia. Rozpoczął się proces transformacji energetycznej i środowiskowej. Prowadzenie działalności w takich warunkach jest dużym wyzwaniem. Mierzymy się z nim każdego dnia. Już dziś budujemy bezpieczną przyszłość z myślą o energii dla przyszłych pokoleń. Polskie sieci elektroenergetyczne. Napełniamy Polskę mocą.
mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że hu. Tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego odwaga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Drodzy Państwo, tutaj w tej auli V1 będzie panel dotyczący gmin, natomiast panel dotyczący bezpieczeństwa energetycznego, aktualna diagnoza z perspektywy Unii Europejskiej będzie w auli V2, natomiast tutaj w tej auli V1 będzie panel transformacja energetyczna w jednostkach samorządu terytorialnego, więc bardzo proszę ewentualnie, jeżeli Państwo planowali na tym panelu zostać, o pozostanie, a jeżeli na tym drugim, to proszę o zamienienie sali. Zaczniemy za 5 minut ten panel.
Dobra, to czekam. To jest chyba szybek, coś takiego. Transformacja energetyczna to jest na pewno dla jednostek samorządu terytorialnego. Okej, tylko że ja teraz miałam być jakoś tam na początku, ale teraz spadłam bliżej końca, czyli ja sobie tu spokojnie... Nie, przed chwilą rozmawiałam z moderatorem i on mówił, że będę przed samorządami, czyli nie wcześniej...
Szanowni paneliści, jeżeli są, siadają na scenę, serdecznie zapraszamy. Te przesunięcia sal spowodowały pewne zamieszanie wśród nas wszystkich. Bardzo serdecznie proszę. Rozumiem, że możemy zaczynać. Proszę Państwa, bardzo serdecznie witam wszystkich na panelu poświęconym transformacji energetycznej w jednostkach samorządu terytorialnego. Cieszę się, że
on energy transition in units of local governments. I am glad that we have representatives of PG Obrót, Mr. Gackowski from the agency, Piotr Moncarz. He's joining us in a second. And Adam Żelezik, the director of the Strategic Initiatives Department and BGK. Now, there are also representatives of local governments who had a chance to win in our competition for activities aiming at energy transition. Representatives of Poisk, Przewic, and Gdynia, representatives of these municipalities. So our panel is beginning a bit later. So good afternoon to all our participants online. This panel will discuss the following issue. To what extent local governments, territorial governments in a broad sense, may and should be active participants of the process of energy transition. We talk a lot about the energy transition, about soaring prices, that there are some threats to energy security, and local governments have a special role in this whole process. As local communities of inhabitants, when we talk about territorial governments, municipalities, because the law stipulates that a territorial government is a community of people and inhabitants, so they are responsible for chances and possibilities for development of local communities in a very important sphere, namely energy security, and providing as a local inhabitants for development, for those who want to be active. Let me say that energy policy of the state adopted by the government is up to 2040 and emphasizes and assumes that there will be decentralization of the energy system in a broad sense, and under the process of decentralization, local governments should be taken into account in the whole process. Let me also mention that EU power, so the new message from the European Commission about the process of change is connected also with the situation and the war in Ukraine, so Russia's aggression against Ukraine assumes that especially in the sphere of energy savings, what is very important here and what is a very important element of energy security and life quality of inhabitants, local authorities are mentioned as entities which should be active to provide the higher level of energy efficiency. So here we have both representatives of institutions dealing with the energy market, dealing with financing and development of this energy market, but also representatives of municipalities, which are most experienced, according to the chapter, in various activities aiming at energy transition. So we are also going to have Anna Jagiełło with us from the Ministry of Funds and Regional Development, and she will talk about various options. Welcome. Hello, good afternoon. And she will tell us more about possibilities to finance from the public sector, so fund financing of developmental processes connected with energy transformation. So I believe that the first speaker will be Janusz Magoń, because he is in a hurry. He has many duties as CEO of PGE Trading. So please be brief in a nutshell in the context of energy transition in local governments. What kind of perspectives do you see for them? And what kind of issues could be organized better? And what kind of partnership is expected if you think about the fact that local governments are also responsible for preparing assumptions and plans of providing inhabitants with energy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you can hear me, I can see. All right, so I will try to be very brief and discuss the subject matter in a nutshell. PGE Trading as a group and PGE as a company 7 years ago started to cooperate with local governments. I've become the person involved in consolidation of this market because I've been a local government activist for many years, so 4 terms of office. I was in the local government, so we have 4.5 million users or customers, and I wanted to create out of them a segment of local government market, and we did that, and we have 1,350 local governments in our area. At the best times, we had almost 800 of them, which were in our portfolio as our customers. And since then, we've been running a very active policy of cooperation with local governments, especially we opened customer service office, especially for smaller governments. It might be a great support, especially for local governments who signed a contract with us. Remotely, you can control energy consumption, you can control your invoices, and basically it is very helpful. It is very helpful for our customers. And when we organize, well, let me give you a specific example of the Podkarpackie Territorial Association of Local Governments, and we organize webinars every half a year, and we are panelists there, and we provide information there about possible solutions, possible changes, threats. We don't talk about offers or prices because it is a matter of competitive policy, of selecting the energy seller. So during these webinars, we are trying to present our new ideas, our new projects. And in my practice, as a member of the board at the moment, and as the person who has influence on what is happening and what the company may offer, well, it is now the time for local governments, and my colleagues started verifying the plans of energy supplies and gas supplies to their units of local government, and they should not save money on that. They should simply use the companies which have had a lot of experience in that, especially try to involve not only the institutions but also inhabitants in renewable energy sources. There are many problems. Local governments are fragmented, especially rural communes. They may have like sewage pumping stations, plenty of them, but they may not have renewable energy sources at all. So they are under a lot of pressure due to the prices. That's one aspect. Another aspect is lighting. So like street lamps.
przebranżowienia na oświetlenie oszczędnościowe.
So we need energy savings there.
Przepraszam bardzo, może oddam głos i jeszcze wrócę.
Maybe I will go back to that in a moment.
Proszę w takim razie
All
pana
right.
Tomasza Gackowskiego.
So,
Agencji
Tomasz
Rozwoju Przemysłu,
Gotkowski
jak,
from
państwo
Industrial
widzicie,
Development Agency. What's your perspective on your potential participation in energy transformation in the local markets? What are your expectations? What is your offer? Thank you very much for invitation. Congratulations for local governments who won in the competition. They are our stars today because, well, you have a lot of responsibility, especially at this difficult time after the 24th of February. We are on the eve of the winter season, autumn first, then winter, so responsibility for local governments is great, also for central authorities, for local government, but also for local governments. The Industrial Development Agency is a government agency. It is a state treasury company, 100% owned by the state treasury, but at the same time we are part of the commercial company, so we have companies within our structures, individual companies. We're also an organizer of special economic zones and industrial parks that we locate in various places throughout Poland under Polish investment zones project. So we cooperate with local governments on a daily basis to come up with the best possible conditions for investors who would like to invest. There are branches, there are production plants, processing plants, there are services that they want to provide for Poland, for Poles, but also for the whole European Union. And thirdly, as the moderator kindly noticed, is financing. We are known for debt financing through loans, but also we have investments like capital investments and other financing projects. Perhaps I will add more details to that in a moment. As for RES that we've been discussing, maybe it hasn't been stated directly, but the point is that on the one hand we can reduce the risk of smog, on the other hand we don't want to increase prices to the most sensitive and vulnerable clients. So investors ask us whether we as the entity which helped to locate investment, even though we are not PGA or NEA, whether we will help them to green the energy mix. Here we have to be open and we need to be in a very good dialogue with entities of local governments, because we need to answer the question about the sources of electrical energy, the sources of gas, but also circumstances and conditions connected with water supply, with water connections, so they are a natural partner to us. Industrial Development Agency in many local regions is very active via its dependent companies, via its subsidiaries, and I'd like to mention hydrogen valleys touched upon in previous panels. We are very much involved because the market of hydrogen should be a local market before it will become a pan-Polish or pan-European market, and before we have the stage of contracts for supplying hydrogen or contracts for commodity exchange of energy. So then financing, not only debt financing, because this year we opened a competition connected with aspiring innovator in heat engineering for local government units and enterprises of heat engineering company. Minsk Mazowiecki won, but I will hear the words of praise for local government units, and I guess every one of you could win because you are in the forefront, you are among the best in this respect. So I'm very curious what you are going to say about this topic, especially from the financial engineering perspective. Because let me mention one more thing as for debt potential of the sector of public finances and your relations with regional accounting chambers. So what is recognizable as your investment potential? I guess that there is director from the BGK Bank. Perhaps he will tell us more about that, but we are open to financial engineering, to discussion about that, whether it is about ITPO, whether it is about something else, because we recognize an opportunity, investment opportunity in various areas, and not only a support element. So I was trying to be very brief. I am very glad, but I would say that naturally speaking, well, maybe it will be the best idea for Director Żelezik to continue with this financial motive. We know that you were a kind of advisor, if I may call it like that, of PFR Group. Yes, that's correct. Especially I'd like to say congratulations to all of you, because your achievements, your as local governments are really impressive. And I do appreciate your activities. And due to our place in the financial system, BGK Bank is a unique bank which has a mission of helping and supporting social and economic development of our country. And we see special tasks for us, because apart from financing, we also identify gaps, we also identify market needs, and we respond to that. Even though, and even in the situations when commercial banks are not ready to do that, and especially in these situations, because we want to make an equal playing field and create a favorable climate for the bank, for the commercial institutions who will want to follow in our footsteps and start the energy transition. Now it is a special geopolitical situation, and the need for transformation is absolutely necessary, and I don't think anyone is undermining that. The question remains how to go about that, and which model should we follow. Should we take a step forward, or perhaps should we take 2 steps forward? One step is moving towards gas in heat engineering, and 2 steps is like 2 steps towards hydrogen installations or other zero-emission heat sources and electrical energy sources, because we are talking about cogeneration. And we are ready to enter the dialogue. We are ready to support all the projects which crop up. A lot has been said about heating, because heat engineering is like a test for all of us, actually, because we are actually entering the period of autumns and winter. No one wants to sit in a cold room with cold radiators, so BGK has 2 tasks to carry out. The first one is supporting in terms of flexibility, support for heating, so that we have something to pay for coal, for fuel, for heat power plants. On the other hand, we remember about investments. We create various programs for that, and programs to support these investments. I don't want to go into all the details, but there are several items I'd like to touch upon. And it is about supporting the investment. That is the fund for crisis guarantees. It was created due to the COVID, and now it was extended into crisis situation connected with the situation in Ukraine. Whereas, well, within this fund, we have liquidity instruments, but also guarantee fund for investment. So within this fund, we may guarantee up to 6 years, up to 80% of the investment connected with modernization of heat systems. Perhaps not everyone is aware that local governments may take advantage of this instrument too. It is like part of the portfolio, so we are not financing the self-government directly. It goes to the commercial bank, which receives additional support or limits the credit risk by obtaining portfolio guarantees of BGK. It is definitely insufficient, because we are talking about 6-year timeline, and investments are in the energy sector. So such investments take a long time. We are talking usually about several years. And we are supposed to finance some programs from EU funds, like InvestEU, which is to be a special source of financing of energy transition. There are special programs which are debt-related programs connected to preferential treatment, yet it is fully a debt treatment, so that's a related approach. So the most important thing, BGK is ready to support transformation. We have instruments, we have funds for that, so that's it.
There is an entity that already participates in this process and has experience in cooperating with many local authorities. But we frequently talk of the need for external support coming from European funds, and I will ask Ms. Joanna Jagiełło from the Ministry of Regional Development and Funds to tell us about the formal approaches appearing as the result of the partnership agreement and the process of negotiating our use of EU funds. And Joanna Jagiełło, who is with us online, will tell us about it. Yes, thank you very much. And on behalf of the management of the Ministry of Development and Regional Funds, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to this conference, and I'll show you a brief presentation. I represent the Department of Infrastructure Programs at the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, and we are responsible for implementing the National Infrastructure and Environment Program 2014-2020 and European Funds for Infrastructure, Climate and Environment for the years 2021 to 2027, and the Ministry of Regional Policy is an active participant in the process of transforming the energy industry towards low-emission and zero-emission economy, and is responsible for implementing financing projects of great importance for the energy security with EU funds. And the problem of the transition of the Polish energy industry and economy, well, the scope of national and regional programs is based on agreed strategy of using EU funds, which is the partnership agreement. This document is the primary one that determines the cooperation between the EU and Poland, and the interventions undertaken as part of the national program in areas such as the infrastructure of transport, energy, environment, health and culture is one of the sources of finance for the investment needs identified, and it will be complementary to other programs, in particular regional ones, but also other EU and national instruments with regards to the policy goal number 2, so more environmentally friendly, low-emission Europe, goal 3, more connected Europe, and 4, Europe with a stronger social dimension. As part of the Phoenix program, we will be taking action for energy efficiency and reducing the emission of GHGs, developing system heat, renewable energy source, intelligent grids, storage of energy and gas infrastructure, smart gas infrastructure. Also, environmental management, waste management, protection of environment, environmental education, transport then, municipal, rural, rail, aviation, shipping, and then infrastructure of health, culture and heritage, cultural heritage. So in the 21 to 2027 financial perspective, we have for supporting energy transition as part of the National Phoenix program about 6 billion euros, and this amount can change. It's still waiting for approval by the European Commission of the program. And the planned support for energy transition for local authorities as part of the Phoenix National Program will apply to areas like developing heating systems, highly efficient cogeneration, and here we have 1,133 million euros, and as part of the program, efficient energy systems, heating systems according to the directive of the Parliament and the Commission on heating systems, and those that don't have that status, but if the goal is to achieve it. And local authorities will also be able to apply for support for the cogeneration of heat and power in highly efficient cogeneration. Another area in the energy sector that can be supported in the case of local authorities is to develop local energy sources. Here the plant allocation as of today is 538 million euros, and this support will apply to plants for producing electricity, heat, and the production of alternative fuel from RES, including energy stores for the RES source or an energy community and connection to the grid. Let me just add that the program is still awaiting approval by the European Commission. On the 8th of August, the version of the program with the notified agreements from negotiations with the Commission, and in parallel our ministry is working on preparing a detailed description of priorities and proposals for criteria for selecting projects, and all the detailed conditions for obtaining support will be presented in the detailed description of priorities, which is a document that is dedicated and is a compendium of knowledge for potential beneficiaries about opportunities and conditions and the possibility and how to implement projects. So I want to thank you for your attention here. Thank you very much, and thank you for those good promises, because in the end this is almost 1.5 billion euros from what I understood, the two programs together. These two areas, yes, we have that much. But that's some money for local authorities. Now, if we have so much good for local authorities, I would like the representatives of local authorities to tell us how, according to your hitherto experience, and you are leaders of this region, what is it that you would like to do, and what is it you need to do, what you plan to do, so that it would materialize? So, Mr. Czekowski, then Mr. Marek Ziłakowski, and then Bartoszewicz. And at the very end, I will ask Piotr Boncarz to tell us the external perspective, maybe not so American, but more general about processes that are general in nature. So, I am a representative of a 22,000 town, Poisk, in northern Mazovia, and in Poisk. Energy transition, or the energy revolution, occurred in 2007. It started in 2005 when the mayor of Poisk and the board of the heating company decided that they would convert the town heat plant into a cogen plant. That was a major revolution because we were able to, within 75%, phase out coal. And at the same time, as a result of having biomass boilers, we can produce, apart from heat, also electricity. And that is not the end, because as regards our plans, we are trying to go further in the direction of zero emission, and we are now analyzing the technical and economic analysis of subsequent solutions, such as we're really seriously thinking about investing in boilers that would allow us to fire the RDF in pre-RDF fractions, especially as Poisk has a sorting plant of another municipal company that produces so much PRDF and RDF that this would be sufficient for the energy needs of our town. So, of course, there are certain problems, like the time it takes to get environmental permits, but also problems that are mental ones, that town residents are not very happy about this idea, because such an incineration plant can be seen in very negative light. So we have to really focus on information policy, good practice, and so on, so that residents can be made aware, and so that we can encourage them to accept this solution. And that is not all yet, because we are seriously considering to also expand the existing boiler, biomass-fired, to completely phase out the coal boiler, which still exists and supports the cogeneration, so that we can stick to biomass only, but then there are certain risks due to that. For example, because of the deliveries of wood chips from forest management or its possible price. We're also thinking of heat pumps as an additional source of non-emission energy, which would be located in far-flung parts of the town, and supply the needs of the newly built housing developments of our town. And I want to draw your attention to a problem that is probably known to every local authority officer, which is the crazy unstable market and the crazy prices, because our conclusions, actually our applications for co-financing become outdated in days, and the cost estimate that was adequate a year ago is completely inadequate now, and there is a problem of how do you plan an investment project like this? Well, it is very risky. And I want to say that the upgrade in 2005 and 2007, or the replacement of the heating plant with cogen plant, it cost 35 million. It was financed by a grant from the Eco Fund and a loan from the National Environmental Protection Fund, and also by funds from the town itself. It cost us 35 million, where the town budget at the time was 50 billion zloty, so that was a huge risk that we ran. Thank you very much. Well, I can see that risk is necessary when you're developing local authority, especially when you're doing the energy transition, and this is the dimension that is not seen by everyone as something rational. We're still impressed by the decision and the courage of the mayor. So, Mr. Marek Zimakowski, who is mayor of Przywic. Actually, no, that's not a town, it's a village, so I'm actually a village head, not a mayor, but ladies and gentlemen, we started in 2010, so we installed solar thermal panels for hot tap water. It was a problem in the summer, both at private and public buildings. We are a tourism-oriented municipality, and the smog over us was a problem in that business. And then there were projects for thermal retrofits, and there were Norwegian funds for that, so we got subsidies of up to 85%. So we're looking for the cheaper money, for the better money. What is short when you analyze what to do at the municipality with the buildings? What we're short of is good documentation and supply of fuel, but also the audits of the buildings, because if there is co-financing on the market for be it solar thermal or PV panels, this is one of the elements for improving the heating of the buildings and their condition. Now, if we had thermal retrofit and there were no residual funds for it, we decided to go for it fully. So we both light the building, we do the thermal retrofit, we replace the district heating system so that the building would be complete. We also replaced the window panes so that we have 3-pane window glazing units and not non-compliant glazing units, and of course heat pumps. When we had heat pumps at public buildings, the cost of the stoker of the boiler, because you need a person who is qualified to actually stoke the boiler. And if you consider how much coal was burnt, that is something that only the stoker and the coal supplier know. With all due respect for their honesty, you know, a year after installing the pumps, we zeroed the cost. And in the case of PVs, until the end of last year, we're actually making some profit. In terms of EU funds, we try to cooperate with the residents. We try to educate the residents. And the previous projects led to the residents not disputing whether PV is good for them or not. They just accepted, let's follow the municipal activities. And the last renewable energy system from RPO, all our buildings have heat pumps, photovoltaics, and our residents have photovoltaics. So this winter, we don't care about coal anymore because we don't have any coal-fired boiler anymore. There is one kept next to the sports bay, and there we have bunker gas, but all the rest is fed with heat pumps and PV. The residents, when they produce electricity from PVs, they have surplus energy, and at some point during this winter, which is milder than it used to be, they will be able to additionally heat their buildings to use this surplus of electricity. And there is no concern here either that they will run out of coal or timber. They will have a problem, and that would lead to a problem with heating the buildings. We are now running a European project together with Danish and Dutch universities, and we have great specialists, including Mr. Kiciński, from flow machines of the Polish Academy of Science, the trading company and PO project, and this is to develop the rules of how an energy community could operate. So it will firstly include municipal buildings which are of large volumes, and this is about installing meters on them, analyzing the consumption of electricity, and even an element that few people remember, but with all due respect to local authorities, not everyone is technical in terms of their education, neither am I, but as a result of acting in this area, as a result of being in touch with many technical-minded specialists, I know that some things can be changed. For example, compensating the reactive power. You can already save 10% of energy which is necessary to start up certain machines that will use it. So it's important to have good partners, in particular research institutes, and also those who deal with energy on an everyday basis, because developing this energy community will mean that we know how such a community is supposed to work, and we will need an energy store in the community, and when we have a shortage of capacity of the transmission network, we'll know how to work in a community basis.
All right, so knowledge, funds, and social awareness. Now, Deputy Mayor of the city of Gdynia, could you talk about that as well? Where do you see yourself, your municipality, in the process of energy transition? What is most important to you? Well, it is a great honor for me to participate in this panel. Bartosz Bartoszewicz. I've been active in NGOs for many years. I'm deputy mayor of the city of Gdynia for almost 8 years. So let me tell you about our philosophy first. Let me refer to the title of the panel, and let me tell you something about our experiences. So let me take you on a journey in the context of what has been happening today. I woke up in the early morning. I walked next to trash bins, and our municipality is responsible for emptying them. I walked past a football pitch, and we are responsible for that also. We also have a school in my vicinity. We had to build this school. We used EU funds for that, but also municipal funds. There is also a healthcare center, which is rented out to this health center by the municipality. Then I reached the crossroads. We have we have a smart management system of the road traffic. Again, it is managed by the municipality, a stadium, sports clubs. All these facilities are maintained by the local government. Then forest road problems with wild boars, and we are trying to manage the situation as well. So you can see that the scope of activities of local governments is huge. Many people are not aware of that. Sometimes people at various meetings think I represent the ministry, I represent various companies. No, local governments are responsible for so much. If you look around, local governments are responsible for 80% of that. So you can see that we can do a lot in the context of energy savings, education, and all these activities that have been touched upon. There are 5 fundamental issues which can be translated into life quality in a city. I can talk about that. Number 1 is education, not education understood like learning at school, but education focused on cooperation, creativity, project work, education focused on inclusive policies, cooperation, not competition. Number 2 is economics, so support for business in a large sense, creating conditions for running businesses, then business education, like teaching English, access to objective knowledge, not only passed on in Polish, but so that people can have access to global knowledge, because you have easy access to that, just one click. Then participation, including people into decision-making processes. We want to have a permanent cycle of consultations where we can discuss various things in the city. We give access to our municipal data to people. We make decisions, and we are responsible for these decisions. So we make our data available so that people can have a look at that. Even if sometimes points out that we have made a mistake, well, so be it. Then mobility, a huge challenge connected with transportation in the city. I'd like to say that, trolley buses in Gdynia were introduced in the 1940s. They are still maintained as a sustainable means of transportation. Trolley buses go where the traction is, but there is battery charging system, so they reach new destinations in our neighborhood. So trolley buses are environmentally friendly. And number 5, apart from inhabitants, management, mobility, economy, well, we also have environment. We have various activities where, as local government people, we can do so much. You've talked about fractions, various problems that we have to handle. There are educational campaigns where we can do so much. There was a question about financing, so let me comment about that. We are awarded for the campaign, and we didn't spend much on this campaign. It is so simple. It is about savings at schools, but not general savings. We were very specific. And if we save money, and for 50% of the saved amount, pupils and students can buy something and can use this money to fulfill their passions. So students are motivated to save money. School wins because they spend less money. Students win because they can fulfill their passions, they can fulfill their hobbies. We win because we save also. Barriers, problems to us, well, it may be controversial. In recent years, we have drastic decrease of financing for governments, local governments. I'm not saying about increasing our budgets. I mean going back to the budgets that we had 4 years ago, because we have different competences than beforehand. We don't know. We don't need more. We need what we had before. So local government people handled COVID vaccination campaigns in an excellent way. They handled the refugee crisis very well. So local government people are very skilled, are really very well organized. We passed these tests so well, and I think we will continue our active participation in various fields. Okay, Professor Piotr Moncarz. So your remarks, outside view, maybe some reflections from the overseas perspective. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this great panel. In a moment, I will tell you why I believe that this panel is so great. Let me just say that the basic element repeated here, well, I will remember that. I will tell it in the States. I will take it with me to the States. For years, we were saying Poland doesn't have this, Poland doesn't have that. For years, we were saying Poland doesn't have civic society. Not true. Now we have Polish civic society. It starts at the bottom, smaller municipalities, rural municipalities, municipalities such like the city of Gdynia. I am very much impressed by that. I am so glad to see that. I do appreciate your activities that you carry out in your municipalities. I'd like to say that in the United States now that there is a lot of uproar about rural America, so to say. So I'm talking about places outside of big city centers. Only 6% people live outside of big city agglomerations. Today in Texas, we can pass through cities which used to have inhabitants several years ago. Now there are no people there, or very few people there. It is far away. It is too far away from... Okay, so let me rephrase it. If there is like a hurricane and the other disaster struck, first you repair everything in the city centers, in the cities, rural areas are neglected. So how to revitalize the system? Because this country, which is a huge producer of food, it is a huge producer of services, roads. We don't want these areas to be depopulated like that. This topic was touched upon here also as well. Obviously in Poland it is a bit different because you don't have such great distances as in the US, but still you have this problem of the population. So I'm glad I've heard this part of the discussion, and the response is in what you said. Namely, you have to apply innovative technologies. There is no other way. If we use innovative technologies, encouraging the local resident to, I don't know, to have solar panels on their roof, or allowing to place, I don't know, a windmill, a wind turbine in their field, or heat pumps. Let's begin with that. And then there is the and then there is CHP plant, and we want to push out coal. So this connector between leaders, local leaders of civic society and technology experts, this connection is absolutely indispensable. It is absolutely necessary. not only for people to live better lives, but for people to be interested in active participation in the civic society. Thank you very much indeed. There is a special role, I guess we may discuss it further, special role belongs to big companies like PGE or other big companies, energy companies, because the openness demonstrated by one of the speakers, openness to the needs of local governments is a very important factor here, a factor in ability to cooperate on a local level. Time for questions. Do we have any questions from the audience? Or do we have any questions from our online participants? In the room, I can see, oh yes, there is a question. I'm afraid you need to use a mic. Thank you very much. I have a question to representatives of communes, because you are here a very good example of how to carry out certain activities efficiently. So let me ask about your perspective. If you were to enumerate the most important things to be carried out so that there are more municipalities like yours in the future in Poland, are we talking about our municipalities or in general? Well, let's talk about Poland. Yes, what do you recommend for Polish municipalities? 3 most important things for energy transformation to develop as it should, to move forward as it should. Well, important things in the context of depopulation. Inhabitants need to have conditions created. Okay, we don't want inhabitants to leave municipalities. We want new people to come. Economic conditions. So activity of the local government, also for development of photovoltaics, so that fixed costs for inhabitants are as low as possible. And then atmosphere, so liquidation of smog and creating atmosphere which is like clean air and good conditions. It is feasible. We are a good example. I understand that you want us to talk about energy. So I guess a solution that we need is energy self-sufficiency and self-consumption. I'm afraid I have to touch upon something else. Educational subsidy dropped from 58% to 51%. So the state budget in the past paid for our education 58%, now it is 51%. So we have to look for additional millions in the local budget for education, for example. So my appeal is to the central government to go back to the budget that we had a few years ago, and then lifelong learning. So a different organization of education. Education should focus on on creativity, cooperation and innovation. Piotr Moncarz mentioned innovativeness and new technologies. Mr. Zimakowski mentioned that they are part of the project or joint projects together with Technological University of Gdańsk. Yes. And the Polish Academy of Sciences. So they have access to knowledge. But in Poland, we have more than 2,000 municipalities, and not every municipality has such opportunities. So a question to Mr. Magoń and also to Mr. Kaczkowski, to what extent national institutions can be partners supporting transfer of knowledge about development opportunities. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to our colleagues from local governments. They were thinking ahead. They were visionaries. That's impressive. each local government now is thinking about that now, and you have already done it, you are ready. So I can say that many local governments would like to use heat pumps, but it is not that simple, because now there is a boom in the market, and there is a problem with that. I guess it will be like that for another year at least. Far East market is blocked, and we don't have as many devices as we would like to have. Then cogeneration, CHP. So on the one hand, conferences like that, active participation of local government people who are interested in that is very helpful. Then meetings, as I've said, organized by energy entities, energy sector entities, SPGE trading. We are working on a few large projects, and it is about including local governments, including local government people, in order to support the economic potential by building wind farms, by organizing energy cooperatives, which would allow local governments like yours, because your municipalities are accountable, and there is a system of settlement by the end of March. So we would like to have like self-consumption. So you want to have all the units of territorial government, so municipal economy, water supply, sewage systems, so that you can use energy that you have generated. Then we are working on the following projects. Municipal buildings, social initiatives like housing initiatives, they need to be equipped. It must be an obligation. They need to be equipped in photovoltaics, so that at least common spaces there in these buildings could be heated in a cheaper way. We are working on a model of a virtual consumer. It is something that will function very soon, I would say. I hope it will function next year. And it is about access to photovoltaics by inhabitants of housing estates who would like to buy a part of photovoltaic installation, even in some other place, and then they can use simply the energy that will be generated there. And the most important thing is it will happen very soon, I believe, namely we will have a central system of energy information, and system operators will have an obligation to transfer readouts of meters in a daily cycle. Now there is an operator in a given area and transfers these readouts like PG distribution to PG trading and to other sellers, and we settle that and we issue an invoice, but at a certain point the tariff will be no longer in place, the market will be freed, and the customer, when the central system will be introduced, the customer may change the seller within one day. Within a single day, we are moving there, we are going in this direction. It is quite realistic, and then there will be competition among sellers, and it will encourage consumers to be more active. Or like business people or representatives of corporations or local governments will be more active in this system. Thank you very much indeed. Many thanks. Thank you very much for this realistic perspective of future changes. I guess I don't have any illusions. You are right that the future of electrical energy grid will be will be connected with smart, with the word smart, DSM, DSR, because there will be active management of demand. And when we would like to use energy which is available because it is cheap at certain times of day, habits that you have mentioned will have to be changed. Also habits of local governments. When to start a washing machine, when to use the iron, and in Scandinavia, you have daily curves, you can analyze them, and you learn when it is most efficient to use such appliances. So it is about energy efficiency, and there is more and more a popular approach, namely how to do more for less. So how to use all these appliances in such a way that there are benefits to everyone. And as for the risk of depopulation of smaller cities, towns, and rural areas, in Industrial Development Agency, we have a project called A Plant, and in the background of smaller cities, Elbląg, Stalowa Wola, Włocławek, we are building parks, like industrial parks, buildings, energy-efficient buildings, like back offices, where various companies might start their operations, also service providers, also companies from the new technology sector. It is close to bigger agglomerations, but these regions, which are a bit smaller, can also develop, because yes, I have noticed a similar tendency, as you have mentioned, a big war between Wall Street and Main Street. So the bigger ones are buying out smaller ones. So then we are endangered by bigger problems during the times of crisis. One more thing, how do we want to build such office spaces? We want to build it of prefabricated materials. And when we talked about investments that we are developing in Suchedniów, where we are building prefabricated materials plants, such buildings, such office spaces will be built out of such material. We want to support this kind of construction. It is energy efficient. It is an activity which seems very smart, very agile. And I think that as state treasury companies, we would like to go in this direction, because we can obtain a lot and benefit a lot from that. As for innovation, during a year, as a part of consortium, we are part of several projects and several applications to the European Commission. We are business partner in one of them for local government units, for NGOs, for other business partners, and jointly we are trying to carry out some activities. And finally, we are also present in space technologies. I recently participated at the conference that when someone said that my agency is associated with space, well, we are on the side of Dow Jones actually, but we are also part of space technologies, and cooperation with the Łukasiewicz Institute goes very well. So mapping terrain technologies and designing various grids and networks plans of industrial parks, all these technologies might be very useful. It is not about space in space, but you can apply it in various sectors of the economy. So thank you very much indeed.
With regards to innovation, I'd say I will have something to say and something to offer to local authorities, because the BGK Bank about a year ago established the 3W initiative. This is a concept that is to point out three key resources for our future, that is water, hydrogen, and coal. And coal not for energy applications, because I think this might be important for us today when we're talking about technology, carbon technology, and our goal as part of the 3W, that's all the Polish abbreviation, is to make effective use of these three resources, so we're not restricting ourselves to what we have inherited and just financing what we have, but we want to promote innovation, because in our understanding, innovation is a lever driving civilizational development, and without that lever we will not have any progress. And what we can offer to local authorities is we identify three groups of stakeholders. One group is the business, people who are interested in making business, in doing business, and earning money. Then there is the public sector, that is mainly to satisfy the needs of the residents of a given area. And then there is the world of academia, whose ambition is to create new solutions and promote or develop and generally leads to technological progress or technical progress. And we combine these by creating an integrated innovation center, and there were 12 universities and institutes signed this agreement. Now we have another 4 universities, colleges joining this agreement, and now we have this very exceptional situation where we have a very strong representation of the research sector, because it includes universities of technology, natural science, but also humanities, because it's not just about technology and technical solutions. We are creating a unique entity that is dedicated to supporting the other groups, that is the business and the public sector. So all those who have a problem or who need innovation in their entities, but they don't know how to get it, so they can get our practical support, because the Center for Innovation, as it has such a broad spectrum of various universities and colleges and the generally huge intellectual resources, it can support local authorities at any stage and in every area of development of technology for water, hydrogen, and new coal technologies. So it's time to stop our panel, which is only gaining momentum now, but like with any transition, it will last forever, but hopefully it will lead success as soon as possible for local authorities. So to conclude, can you give us a 100-second conclusion about what is the most important thing and what you have to do to achieve it? So I would suggest we start from the left, from the CEO, through all the subsequent panelists, including Anna Go Online, who I suppose and I hope is still with us and can hear us and will be able to conclude. So what is the most important thing for the transition at the local authority and transition by the local authority? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to somehow take stock of the needs of the local authorities, and then I would go back to developing from zero the plans of energy and fuel supply and treat those programs seriously and use research for it, and then methodically go along the path like we have local authorities here ahead, because it pays. What you have decided 3 years ago, you can now see you are in the black and your communities are profiting from that. What is important? It's important to have knowledge and manage that knowledge, because the problem is that not everyone wants to use the knowledge. It's only once a crisis comes, the need arises to make change. And this example shows that, of our municipality, shows that 1,000% of the residents get into those new solutions. Then there is the group who get mature in 5 or 10%, and then there is the group of talibs. The Taliban will never accept progress. So sharing knowledge, encouraging others to use the knowledge. For many local authorities, this seems to be a problem, and this must be changed. So I would encourage you to participate in conferences like this, because this gives you knowledge in an easy-to-swallow pill, and I would encourage our local authorities from our region, because it's worth doing this. I would say it's not only the ability to manage, but also the ability to manage change, because local authority now manages change. You must be unafraid. You must know what you're doing it for, and you must know how to cooperate. And Poisk, an example of this, is the energy cluster, which, based on what you have mentioned, is a great place to exchange experience, not only at the level of the local authority of the municipality and the region, but also the intellectual resources. We cooperate with a Warsaw-based university on a research level, and it's a valuable source of inspiration for us. Let me give you a very general view. So we must look at the local authority from two sides. On the one side, it is the payer. It organizes the space. It has over 100 buildings, be they schools, kindergartens, offices, and it has to pay for energy for them. And on the other hand, local government serves as an example to residents, because you can do a lot of activity which is communicating what to do to the residents, but it has to give example. If we expect residents to do something, we must be a model for them in our activity, a role model, but I'm afraid, however, we have taken some action, regardless of the sphere, of how to adjust buildings to the needs of the disabled. 10 or 15 years ago, that was just a vision. It would be nice to do that, but now it's required by law, and we have to do it. So from the very beginning, we were aware of how we have to build buildings. So Gdynia has rules of how to build public buildings and how to convert them for the needs of people who are disabled and or people with disabilities. And the same applies to municipal properties, that renewable energy sources are not obligatory, they are just necessary. Where there is no understanding, we simply have to require that this is installed, and that's it. Let me get back to the very beginning and an early sentence about a civic society based on knowledge. So we must push that knowledge and we must integrate it to the community, because they won't buy stuff from a professor from the university who came with a lecture here. They have to see that it comes from the inside. It has to be a community which is harmonious and has trust. Regardless of political splits and regardless of the social and the religious mindset or vision, there must be a feeling that we are jointly creating the quality of life that we live. So I guess I have to fully agree with what has been said, so I will repeat. Value, cooperation, readiness to trust, and then there is one strong point, that energy transition is non-cyclic, it's long-term, it's gonna be forever. So the control that we are now exerting will influence my 3 children, and my 3 children will have to pay the bill. So let's try to remember that we are one of the smaller elements of a much larger plan, and this gives you some humility and intention to cooperate and some openness. I wouldn't be myself if I didn't say that 3W will be the most important, but 3W is not water, hydrogen, and coal, but cooperation, knowledge, so gaining knowledge, distributing knowledge, sharing knowledge, and finally the third would be persistence. Because when we take milestone-length steps, when we are in the energy revolution, we encounter many obstacles. Obstacles may discourage us, and that's natural, so we need persistence. And I would like to wish you all persistence. Joanna, you're with us, so by way of summary, I would like to emphasize the role of local authorities in the energy transition, and I want to say that converting energy industry from traditional or conventional to environmentally friendly one is an important element of local management, and the activities of local authorities that influence energy transition require both financial and advisory and legislative support, and we're starting a lot of funds for this. We're releasing EU funds which are used for transforming the energy industry in the second financial perspective already, or even more than second, and we intend to continue, and the support for energy transition is also dedicated to local authorities. So we now have 4 of those elements, because the 4th element is the financial support. So thank you all panelists, and Adam Levik is getting the drop of petroleum from our commenters who have decided that the innovation of your presentation or contribution was so great that it should be recognized with this drop of oil. So I want to thank all panelists very much. I want to thank the organizers for this idea, and we'll meet again in a year's time. And please remember the 4 elements: knowledge, persistence, cooperation, and financial support. Thank you.
Serdecznie zapraszamy Państwa do współpracy. Zespół ekspertów.
Yeah, we would like to encourage you to cooperate with us. This is the team of experts from the Institute of Energy Policy from the Łukasiewicz Institute, and those are researchers from universities, but also practitioners who have implemented many national and international projects, and we prepare analyses, reports, feasibility study, and legislative analysis for the customer. We can also prepare training on energy aspects and economic projections. So you're invited to use our services.
ML System. We are changing the world for future generations. Nature is our treasure, so we care for the environment. By taking action so that future generations can enjoy planet Earth as we know it. The energy transformation is crucial, and we are proud to be a part of it. In our well-equipped Research and Development Center, we create innovations on a global scale. Problem-solving is our natural inspiration for designing and the creation of solutions which then find application in everyday life. Our factory produces silicon cells, photovoltaic modules, as well as mounting systems for photovoltaic installations. We invented quantum glass, a revolutionary transparent photovoltaic glass, with quantum layers with a broad spectrum of applications. With the use of lasers, we make engravings for luminescent glass. We pride ourselves at being probably the largest manufacturer in the world of aesthetical photovoltaic sunshades. Photovoltaic facades of various designs are at our specialization. Just like photovoltaic skylights. Or colored photovoltaic modules blending into their surroundings in the least invasive way. Our smart city solutions turn spaces into functional energy-generating pieces of modern small architecture tailored always to individual needs. We supply complete solutions of building integrated photovoltaic systems, as well as the innovative glass generating heat, the heating glass windowsill with a temperature controller and a built-in induction charger, modern glass bathroom heaters, or glass with switchable transparency. We also focus on protecting health, providing virucidal glass barriers or the item disinfecting UV box, but most importantly, COVID detector. We contribute to protecting the planet and limiting the effects of global warming. ML System. We are changing the world for future generations.
mnie dzisiaj nosi. Ach, ten bałtycki wiatr.
To wiatr zielonych zmian. Ma moc.
U mnie się kręci, że hu. Tutaj też najlepiej pod słońcem.
To jasne. Dlatego w PGE myślimy ciepło o zielonej zmianie i inwestujemy w odnawialne źródła energii, farmy fotowoltaiczne i wiatrowe w całym kraju. PGE prowadzimy w zielonej zmianie.
Raz, dwa, trzy, no.
Od tysiącleci człowiek odkrywa świat oraz mechanizmy nim rządzące. Napędza nas pragnienie poszerzania wiedzy i lepszego zrozumienia świata. Potrzebna jest do tego waga, która pozwala nam docierać tam, gdzie nikt wcześniej nie dotarł. I odpowiedzialność, która sprawia, że naszą wiedzę wykorzystujemy dla wspólnego dobra. Podstawowym obszarem naszej działalności jest wydobycie gazu ziemnego, ropy naftowej oraz sprzedaż tych surowców. Jesteśmy liderem rynku gazu w Polsce, notowanym na GPW. Działamy globalnie. Stale poszerzamy wiedzę, prowadzimy badania i inwestujemy w nowe technologie. Ma to kluczowe znaczenie dla ekspansji i przyszłości naszego przedsiębiorstwa. Jesteśmy wiarygodnym i pewnym dostawcą dla naszych partnerów biznesowych i klientów. Gwarantujemy stałość dostaw i najwyższą jakość produktów. Zapewnia to naszym kontrahentom poczucie bezpieczeństwa i warunki stabilnego rozwoju. Strategia działania PGNiG opiera się przede wszystkim na poszukiwaniu i eksploatacji złóż znajdujących się na terenie kraju i za granicą. Dzięki temu Polska wzmacnia swoją niezależność energetyczną. Chcąc dywersyfikować źródła pozyskiwania surowców, importujemy gaz z rynków zagranicznych. Istotna część przyszłych dostaw będzie pochodzić z Ameryki Północnej. Poszukujemy i eksploatujemy złoża ropy naftowej i gazu ziemnego na norweskim szelfie kontynentalnym, a także w Pakistanie i innych częściach świata. Całość tych działań sprawia, że jesteśmy kluczowym gwarantem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego Polski. Gaz ziemny jest najlepszym rozwiązaniem dla każdego przedsiębiorstwa, które pragnie działać w zgodzie ze środowiskiem naturalnym. Wykorzystując zasoby ukryte w naszej ziemi, troszczymy się jednocześnie o przyszłe pokolenia. Naszym celem jest ciągły rozwój i dostarczanie efektywnych rozwiązań energetycznych. To dzięki temu jesteśmy dzisiaj obecni niemal w każdym polskim domu. PGNiG. Odkrywamy przyjazną energię.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second NATO panel discussion today. Once again, we are very pleased that NATO's Public Diplomacy Division is helping to bring a little bit and raise awareness about what NATO is doing on energy security. Very happy that NATO's Public Diplomacy Division is supporting this conference. I have a pleasure to moderate a great panel with 4 great panelists, both from NATO HQ, SHAPE, Polish Armed Forces, Government Center for Security, 4 great experts on energy security, energy transition, and energy independence. So before we jump into the discussion, let me just once again underline that first of all, it's a true pleasure to have our guests abroad coming to Rzeszów, coming from Brussels. So my special welcome goes to Julius and John. I appreciate that you took time from your busy schedule to join us in person in Poland. So if we can start with you, John, who is lead energy analyst in SHAPE. SHAPE is the main headquarters, military headquarters of NATO. If we could start with energy transition main trends. Energy transition is a buzzword, and I think everyone uses it to feel a little bit more comfortable. But if you could help or walk us through how, through a NATO lens, you think about energy transition and its main trends, bearing in mind, of course, the current security environment. Over to you, John.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dominic, and many thanks to the organizers and to you for hosting this wonderful event in Rzeszów. It's a pleasure to be here again after a year, but this time physically present. Energy transition is part of many aspects that NATO values for reinforcing the political and economic resilience of our allies. Why? Because NATO, of course, supports the phasing out of Russian fossil fuels, but fossil fuels in general, and supports the diversification of energy sources, supplies, and routes. And the energy transition is part of that diversification of energy. By investing in our own resources in Europe, our own technologies, and meeting our targets for cleaning our air, for decarbonizing our economies, and developing our own clean energy technologies in Europe, so that our money, our capital remains in our economies, for our people, our societies, and do not go to Russia, for example, for energy imports. So in that sense, the energy transition is key. It is even more important nowadays, as you mentioned, in this context. Why? Because we have to make sure that the energy transition is a success. This is our responsibility. It cannot be a failure because of Russia's war in Ukraine. It cannot be a failure because of Russia's manipulation of energy markets. It cannot be a failure because of Russia's weaponization of energy. And this energy war, per se, if we can call it, between us in NATO allies, the West, and Russia, is a key war that we need to win through also the energy transition. Clearly, we need to make sure that there is no economic or social backlash from high fossil fuel prices. So this is another incentive for energy transition, I would argue. The fact that our dependency on fossil fuels and on Russian supplies, today we're faced in our societies with a growing discontent of high energy prices, whether it's for gas, whether it's for your car fuel, or whether it's for coal. And therefore, we need to make sure that the energy transition becomes a success story as soon as we can. Of course, it will go through a painful transition, perhaps. We can discuss this. But this is our aim among allies. So in that sense, the energy transition is key for us. But we need to remember that the energy transition also implies an electrification of our energy sector. And this is key. We are cleaning our energy sector through the transition. We are electrifying our energy sector. I'm not only talking about electric cars or electric heating, but in general, this huge demand that we will have for electricity needs for us in Europe to decide how we are going to satisfy this huge volume of electricity we need to produce in this energy transition, using perhaps energy sources that we had not thought of before the war. Because as you said, the energy transition has been there for a while, it's key to us, but we planned it and formed it before the war. Perhaps we need to adapt our energy transition plans, targets, and roadmap to the new situation we're facing. And for that, NATO supports fully diversification of energy supplies, the transition to clean energy, but of course, our resilience is what matters, economic and political, and whether we need to keep some energy use of nuclear or gas for longer, or invest fully to produce the electricity we will need, is our next challenge that I hope we can all discuss here.
Thanks. I think it gives us an excellent leeway towards you, Julius, as you're sitting in NATO headquarters and being in fact, staff officer for energy in the energy and climate section in NATO headquarters. I mean, because John said, and I think it's important, that we all want energy transition to be a success. And of course, NATO is just a small part of that equation. But I think it's important because it links energy transition and energy transition discussion to one of the bigger polluters in that equation, which are the armed forces. Basically, at least this is what's being claimed. So what currently is being done in NATO headquarters or by NATO to make energy transition a success? Over to you, Julius.
Thank you, Dominic, and great pleasure to be here in Rzeszów, and yeah, it's a really the right place to be right now, speaking about energy. With regard to energy transition, it makes a lot of sense, not only from economic but also from the security point of view, because we are so focused right now on the current crisis. And it is a big challenge for the entire Europe, and it's also a challenge for NATO. But the important thing is to also not to miss the bigger picture. The energy transition in Europe is already taking place. It has progressed already substantially. And sometimes we forget that the military is not really isolated. It depends on the civilian networks. It depends on the energy market. It's not isolated from the big changes in those domains. It also offers greater independence from the foreign oil supply chains, including those from Russia. And we now clearly see that Russia is not a reliable energy supplier. So the bigger share of so-called homegrown sources that we have at home in the alliance, the safer is our supply. But I would also stress that the energy transition provides opportunities for new innovative technologies that can also directly contribute to the military effectiveness. And in this university, I think that the role of technology is very well understood. So at NATO, we do see a lot of attention and even more political will to embrace the energy transition in the military. It's not without its challenges, because I mean, let's be clear, we will not see, tanks running on electricity or fighter jets running on electricity anytime soon. There are serious issues related to the energy density of some of the materials and storage. And we also have the challenge of, let's say, interoperability and application in the military domain. We also don't want to jump from one dependence to another, from dependence, let's say, on Russian energy to dependence on critical mineral supply chain, which is coming to a large extent from China. But we do see at NATO some clear and concrete advantages of innovative energy technologies, including also energy efficiency. For example, if you power military camps with microgrids, they can continue to work with hybrid power generation, even if the central grid goes dark, like now we see in Ukraine and some parts of Ukraine. If you have some technologies like air-independent propulsion in diesel submarines, they can allow them to stay submerged for longer time. It also reduces heat signature. Electric bikes, for example, in special operations are already widely applied. They can be really stealthy and fast. And these are the solutions that provide some sort of a win-win from the military point of view, but also they are a bit more sustainable. So NATO's agenda is really focused on those niche technologies that can provide more sustainability, but also increase military effectiveness. And at the Madrid summit in summer, our leaders took very important decisions, both on energy security and also climate security. And one of those decisions is that allies decided that, well, for the first step, if we think about moving towards the energy transition, well, the least we can do at the moment is to eliminate the use of Russian energy in our military forces. So allies agreed on that aim because Russia cannot be relied and there are clear risks of using such energy. So that would be the first step, let's say, to the energy transition. But NATO also needs to understand the broader energy transition effects, including on the military, from the electrification to the, let's say, the critical minerals supply chain. So NATO is assessing what is happening in the bigger picture and how can it affect also the military. We also need to understand how NATO in itself as enterprise is using energy. So that's part of our climate agenda, and we will conduct an energy audit in this regard. And then NATO is going to do some research and studies to consider how the different sources for power generation, the different density of energy carriers for storage, for example, works in the military domain. This is where research and science comes into play, and this is where the academia could really contribute to NATO. One of the key challenges is really interoperability. We are doing a lot in this field. We have the NATO gold standard, the single fuel policy, which allows all our transport equipment to run on the same grade of fuel. It remains valid and effective, and all the options, including synthetic fuels, they have to be compatible. But we need to also achieve such interoperability in the electricity domain, from hydrogen cells to deployable microgrids. So all the allies can train and fight together and be completely compatible. And for that, we need testing, we need exercises. NATO loves to exercise, so we have the capable logistician, for example, exercise when we basically test some of the new innovative technologies in the field. NATO is also working on standards and procurement guidelines. We also want to see energy efficiency incorporated in those. The other important field is the work with the industry, and this event shows how it is important to work with the companies as well. They are the best positioned to produce, for example, synthetic fuel at mass scale. What we need from the military, from NATO, is to send the signal to the industry that there will be demand in the future, so investments can be made. And then finally, multinational capability development. If allies want to, for example, develop capabilities such as deployable microgrids, they can do so using the NATO platform. And NATO, of course, works very much in cooperation with other international organizations. National Energy Agency is helping us a lot in understanding how the big trends are shaping up, and also EU. But basically, my point is that the current crisis in Ukraine is really a call for NATO to take energy security much more seriously. And the energy transition eventually, over the long term, will help us to reduce the dependence on fossil fuel, which means less dependence also on foreign oil suppliers. And also it can enhance resilience. If you have a centralized grid dependent on several only power plants, it's easier to target it and send it into a blackout than thousands of microgrids that can operate autonomously. So there are advantages, there are challenges, but NATO is taking that very seriously in its agenda for the future.
Thanks for that, Julius. And I just want to highlight, because you've mentioned also, and let's not forget, this is also partly a scientific conference. So of course it's important for NATO, and I think NATO is doing that, to work with scientists both through the STO, but also through Science for Peace and Security, where I think, and I believe, NATO is looking for good projects, also coming from the eastern flank, where basically the energy transition angle will be dwelt at.
Yeah, if you are watching this, you can go to the NATO Science for Peace and Security Program website, and there are clear explanations how to apply for grants at NATO and how to submit good projects, which we really need.
There you go. So we also have an academic angle in NATO, which I think is an important part of a solution to energy transition. If we could move right now to you, Andrzej, with the military perspective, because it would be good to understand. Let's put that also. We are discussing how energy transition will have an impact on NATO, but also on armed forces. From your perspective, what are the biggest points that we should pay attention to when it comes to training, capabilities, doctrine throughout the armed forces in general? Over to you, Andrzej.
Thank you. Zgodnie z umową, tak akurat będę mówił po polsku.
I will speak Polish, I guess. So, if we look through the perspective of development of operational capacity in NATO and allied states, for about 20 years, we use capability-based planning, and in line with this methodology for development of the military forces, we look through the perspective of the development of operational capabilities. It is then translated into combat functions, so we can talk about various capacities, so force protection, logistic support of military activities, and ability to command. If we look at combined capabilities from the perspective of energy, we can think about maneuvers. If we look at that and combined skills and capabilities, the key impact, in my perspective, the key impact of the transformation will be on providing logistics, so logistical support of other activities. I can discuss various examples in a moment. So in this approach that we present, we look at various capabilities through the perspective of their components. So we have various organizational structures, we have training, we have the command, we have personnel, so it is human resources, we have military infrastructure and interoperability.
Training, material, leadership, personnel, facilities.
So these are all these factors that we take into account, and applying these categories, I would like us to have a look at the influence of energy transformation on what is happening in the military and military capabilities. I will not begin with the doctrine, but I will begin with the equipment and infrastructure, because it is where we feel this impact of technological changes directly. If we talk about the military equipment, at the moment, it is now based mostly on combustion engines. But we have more and more often solutions such as electric engines or hybrid engines. There are fuel cells. Maybe now it is difficult to imagine a tank that would be fully fueled by electrical engine, so electromobility. Well, if we think about the near future, it will probably pertain to some supportive vehicles, not the vehicles directly in combat. But maybe later on, further on, when the hybrid solutions will be developed, Perhaps it will be possible when a vehicle will be approaching the enemy, being difficult to recognize. Maybe it can use an electric vehicle, and then in combat we can use, fuel cells, so a classical engine. And such solutions visible not only in vehicles like land vehicles, but also in autonomous systems, unmanned devices. It is like that. If we look at the infrastructure, because it is another area very close to what we observe in the civilian spheres, civilian life, the military bases, military installations are a very important consumer of electrical energy. In the United States, several years ago, there was a study, and they identified that the Department of Defense is responsible for 56% of carbon footprint throughout the whole governmental sector, federal governmental sector, and for 52% of energy costs. So here, well, there is a room for improvement, definitely. And, well, like in civilian life, when we talk about regular physical military bases, photovoltaics is a solution. Maybe I should point out something else, namely training. Because the military organizes training sessions in the training fields using heavy equipment on training grounds, and you use a lot of materials there. So replacing parts of training using combat vehicles by simulation systems. It is quite typical and quite frequent in aviation, more and more frequent in the land military units, namely tank personnel is trained like that, and thanks to that, we may simply lower emission and decrease the carbon footprint. What is also significant is how these changes are translated into the doctrine, into tactics, and the ways in which the army operates. As I've said, energy transformation, energy transition influences logistics. If we manage to reduce energy dependency on oil, then, and on diesel, we decrease our needs in terms of convoys, logistical convoys. If you look at the convoys in touch with the enemy, then it is translated into survival of logistical subunits. Now, if we look at the media coverage from the war in Ukraine, on both sides, storage facilities of, for example, diesel fuels are simply the target of various attacks very often. So if we decrease dependence on grease and diesel fuel, it will directly influence the tactics. It will also be translated into security of subunits and their ability to survive and be protected much better. So let me wrap it up by saying, because I've been trying to analyze the situation very briefly, through the perspective of various components. So let me point out two important things, soft aspects. The commanding skills and the personnel, if we think about capabilities, they are often neglected, which is a mistake. Building awareness, raising awareness on how we can use new technologies, also the ones available in the civilian market, and how we can transpose them into the military. Creating this awareness, building knowledge about that among commanders and among soldiers and military personnel, it is of great importance. Let me mention here that there was a campaign of analysis of the security environment, that is NUP 2X 35. That's the official English name that we use. Under this campaign, we have a multi-aspect analysis of the environment, of security, taking into account geopolitical, social, political, environmental aspects, but also technological aspects. And this analysis allowed us, because, well, we invited representatives of science, civilians, to the Doctrine and Training Center of the Polish Armed Forces they represent. So thanks to that, we brought these ideas closer to the military personnel, and in our discussions, many solutions from the civilian life were introduced, or solutions which are now at the stage of research, at the stage of development, and thanks to that, it is simply becoming a part of the concept of a broader application in the military forces or in the NATO allied forces, a broader usage of emerging technologies and disruptive technologies. And the last element connected with interoperability, mostly in the context of relations and building synergies between military forces and non-military sector. Perhaps this topic will be discussed later on.
Thank you very much, Andrzej. I think I'll come back also to one additional element in the second round, especially as you've mentioned the first lessons identified from the Russian aggression against Ukraine and how NATO is adapting to it by enhancing its deterrence and defense posture, which will basically also include more troops presence, more training and exercises, live exercises on NATO's eastern flank, which to some extent also goes against the trend of energy transition and less carbon emission. But I think let's leave it for, I think it's an important discussion to have, because it's difficult, or it's becoming increasingly difficult to look at energy transition currently only through the prism of the parameters that we set before the war. But there will be a second round. Let's have a look at that in the second round. Last but not least, Witold Skomra, Government Center for Security. If you, Witold, would be so kind, because of Government Center for Security is key element in the Polish system linking civilian and military sphere. But if you could give us your view on how to look at energy transition, the impact on energy transition on our armed forces, also through that civ-mil perspective, including the resilience component. I think that would be helpful to make the picture comprehensive. Over to you, Witold.
Dziękuję. Może najpierw wyjaśnijmy, co znaczy ten element łączący sferę cywilną z
connecting element between the civilian and the military field means, because in Poland there is a deep-rooted conviction that the military will organize their logistics themselves, they will supply everything, and that's it. Or perhaps there will be militarization of the economy so that military efforts can be supported. This approach is not true for a long time now, because NATO is not focused on military operations immediately. First, it wants to have permanent presence of NATO military forces, but it doesn't mean it is the war time. No, it is a regular part of activities in the peacetime. So the cooperation, at least in the sphere of providing fuels, water, has to follow markets rules. This approach that the military operates in a well-prepared civilian environment, well, this approach was confirmed during the summit in Warsaw, where Article 3 of the treaty was emphasized, its importance was emphasized, and building resilience that I'm going to discuss in a moment means that the society is prepared for disturbances, and from the resources prepared for the society, well, we will simply use also these resources for the military forces. So this connecting element, as the moderator has mentioned, this connector between the military and the civilian worlds is very important. Now, let me move on to the second issue here. It is the main topic of our meeting here, namely energy transition. Perhaps I will darken the moods of some of the speakers, let me remind you that last year during the same conference in the same room, we were talking about energy transition strategies, and we mentioned that the biggest problem was finding regulatory or critical energy sources, as we call them. Regulatory energy sources mean that these are the sources providing energy when there is no wind, no sunshine, and nuclear power plants now is actually being shut down or whatever. First of all, in Poland, we need to build a nuclear power plant, first of all. So I'm in doubts whether at the moment we can find a source of energy like that. Obviously, before hydrogen technologies being implemented, because now they are at the research stage. Gas, natural gas. Last year it was treated as a transitional source. Now it turns out to be a weapon. It's been weaponized. It is a threat for Europe, not a means to stabilize the situation, especially under crisis condition. Even if we find another provider than Russia, still, as a country, we lose our energy independence. We have to be aware of that. We have either coal or losing our energy independence. Even if we focus on natural gas, firing natural gas, well, it is not fully ecological, right? After using coal, oh, well, let us forget using coal, let me put it like that, because it is absolutely against emission neutrality principle. We want to reach it by 2050, and now what? I'm not even trying to solve the dilemma here now, but in the context of security, it is an extremely important element. We are focusing on energy independence or ecology. Let us move on to the second issue here, which is closer to the topic of our discussion during this panel, namely how the critical energy should be calculated. The basic criteria have been presented, maintain the provision system, the system of providing the society's energy when a nuclear energy power plant has been shut down, and so on. So, well, additional factors that we need to have in mind. In my opinion, let me remind you that the protection of critical infrastructure, as understood by NATO, is about supporting military authorities of NATO in their activities under Article 5, so collective defense, and supporting military authorities in other activities outside of Article 5. The first factor provides for demand for energy when the Allied military forces are stationed in Poland. The second is an additional demand if an operation of NATO military forces is carried out from the territory of Poland. And thirdly, let us bear the Ukrainian context in mind, a necessity of surplus of power if we assume that some of the sources will be damaged by the enemy, whether it is kinetic or cyber attack. Then there is an additional issue whether every ally must maintain surplus production forces. Maybe we should have a solidarity mechanism, energy solidarity, and supplement power to the country which bears the costs of maintaining NATO forces or conducting military operations. So there are four major issues that we should discuss, or perhaps we should discuss it at the Resilience Committee. So that's my point of view.
Thank you. Wiesel, I think it's fair to say that those four fields that you've mentioned are going to become elements of a broader discussion in the Resilience Committee, and especially the resilient energy supply. Part of that discussion in NATO, I think it's important. But and frankly, I think it's also fair to say that energy transition is not a solution in itself. And I think that's probably the biggest question mark that some of us are having in NATO, how through energy transition maintain the operational readiness of the armed forces and achieve the goals that were set in NATO to deter and potentially defend against the threats. So if I may come back and we'll do a second round, quicker, so I ask you kindly to be to the point and shorten your intervention so we can try to more or less wrap up on time, as this is the last session of the day. But if I may come back to you, John, because you also said in your intervention that we need to reassess, reevaluate the energy transition. The goals of that energy transition were set before the war. Russian invasion on Ukraine was a game changer. Julius was also mentioning that. I think it changes not only our perception of threats, but also it probably also changes how we should be looking at energy transition. The goals that we set, the parameters that we set, how should we do it? I think we agree that we should do it. I think at least there is an agreement that we should look at it once again and reassess. But what is your suggestion how to move forward with that delicate, politically also element? Over to you, John. Hard question, sorry for that.
Absolutely, thank you, Dominic. Very hard question. As you know, at NATO, we don't work on energy security per se. For our countries have their own sovereign decisions to make on energy policy. So unfortunately, I will confess right from the start, I do not have the solution for that. However, a starting point for us definitely is recognizing, as you said, that the energy transition agenda we adopted was before the war. And as our colleagues mentioned, resilience versus energy transition and carbon emission targets is something that we need to take into account and decide for ourselves whether our national security, our economic, political resilience is more important than reaching certain carbon emissions, which is why energy transition does not necessarily mean that we need to move to a clean energy technologies by the dates we had pledged, but maybe a cleaner one. And one example of that is, as our colleague mentioned, nuclear energy, which is coming back on the table in many of our allies, in France, in Poland, plans of building nuclear reactors, because it serves the purpose of resilience for energy supply, economic, political resilience, and provides locally produced energy source, which is something that we must prioritize. So it's not only about moving to a clean, carbon-free economy, but a cleaner one, where perhaps we may have to prolong some of those dates we had for the energy transition. Perhaps we need to incorporate some energy sources in some of our allies, whether it's in Poland or in France for nuclear energy, and perhaps gas will remain a transition fuel in some nations. In the end, what I can say is the energy mix of all allies, of all countries, is something which is very tailor-made and proper to the countries. And what we need to focus on is to hope that we can have a cleaner energy supply using sources that every country has, whether it's cleaner coal, cleaner nuclear, cleaner gas. Through technologies, we can achieve this. But we need to have this discussion, and I will remind all of us that the EU has been discussing for the past weeks on how to perhaps also address reforming our energy market, our electricity market, our gas market structure. The liberalized gas market of the past decades was in an environment where we traded with Russia. Today, we decide that we should not trade in energy with Russia. Therefore, we might have to reconsider not only the energy transition, but also our market structures for gas, for electricity. So we are moving into a new era, not only politically, but also economically. So inevitably, this will impact the energy transition, and our countries, I'm sure, will have a solution to make the energy transition a success. However, we also, on this way forward, for sure will have to adapt it, this energy transition. We might have to tailor-make it, but we will succeed, and this is our aim. This is why we're here.
I already am thinking about the slogan, and I think I have it. We'll make the energy transition great again very soon. But I think we need to reassess it, and I do believe that the Euro agenda this starts with allies first. Then, of course, when we have allied consensus, we can move forward with coordinated solutions. Most probably, first of all, in the EU, then later, of course, in other settings, including transatlantic one. But I mean, you've mentioned one important element, the energy transition, where how we are seeing energy transition has also a linkage to how we are seeing Russia. So if I may ask you, Julius, I think this is an important question also probably that people in Poland and in the region are asking. Is NATO thinking how to become, or NATO countries, NATO allies collectively in the alliance are thinking how to become independent from Russia on energy sources in a way that is sustainable, because the sustainability of energy transition is also kind of based on our resilience. And I think lack of resilience is coming from our dependence from Russia. So is that a topic? Is that an element of a broader discussion? If yes, if you could elaborate, of course, in a sense that is not disclosing any very delicate issues that I understand we don't want to provide Russia in advance with. Over to you, Julius. Tough question. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I like tough questions. Thanks, Dominic. I think the NATO strategic concept that has been adopted in the Madrid summit says very clearly that we see Russia as an adversary, and the most important one actually for NATO. While NATO can't really decide national energy policies, as Jan mentioned, rightly so, we can actually guide the allies towards the direction that really makes sense, not only from the security point of view, but also from the military operational point of view. Because, okay, now the allies decided to eliminate Russian energy from the use in the military, well, to aim to do so as soon as possible. Not only because it's some sort of a political decision, but also because using Russian energy presents significant risks. You might have disruptions, you might have sabotage. Even in 2019 we had like contamination of crude, which could damage refineries, products could damage equipment and such. So it's really something that warrants attention also from the military perspective. But looking ahead, I mean, we are now in a situation where we are dependent on supply chains that are longer. We are going further afield, looking for oil imports and such. We will become much more dependent than in the past on storage solutions to cushion the big swings in demand and supply and the price shocks and such. We see that now in the field of gas, but we also see that increasingly in the field of oil products. The diesel market, in my view, is especially concerning right now. Because the diesel market is dominated by the private sector. They decide how much stock they keep. And the stocks in Europe are historically low of diesel, which is a very important fuel for the military. And in December, the sanctions on Russia's oil and products will kick in. So we might see also not very pleasant developments in the diesel market. So we have these, disturbances in the energy market, which is clearly also affecting the military because it's not exempted, it doesn't exist in a separate island. It's not exempted from these shocks. So that also warrants the question how to relieve that pressure on the supply chains. That is so important also for the military. And we've seen in Ukraine how the fuel logistics actually play a massive role, right? You eliminate the supply and suddenly the whole chain collapses and you have tanks that stop in the middle of the road. So that is a question, I think, which will bring that into more deep thinking also at NATO. Are we looking at the energy transition purely from the, let's say, CO2 footprint perspective, or are we looking at things that make sense and from the broader also operational point of view? Because if you want, for example, to relieve the pressure on the fuel supply chain, you might want to use also, as much as possible sources that can be supplying your transport or your camps that are taking power from solar or wind or hybrid power generation. That leaves that precious fuel for the combat capability, combat equipment. You might also want to think about production of synthetic fuels, which you can do in every NATO country that doesn't have oil. You need hydrogen production, you need CO2 capture, and you can blend it into synthetic fuel that is available and that helps the market, but also helps the military sector. So we might also think at the energy transition in a way that it puts much more emphasis on the way we operate, the way we organize things, and the way the military also organizes its operations. These technologies that I mentioned, those, let's say, win-win technologies that provide both operational effectiveness and some sustainability, that will help in the long term. Having solar panels woven into combat gear that relieves, let's say, the weight that soldier carries for batteries. And if you have, for example, solar drones, they can stay in the air almost like for weeks without the need to recharge. But that is really designed with the operational purpose in mind, not purely about CO2 emissions in mind, but also what does it help in your operations? Because let's admit it, war is not very climate friendly, right?
Absolutely not. War is absolutely not climate friendly. I mean, we have seen a lot of recycling of Russian tanks by Ukrainian armed forces. I think that's a very eco-friendly approach of the Ukrainian armed forces. I wish them a victory, of course, in that recycling, through that recycling element. But I mean, if I can go back to you, Andreas, you're our military pillar of the discussion, because I think we need to, it's very difficult to square that circle. I mean, at the one hand, we have energy transition, CO2 emissions, goals. They're of course not applicable per se to the armed forces, but of course armed forces are part in part contributing to the CO2 emissions. My point is, NATO has just decided to enhance its deterrence and defense posture, to boost its presence on the eastern flank, to think about forward defense concept, implement more in place forces on NATO's eastern flank, to reply to and respond to the biggest threat that we have seen probably in decades, to the most aggressive neighbor that we have, the Russian Federation. And all of that through energy transition. Tell me how we are going to do that.
Okay, great. So, Clausewitz, mniej więcej 200 lat temu...
About 200 years ago, Clausewitz, in his Treaty on War, said that war is continuation of politics using military means. So it's politics by military means. And we have to look at the operational environment in many dimensions, taking into account both the political, geopolitical aspects, military aspects, economic aspects, social cultural aspects, information, infrastructure aspects, and so we have to take a very broad look in very many categories, the MESI categories that we use to categorize and classify the security environment and the operational environment. And accepting this notion, We have to remember that rivalry takes place not only in the military sphere. When I mentioned the combined functions, when we go beyond the military bubble, we can say that Russia is using energy, gas and oil and coal as a weapon. And it's fighting in Ukraine by kinetic means, using kinetic weapons. It kinetically fights Ukrainian forces in Ukraine, but it's working sub-threshold by using the energy resources of NATO to hurt NATO. So it's using energy resources to hurt NATO and other countries that support Ukraine. It's extremely important to look at this in a systemic way. And in the systemic way, we must also look at the danger, military threat that is part and parcel of danger in general. So the security, national security and the security built as part of the NATO is exposed to it. So it has been said that military is not separate from the state. It's supplied with resources that the state has. And when you have allied forces on the eastern flank, it's worth remembering that the host country there is a concept that the host country is to support it. So the properly secured support by the host country greatly increases the potential and capability of the units of allied forces that are executing tasks to strengthen the eastern flank. At the same time, as I have mentioned, we have to look at this under the threshold. So everything that's happening under the threshold of the military conflict, and here what is extremely important is this element of a cohesive response from the countries that support Ukraine, how they cohesively respond to attacks below the threshold of military force, that is, attacks with the use of fuel and energy. And there's another aspect that's extremely important from the point of view of this holistic approach to security, and that's building synergies between the military and the non-military system. And here, this contributes greatly to the assumptions of the national security strategy that has been adopted and signed by the President of the Republic of Poland in 2020, in which we look at military security as one of the pillars of the broadly understood security system. And we emphasize greatly the need to build synergies. So from the point of view of strategic management theory, this is an additional strengthening of our strategy, because apart from the classic resource strategies built in different sectors, be it in the military, by expanding the operational capability, we are expanding this cooperation. We are creating synergic effects, as a result of which we are creating positional advantage that strengthens the strategic, tactical, and operational strength. So it has been mentioned here about the resources and how we support the military through the resources of the state. But it's worth mentioning the support and protection of critical infrastructure components, and there the military has a role to play to secure that infrastructure, especially if the threat is seriously high, the threat to those components. So at the interface of the different pillars of the national security system, it is possible to get synergy effects. And this is emphasized greatly in the Polish strategy of national security.
And if we could wrap that panel with my final thought or my final question, and then your thought, Witold, on how to sustain, because you've talked about also societal resilience, because and societal resources, our ability to be ready, to be resilient, to respond to the dynamically changing security environment. How, I mean, I'm just curious how in your daily work are you assessing also how to sustain societal support for energy transition? That's a broad question, but it's just interesting in the current energy security and energy security environment. This is very costly, and it's going to become even more costly. As you said, John, it's like that's the goal. We agreed we are going to do it, and probably that's good for our grandkids and future generations. But how we should be building this societal resilience, and I think the Governmental Center for Security is also thinking about that. If you could be, I'm sorry, if you could be brief. The organizers are trying to send a clear signal that we need to wrap up, but I think that's a good final thought for our discussion. Over to you, Witold.
All right, I will try to be very brief. It's been mentioned that today we focus on protection of critical infrastructure. Someone has decided that for civilian or military reason, a certain element of infrastructure is important. We need to protect it, but we need to take the next step. We are preparing for that, not we as the country, but the European Union. In 2 days, on Wednesday, there will be the last sitting of the team, which is preparing a project of the directive, a draft directive of critical entities resilience, and it assumes that individual states will identify key services first, then the risks of disturbances of the services. On this basis, they will prepare a strategic plan of improving resilience. In the strategic plan, we should include minimum acceptable availability of a given service, correlations between different sectors, several other elements, and finally, operators should be selected for these services and the infrastructure which is absolutely necessary to sustain, to maintain a given service. So we look from a perspective of a service, not from a perspective of an entity, of a facility. It is not about protecting electrical power plants, but that everyone has electricity in their sockets at the end of the day. An additional element appearing here in connection with the energy transition is that we are going to witness a process, because we do not generate energy from coal and tomorrow it will be something else. No, it will be a process. It won't be an easy process, it will be disturbed. Let us not even try to say that Russia will give up on that. In the process where some people will have to requalify, they will have problems finding new jobs, the whole new sectors will be shut down. It will be a long, complicated process. So I look at this necessity to move towards thinking that is oriented on the process. Also, we need to think how we take the state from point A to point B without internal conflicts and without giving the opponent an opportunity to disturb the peace, disturb the order. Well, it is a huge challenge. It brings together elements which are social elements, namely social acceptance for the process, because we have to bear in mind that there are several elements: costs, health, future, so health of future generations, but also climate changes and something which may destroy the planet, after all. When we talk about social resilience, we need to look at that issue, not only as engineers. I produce this number of megawatts, I need that number of megawatts. No, you need to have a look at the social impact throughout this whole process, and I'm sure that this whole process will be used against us.
Key elements of that discussion that energy transition also poses very critical. potential opportunities for our adversaries, and we need to pay attention to that. Thank you for reminding all of us of that, Vital. With that, I want to thank you for the excellent discussion. I hope it was well received by our viewers here and online. Many thanks once again to Julius and John for coming from Brussels, from different NATO institutions to join us here, but also to Andrzej and Vital for giving a military and then civilian perspective on the state of the discussion in Poland and beyond. And as we all agreed, we'll make the energy transition great again. Once again, many thanks and have a great evening.